Racing up on 28. Bowls in. Middle stump out of the ground.
Test
Australia made by local and for Henley Holmes. After 24 wickets in 6 sessions, it's a match that broadly remains in balance, with runs coming at a premium against class fast bowling. That's despite Australia's top order misfiring for a second time in 2 days. Sam Constance's sketchy stay and Cam Green's dismissal, emblems of a batting group far from settled. Their quicks dug them out of the first hole, a familiar theme, and it's up to the middle and lower order to go again today if the target for the Windies can finish with a 2 in front of it. As for the home bowlers, their efforts have been outstanding so far. It's been brilliant to see a West Indian seam quartet working so well together, a nod to teams of yesteryear. If they can rip into things again this morning, especially if their cordon can help them out if further edges come, it presents a huge opportunity to defy expectations and go 1-0 up in this series. In a test that's moved quickly from the outset, there's every chance this will all be resolved at some stage later today and will continue to be compelling watching and listening. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our broadcast here as ever, above the Malcolm Marshall end sign, it's Bryce McGain, former Australian spinner. Bharat Sundaresan, who's been with us for years as well. Gentlemen, we've seen the Aussies going to work this morning, going through all their processes and whatnot. The scrutiny back at home has been fierce on the top order, but they have to find a way to divorce that from the task ahead of them now. Hello.
Yeah, indeed, Colo. Good morning to you and to you too, Bharat, and to all our listeners right across the world. And look, it's going to be an exciting morning because of the situation. It's an even test. Australia need something with a 2 in front of it, in my opinion, to really challenge the West Indies. They may start to thrive. They're feeling more and more confident the way that they're walking around. They've always walked around with confidence in their stride, but they look like they are into this right up to their eyeballs. And the Australians, well, they're still pretty chilled about the way they've gone about their warm-ups this morning. But I think there's a nervous tension about where this game situates. Bharat, what are your thoughts?
You could say... There you go. Good morning, guys. You could sense it even last evening when Adam and I were there, ready to speak to Mitchell Starc. Just, having spent a lot of time around this Australian team, around the world, the way they react to good days and bad days is often the same, and which is a good thing. I say that there's this balance, there's this perspective that it has. It's a team of adults, isn't it? I mean, yes, now you have a teenager in there, you have a nervy 25-year-old in Cameron Green, but they seem to be able to be good at divorcing what's happened the previous day. But yesterday you could sense a bit of tension because they know this test hangs on tenterhooks. If they lose Travis Head early, the West Indies will believe, as well as Alex Carey has been batting in the last 8 or 9 months, that they have the upper hand. It really rests with Head. Yes, Webster has started well, but Australia have handed over the advantage which you thought they had after they won the toss on day one, and the fact that they're just coming off a World Test Championship final and they're up against a team that have never finished higher than 8th in any WTC cycle. So that's the Australian perspective. As far as the West Indians go, Ian Bishop was just having a long chat with Shamar Joseph, who, like already in the last 2 days, will be the key, you'd think. And they will start with him. And if he can strike early, and he will have to be the guy who gets rid of Travis Head, then who knows, this game could hurry along very quickly.
Their bowling has been outstanding, Bryce. And the way in which they've been able to keep the Australians under pressure, not just with the new ball, but in sort of repeat spells now across multiple sessions. It's been something that has meant that they've never been out of a passage of play. And sure, the pitch has contributed to that. And Mitchell Starc said to us last night that no Australian batter has felt in because different parts of the pitch are doing different things. That was great insight from the Aussie quick. But taken as a whole, you can't ask for much more from that Windies pace quartet.
No, and it's so important this early stage, the first spell, if both Head and Webster can deny the bowlers. They've got 25 overs of workload into them now. Do they drop off a little bit? Do they get a bit tired and start bowling some loose deliveries? They've been able to be fresh all the time. 10 overs in the second innings that Seals and Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph have bowled. So as they tire into their second and third spell, that's where Australia need to push them. It's not necessarily about going out there all guns blazing. don't forget the first innings, and I think this is the most critical situation in the game in the batting order. They lost their last 6 wickets in 12 overs. They cannot afford to let that happen again. They need to play a bit of deny and be patient, and the runs, I'm sure, will flow as maybe those bowlers start to tire in day 3.
Bo Webster batted beautifully last night.
He did.
At a tough time when walking out there it was 4 for 65 and they'd lost Inglis and Green in the space of 3 overs. And it just felt like it would be one of those days where it's 6 or 7 down by the close and Bo Webster put a stop to that.
And the way he played square of the wicket as well. Not many batters, unless Travis Head, have been able to do that on this pitch. So I thought he batted beautifully, almost trusting the pace and the bounce on this pitch. And like we've seen him do for so many years in first-class cricket, and it got him going. I thought he started well in the first innings as well. And then he just got one of those deliveries that no batter could have laid bat on from Shamar Joseph in the first innings. So crucial, and in every opportunity he's got so far at Test level, he's contributed in some way or the other.
He's had to. We've been in trouble. That's
correct.
why he's had to.
Number 5 and number 6 have bailed out Australia way too often for their liking, going back to Head and Marsh. But that's a topic for later in the day.
Yep.
And yeah, I think you're right, Adam. I thought this is going exactly the way the Lord's Test went. And that they might end up being 6 wickets down yesterday, and it would come down to Stark and Cummins again. It might come down to them again. But just having Travis Head out there is a good sign. But can I also say just the beauty of being 19? I'm just looking at Sam Constance there playing keepy-uppy with the rest of the batters, all of whom have been dismissed. But he just seems in a much better mood today than he was yesterday. He was sat there sullen-faced while copying a lot from the dreadlock West Indian fan next to him, who Adam White is not pleased with.
No.
But clearly, he's taken it in his stride, or that's what you gather by just looking at him.
Yeah, there's the group of Aussie batters to one side, then the 2 Aussie quicks, Hazelwood and Stark, are warming up off a short run, and who's keeping to them? Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah.
He's got the gloves on. Always needs to be in the contest in one form or another, Marnus Labuschagne.
Colin, one of the things I noted as part of the warm-up was that Cameron Green was bowling a full runner, had some cones set out, so there's obviously some fine-tuning about how he's going to, maybe tweak his action so that the back injuries aren't reoccurring. So, and the video was out. Adam Griffiths, the bowling coach, was there with the video out. They're both addressing that. So he got through a pretty good, solid 3 to 4 overs off the long run.
Gee, I wonder how that'll play out. I mean, you can easily imagine a world where his spot at number 3 becomes under fierce scrutiny very quickly. I mean, he's been out cheaply 4 times in a row. That's the way this game works. It isn't a forever licence, right? Whether it might well be that he needs to start bowling sooner than what would have otherwise been ideal, and that. And the push and pull there, the tension, the compromises that might need to be made by him in terms of how he makes himself as valuable as he needs to be to get picked every week.
And the irony is, I interviewed him before the WTC final, and he spoke about how, not that he doesn't enjoy bowling, but he was just enjoying this little period where he could just focus on purely being a batter. And to your point, Bryce, he's been building up his loads going back to Lords. So every day he starts off with bowling close to an over, but not like you described of the full run. But he spoke about, Adam, that he finally hasn't really got an opportunity in his career, unless when he's been injured, to just focus on his batting and just bat and bat and bat, and that's all he's done since returning to the Test squad in London. But you're right. I mean, with the pressure building on him, yesterday it looked good till he didn't. Right, that last over in which he did get out, there was that big LBW shout, the controversy, and we'll talk about that as well. But then he gets out. You could see he was not there after that. He lost concentration, played a poor shot.
Just on that, I wanted to come to the umpiring piece before we go to our first break. Last night, Darren Sammy was quite punchy about third umpire Adrian Holdstock. I didn't really anticipate that because, I mean, sure, there were a number of close and tough decisions yesterday, but he linked it back to Holdstock having officiated in the recent white ball series in England. That's an unusual thing for a national coach to be doing.
And I think there's this, he didn't mention this, but speaking to a few West Indians and people around the team, there's also the feeling that the way Joel Wilson was treated when he was umpiring, the one elite level West Indian umpire, the memes that were made about him, the way he was mocked. So I think there was a feeling of like, hey, we've had bad experiences with this South African umpire. and not just as a third umpire, but as an umpire. There's this LBW of Joe Root that happened in a ODI last month, I think, and then Joe Root went on to make 140 not out. So there is also this underlying feeling of, hey, when one of us has a bad day, you make memes of him. So why isn't it the same for someone else? And why? And obviously Joel Wilson is now out of the elite panel, as we know. It was celebrated in Australia, I saw. But yeah, I think there's more to it, but that's just classic Darren Sammy, though, Adam. You remember when he was captain, the preacher man, grew up wanting to be a preacher. He knows how to hold court when given an opportunity. And I just knew, just looking at his body language in the dressing room, he was going to do this.
I love the way that he wears his emotions on his sleeve out on the balcony, Bryce. And beneath us right now, we've got going on some West Indies slips practice. And I've got to say, they've caught absolutely everything since I've been watching them in the last 3 or 4 minutes. If they can just hold on to a couple more. Given what's happened, because if this does become contagious through the series, the nerves will be shredded by those guys back there. They need to find a way to turn the tide, ideally today. Otherwise, it'll definitely become a thing through Grenada and Jamaica.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been subpar with their slips catching, and over the broadcaster here has brought up some catching efficiency statistics, which is quite interesting since 2003, and West Indies are at the bottom of that with 65.6%, which is, we're talking 6 out of 10. It just sounds terrible. Like they're dropping 4 out of 10 catches, thereabouts. Australia are only at 72% themselves. India at the top at 80.6. Is 8 out of 10 good enough at Test cricket to take your slips catches? I don't know. I just had a gut feeling it would be better quality than that and higher, but they're the stats. Quite interesting.
Just to put it into perspective, Shamar Joseph has played, 6 or 7 Test matches? He's already had 11 catches dropped off his bowling.
Oh, no. Happens to some bowlers, doesn't it? They're just unlucky. I feel like I'm one of them sometimes. Right, let's go.
Not when I'm on the field.
No, you took a good one off me last year. Right, we better take a break. Our first one of our coverage. SEN Test Cricket is brought to you by Australia Made, by Local, and for Henley Homes. On the other side of this, with 17 minutes until the resumption, it'll be Adam White, and it'll be... who have we got coming in with... sorry, back in a minute.
Yes, welcome to a sunny Kensington Oval for day 3. I'm not sure whether it's going to be that sunny tomorrow, so we might need all of day 3 to get close to a finishing line. Not sure exactly how bad the weather's going to be for days 4 and day 5, but someone that does know is a local, Andrew Mason, and he's with me with just 10 or so minutes away from the opening ball on day 3. Welcome, Andrew.
Not a drop of rain today.
Good.
How are you this morning, sir?
I'm good, and even better now because you've given me some mangoes.
Some local Bajan mangoes.
Whoa.
This is our mango season, and in fact, I've got a couple of trees as well. The monkeys. But the problem in Barbados is that, of course, you get the attack of the birds, but we've got several monkeys in Barbados to eat all your mangoes.
Well, in Australia, we have a thing called possums.
Okay.
That eat a lot of the fruit.
Oh.
So in my backyard, I've got oranges, lemons, limes.
Yeah.
And then possums like them just when they're ready to pick. They don't. It annoys me. Anyway, we're here for the cricket, obviously. Going into day 3, your assessments on day 2, would you have given that as a tick for the West Indies? It could have been in a better position.
I agree with you. In fact, at 65 for 4, they would have been looking to pick up at least another wicket before the close. So you've got to give credit to Webster, who's on 90. I thought he played some wonderful shots. And, of course, Travis Head, who was a very important man today because he could really determine what is going to happen. 91 for 4, make that 92 for 4, effectively 82 for 4. I think the first session, the first hour is going to be of great importance to both sides, because if the West Indies can get a couple of wickets, particularly the wicket of Head, then they will feel that they can restrict Australia on a pitch which is not that easy for batting to maybe under 180. Now, if that happens, then they feel that they've got a chance. Although I think that anything over 175 on this pitch could be tricky.
It's a hard one to assess because the West Indies are fighting out of their weight division to a certain extent against Australia. Mm-hmm. But a couple of times in this test, they've got themselves into really strong positions.
And they've won a couple of sessions as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. So yesterday, when they were 5 for 139 with Chase and Hope doing really well, you're thinking to yourself, oh, they're going to have a lead of maybe 100 here. Now, in the end, it didn't happen. They only had a lead of 10. But then, as I said, even last night, as you were saying, they're 4 for 60. You think, two more. And they've almost won the game. So they're close. But when you are playing against a team like Australia, even though they're not at full strength, everything has to go right, to be able to knock them off.
I agree. And I just want to get back to the point that you talked about at lunch on the second day with Chase and Hope batting so well. Look at the response of the Australians. We saw the captain coming out. You could see with blood in his eyes. He also had Hazelwood and Stark. And they were able to get those important wickets. And that 100 runs that you talked about in terms of getting a lead was just down to 10. So that period between lunch and tea yesterday was crucial.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Pat Cummins bowled a lot in that middle session.
From both ends too.
In hot weather, he tried himself at both ends. And while he didn't necessarily get the wickets, he created this volcanic explosion.
I agree.
From
and the other
West
thing
Indies.
too is that they strangled the West Indies. They weren't getting runs.
That's right. You could just see something was brewing.
Exactly. And we saw even Shea Hope playing a white ball shot, a big swipe outside the line of the off. So his wicket was a crucial one as well. He looked good. And of course, Roston Chase weathered the storm, but in the final analysis got leg before. And those two wickets were very big. And because West Indies would have been looking maybe for a lead of maybe 50-60, that didn't happen.
Yes. The third umpire, Darren Sammy, was very emotional.
Oh, he's under the cosh. There's no question about that.
He thinks he's the third umpire's against him, and
no, he's not. No,
against them, and all these sorts of things. I think isn't it just a classic example of the third umpire? He just wasn't very good at his job yesterday.
I agree. Particularly the one with Hope, though. I mean, how could you give that out? I mean, when you look at the monitor, I mean, clearly the ball dropped from his gloves. Although I know there's some who felt that perhaps he had control. I didn't think so, and I think that was, in my view, maybe not a good decision at all. And it was costly because Shea Hope was looking good.
He was. I mean, it's one of those things that's hard.
Yeah, it happens.
Everyone can have different opinions, and it is very grey.
Leaving the ground, yes, there's several spectators came to me and said, boy, what's going on here? They were quite angry, you know. But these things happen in cricket. He's under pressure.
He caught the ball, Alex Carey. There's no question about that. It's whether he was in control of his body when the ball did hit the ground. And as I've said many, many times, Andrew, and I stand by this, I wouldn't have technology at all.
You wouldn't?
I would get rid of it all
and
let them sort it out on the field, because it is sport, and yes, you're going to get wrong decisions, but you know what? Players drop catches, players play bad shots, and yes, you've got the technology which can make it more right than wrong, but I reckon we have more indecision as a result of technology than we did when we didn't use it.
Look at the English Premier League VAR. In fact, there were some clubs
that's exactly
saying
right.
that, look, we don't want it anymore.
Exactly right.
So that's an interesting one. You got it. I mean, here's a gentleman who has opportunities to see this from so many angles, and yet he gets it wrong.
Yeah, because the more you look at it, the more it becomes a bit ambiguous, I reckon, half the time when you slow it down and all these sorts of things. Anyway, we might leave it there. As I said, the sun is absolutely shining. I just can't believe how hot it is so early.
Yeah.
It is. It's a lot easier to get up in the morning.
We need a breeze
when it's
now.
32 degrees. Back where I live in Melbourne, Andrew, when I was getting up just before I left, it was 2 and 3 degrees.
Yes. I expect more to come today. And your little friend who was on the radio, he just called me. He's going to come to the box. I'm going to bring him to the box. He's actually at the ground. He's only 12 years old. He was at my show, and you enjoyed him, didn't you?
I loved it. He was awesome. He reminded me so much of my own kids, so I'm looking forward to meeting him. He spoke eloquently about cricket, and as a 12-year-old, if you're doing that, I reckon that's pretty cool. We'll take a break here from Kensington Oval. We'll come back. The first ball on day 3. It's not too far away, with Australia resuming at 4 for 92.
SEN, a test cricket for Australia made by local and for Henley Holmes as we reset for the third day. First test of the Frank Worrell Trophy Series of 2025. Adam Collins and Bryce McGain, we need to begin coverage here at the Kensington Oval. 4 for 92 Australia. Webster 19 not out last night, batting with Travis Head, who's on 13. Head batting for a fair bit longer, playing himself in. Webster more comfortable playing shots and trying to put some pressure back on the Windies seamers, who all bowled delightfully. Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals and Justin Graves all picking up a wicket apiece.
They were excellent, Colo. Let's try that again. They just wonder, I know I said it in the preparation to today's game, but so important the first half hour, the first hour, and we say that a lot. But the reason is they need to get some time. The Australians need to deny the West Indies team. If they get a little sniff here, get an early wicket, they'll be away, and the energy that'll go into the bowlers will be enormous. But if they can deny every bowler in their first spell, then they've got some issues. The 25 overs that they've bowled already will push over 30. They'll start getting more and more tired, more and more loose deliveries, and I think that's the area that these two players need to take them. Travis Head, Bo Webster, need to take them out into the deep water a little bit, if you like, and just see how they cope with a heavy workload under the belt.
So they've crossed the rope and they're making their way out to the middle. And surely it'll be Shamar Joseph starting from the Joel Garner end. Surely the man who's posed so many problems for Australia across a couple of days, and of course at Brisbane 16 months ago.
He is the man with a hat off collar, you'll be happy to know.
Good. Yep, you can see him here. All right, I can now welcome in audiences across Australia for the first time today. After the footy coverage, the first ball about to be bowled on this third morning here at the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. 4 for 92, Australia will resume on. Travis Head to face the first ball on 13. There with Bo Webster on 19. The pair put on a useful stand that took them last night from 65 to 92 after they lost wickets. A couple in a hurry, the West Australians, Inglis then Green. They held firm across the last 45 minutes of play to open up an opportunity on a beautiful third day. I'm Adam Collins, and with me is former Australian spinner Bryce McGain. The lead's 82, low-scoring game. This should be thrilling stuff.
It certainly will be. And hot, humid conditions already as local time ticks over to 10 o'clock. And that breeze is a lot stronger in the mornings and then sort of eases out in the afternoon. So pleasantly warm conditions in Barbados. I've always wanted to say that, Colin.
Yeah, what a joy it is to be here. One of the great test venues, Kensington Oval on SEN Test Cricket. We do so with gratitude to Henley Holmes for making it possible. And Australia made by local. At the Joel Garner end, it'll be Shamar Joseph. He's just taking a moment to pause and wait. Don't know why we're a couple of minutes late. It's not normally the custom in modern Test cricket, but at 2 past 10, we're set to go. 2 slips and a gully. Shamar Joseph up to the crease, ran the wicket, Head, back of a length, rears up, plays it behind square for a single. Moves to 14, 4 for 93, lead 83.
It was a stacked offside field. Just the 2 fielders on the leg side for Head. That was a mid-on and a deep backward square leg. And all sorts of catches through that region, which he was pretty prolific in the first innings. He was the only batter really in the game with his 59. He's the only one to get 50. But to come to terms with what the feedback from the players is a challenging wicket with some woolly areas and some flatter areas, and they're just not quite certain what the ball's going to do. Bo Webster was good last night.
Just 2 slips and a gully. Shamar Joseph, brilliant yesterday and on day one. Bowls here, Webster leg stump line pushing into the onside no run. He's taken 18 at 16 against Australia in his third match in Frank Worrell contests. The big gold chain, relatively slight in stature compared to how you might imagine a big fast bowler. He's more in the sort of Malcolm Marshall mould.
Absolutely. Powerful, quick, fast action, explosive. And when you say big chain, you mean really big chain. It's a thick motorbike locking type setup he's got round the neck. It's adding 2 kilos to his weight.
He floats into the crease here, passes umpire Kettleborough, bowls over the wicket to Webster. He's squared up a wee bit, but he's well forward. He plays with his soft hands out to cover point, no run. Nice start from Joseph, 1 for 16. His figures so far, picking up the wicket of Sam Constas, which was such a big talking point in Australia today, as we anticipated when we went to bed last night, Bryce. The reception back home would be a fairly strident one with that tough stay at the crease, dropped twice, eventually chopping on, but at no point looking remotely settled.
No, look, it was a remarkable innings, and I'll explain what I mean by remarkable.
Joseph up again, closer to the stumps. Defending from the crease is Bo Webster out to mid-off.
So he went through, in the space of 10 balls, all the tricks that he has, I suppose. He tried to dance down the wicket on the 8th ball because the bowling was tight. They're bowling a length, which is a real challenge. So he tried to skip down, edged it to 3rd slip, got dropped. A couple of balls later, tried to tighten up a little bit. 10th ball, he nicked that to 2nd slip. And then ground out 5. So for me, I'd like to put it as it's not a complete failure. It's just a not yet. You're not yet ready.
Joseph, 2 left in the first over of day 3. Bowls to Webster, balloons off the thigh pad, out to gully. Extra lift off the surface. And look, that's another factor in this against the new ball. And as Mitch Shark explained to us last night, no batters felt set in the test match, and that's reflected in the partnerships and the scores. Not to say it's been a minefield or anything close, but as Stark was explaining, it's done different things from different parts of the surface. So it's a handful, but that doesn't completely explain away how it C. Constas looked.
Yeah.
Shamar Joseph. All eyes on him. On the runway, up here. Bowls to Webster. He gets well forward in defence. That's better. Out to mid-off. It completes the over. 1 run from it. That's to head who's 14. Webster 19. 4 for 93. The lead is 83 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Not many people yet in the party stand, Bryce. Maybe a big night for those who enjoyed themselves yesterday.
A couple in the pool.
Yeah, a few in the pool, but no one on the deck chairs.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was heaving in the sandpit at lunch when they were playing some beach cricket. Almost exclusively Australians over there. It won't surprise you to learn. And that joins up to the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand, which is where all of the tour groups are positioned and the members here at Barbados. On from that to our left, I suppose it's fine leg with Travis Head shaping up at that end is the Garfield Sobers Pavilion. And onto the Hall and Griffith stand, recognising 2 great bowlers. The Greenwich and Haynes stand, and then around to our media centre named after Tony Cozier. The Malcolm Marshall end where Alzari Joseph will pick up proceedings. Picked up 1 for 16 yesterday. Got Kawaja in his first over leg before. Typically has bowled with the new ball for the Windies, but first change in this test match. And despite there being an enormous sight screen beneath us, like I'm talking the entire bottom half of the stands wiped out, there's somehow got an issue with the board. Is it the advertising?
The advertising's facing our way, which is a good thing. It's because we're
I see
obviously off the ground.
So there's another bit of advertising that hasn't yet left. We can see that on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen. This might require intervention from a human being as opposed to the automated process. Let's see.
Well, I think the automated is actually a wheel that needs to be turned.
Here we go.
And cranked. And that's what's happening. It's a socket set. And away we go.
Hey.
Oh.
Crowd love it. Craig Brathwaite was playing artistic director down there.
Yeah. A little bit more.
The veteran.
Half a turn more.
Right, Alzari Joseph. He'll set off beneath us with 2 slips and a gully for Head. 2 back on the leg side. A deep point sweeping to in front of the party stand. Bowls here. Head on the drive straight away. Right out the middle of the blade to that man Brathwaite at mid-off. No run.
Well, we welcome everyone around Australia. Many messages coming through. Hot cup of tea into bed on a chilly but fine 6 degrees here in Warrnambool.
Oh, love it.
Whale watching down there time. Good time. It's a highway going up the east coast and west coast of Australia. Footy on the TV Friday night. Cricket on SEN app from Barbados overnight. So absolutely outstanding. We'll have a lot of the listeners with us all the way through. No work tomorrow.
Joseph He'll go round the wicket to head. Bowls here. Head goes back, rides the bounce down into the gully. Solid deflection. Only 130 kilometres an hour from Joseph. So the footy Dogs got over the Swans by 9 points at the SCG in the AFL. We'll get an NRL score at some point as well on the screen. If
nearly got tracked down in the end. The Swans were finishing strongly. Last year's grand finalist.
Used to love that growing up, watching the footy. Then straight into the cricket from the other side of the world.
Through the night?
Yep, absolutely. Great part of the experience. So welcome everybody who's settling in with us. Will you stay till lunch? Will you crack on till tea? Will you go to bed? Strategic nap. Joseph in, bowls to head, back of a length, turned into the onside in that familiar fashion from head with a little flick of the wrist, nothing too extravagant, gets one for it into the gap. He's 15 at 4 for 94, leads 84.
And just as I suspected, Zari Joseph, it's day 3 of having to bowl, and it's just his pace is down a little bit. He just doesn't quite have the same bounce in his step, if you like.
He started quickly yesterday.
Yeah.
It was notable that his first over, he was all over Khawaja and eventually blew his pad off. Can he find a yard or two here to Bo Webster?
He's well within himself at the moment, Colo, and maybe those feet are barking early rather than later in the day.
Got a man on screen with a transistor radio. Has to be listening to us, I guess. Joseph bowls here. Leg stump line. Worked out to deep square leg by Webster. There'll be 2. Weights it well enough for that result. Webster into the 20s. He's 21, 4 for 96. Of course, our coverage is being carried across the Caribbean. Andrew Mason told me, I think it's on how many stations? 8 stations. So the man on the screen there before the Chemist Warehouse screen will, I imagine, be listening to our SEN coverage in here at the ground. If he wants, he can get us synced up via the SEN app. SEN Stadium in operation here.
Just got a few little issues. Locally, no issue here. Stadium working fine. Just the sync, as we're just shifting our time on our sync.
Okay.
They're just working on a few technical issues.
Noted.
We've got Adam White from yesterday on.
Bowling here, driving into the onside, no run. Okay, that's good to note. If you're on the app, you've currently got Whitey from yesterday.
Oh, well,
86 to lead at the moment.
The sync.
Oh, the sync.
Yeah, the sync is twisting that. So some good feedback. We appreciate that. And so they are working on it. We'll let you know that. So stay live for now, so you're not missing all the early action.
I love this. The text coming in. Listening to the SEN app from across the road from Sam Constant and Steve Smith's District Cricket home ground.
In Sutherland.
And as my screen disappears, I can't quite read the rest of that, but thanks for joining us.
Going to need someone to step up today, and my word, that is spot on.
0433 98 11 16. I'll add the Hawthorn jumper on screen now. Finishing the over here down the leg side is Zari Joseph. 3 runs from the over, 4 for 96, 86 the lead. Webster 21, head 15 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. We thank Henley Holmes for sending SEN Test Cricket around the world. Shamar Joseph, frugal and effective. 11 overs for 16 in this innings so far. Every spell he's bowled's been an event so far in the Test match as well. Can he get going here? In at head, the danger man's 15. 3 catches behind the wicket. Round the wicket bowls, beats him on the inside edge.
Low.
Didn't get up, did it? Might have gone under the bat, actually.
Yep.
From our angle, hard to tell, but certainly head's going down to survey where that landed on the pitch, giving a little bit of a pat down.
Yeah, he was looking to, as he does, that boy's looking to work it through square, just with his hands getting back and across, but it kept down a little bit.
Did it ever? Seeing the replay here on the Chemist Warehouse screen, that's shot through. So that's going to increase the degree of difficulty as the day moves on. Australia bowling 4th. Can the Windies make the most of it? 6 to go in this innings, of course. Shamar from the Garner end, bowls here, head aerial, up over the top of cover. Deep point won't have a chance to cut it off. Into the rope it goes. Cavalier Both knees were bent when contact was made. Decided to go aerial, and it works. Head ticks up to 19. The 100's up as well. 4 for 100. Lead becomes 90. That's some kind of shot.
Yeah,
didn't completely control it, but didn't need to, I suppose.
Over-pitched. Pitch of the back knee going down low, and over it goes. So with 2 slips in a gully, and there's a catching forward point up a little closer, and as Collar, you mentioned, the deep backward point. Now that is a catcher for Travis Head, but good shot for a boundary over cover.
Shamar in, bowls to Head, responds well. Straight enough that it can only be pushed to cover. Got a message saying, sitting in a Mediterranean beach in Beirut, Lebanon. Go Aussies. Great to hear from you. Haven't got a name on that one.
A lot of activity in the sky going around the region in Lebanon.
There is.
There is a lot of activity.
Yes. I was just letting that go through to the keeper, but
well, no, that's
you go
what's
for
happening.
it, Bryce.
That's what's happening. But they're still partying. They're on the rooftop bars every night.
Yeah.
Still enjoying life in Beirut.
So again, Shamar Joseph, halfway through, bowls hit ahead, who pushes off the front foot, picks out extra cover for the 3rd or 4th time this morning. So Head looking to move the game along, as he does so well. If Head can be there for an hour, that lead will be nearer to 150 than it is 90. Saw that message in before from Warrnambool, 6 degrees. That won't account for the wind chill this time of year in Warrnambool, whistling through. I lived there for a year many years ago, and that was the defining characteristic.
The wind chill factor.
Oh, yeah. You kick the footy and it blow back over your head. 2 to go, Shamar. Towards us, towards Head, bowls here. Pulling straight and defend it down the pitch. So where are you tuning in from? 0433 98 11 16. As the seats start to fill up. There were lots of Aussies yesterday in the Greenwich and Haynes stands as well. We wanted to be undercover instead of being in the heat of the party stand. A bunch of them were in pirate outfits.
Yes.
They were enjoying themselves, of course. I think our man from yesterday, who was next to the pavilion, who was abusing the Aussies, is gone. I can't see him over there in my binoculars.
He's having a rest this morning.
Shamar to finish his 12th over. Head whips it through the onside. Lovely timing. Really looking to get the ball going in the first half an hour of play. That'll take Head into the 20s, joining Webster on 21. 4 for 102, the Australian leads 92. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Test cricket for Henley Holmes. James in Loxley says he's got the coverage coming through loud enough in bed so his partner doesn't wake up. Which I've got form with that as well. Listening to cricket late at night and trying to make sure my wife doesn't punch me. It's our anniversary today, actually.
Well, happy anniversary.
Not that she's listening over in London. Doesn't even know what I do for a living. Away from us, Zari Joseph, 2 slips in the gully. Bowls to Webster, driving through the covers for 4. That is a beautiful shot. Top of the bounce, trusting his swing. The Australian fans will be enjoying this. 10th boundary of the innings all told. That might be the best yet. 4 for 106 Australia, lead to 96. That's some shot from Webster. He's 25.
Superb batting by Webster, and I said it yesterday, but it's so poignant that the fact that he's not suspicious. That's a pitched up ball. I can take a big stride and step into that and drive it. I'm not feeling for the ball. I'm not expecting something to happen off the wicket. He's just out there playing, watching the ball and adapting so quickly. He's looking to be in good touch with some good drives yesterday, and he's off again today.
Now Zari's got to find a yard here. Bowls here to Bo Webster. Middle stump line, that's better. That kept a little bit low as well. Webster had to thrust the bat down to make sure it didn't get underneath it, hit his pad or the stumps. So that's a factor. But if Joseph can't find something here, Jaden Silver's got to bowl.
Yep.
Seals was terrific yesterday as well.
He was excellent.
Both days.
Gee, I've been impressed.
It just feels like...
Seeing him live is another level.
It just feels like they've just got something here with Shamar and Seals working together in concert. The all-rounder Graves, who's exceeded expectations, and Alzarri Joseph, who has typically been the attack leader. Can he give them something early on day 3? He approaches and delivers, an off-stump line defended. Well bowled and well played. Bat and pad glued together.
Happy to report, Colo, Sinker's back on, so you're all back on board. If you're sinking and watching it on the screen, ESPN, the broadcaster, stick with us.
So I think it's 33 seconds, I'm told, is how you get the TV sync going with the... My dad told me that yesterday. Yeah, it's all good. That's right, 33 seconds.
33, excellent. That's good.
Good to get that confirmation on our own text lines. Now, Zari Joseph, halfway through his over. He's going to send a fielder back. Don't quite know what's going on here. He's going at 130 kilometres an hour and he's sending back a second bloke for the bumper. We've not seen a bumper this morning. So, is that to get in Webster's head? He's been full so far in the over. 3 to go, bowls. Here it is full. Inside edge onto the pad. They bail out of the appeal. Well, it's going down the leg side and Alzarri Joseph is going to consult his captain. There were two noises.
Go down.
There were 2 noises and it felt like it was trending down. But he likes it so much that going up to Roston Chase, they've got 2 reviews remaining. I don't think Chase looks convinced. He's shaking his head. He's not going to acquiesce, I don't think. No. So back to you, Mark Alzarri.
He heard what you heard, Colo. 2 noises.
So we'll see it a second time on our monitor.
Now, Chemist Warehouse signalled leg wise.
Okay, so
noted.
maybe... So it was... well, it might have been an inside edge. Maybe we heard it and they didn't see it because it's very, very close to the bat. It's not hitting a second set for what it's worth.
Yeah.
It's going down the leg side comfortably. Chemist Warehouse replay screen confirming that. But I admire his ambition. He wants to get in the game, Alzarri. He'll get a crack at Travis Head now.
It's interesting. I'll hold on that, but the field now, 2 slips in a gully. Sweeper out there, the catching fielder at deep backward point.
He's yet to go short, Joseph. Ran the wicket to Head. Bowls here. Head edges and drops at second slip. Can you believe it? I simply can't. Across 3 days, they've put down 6 slips catches. Now, Zari Joseph finds the outside edge of Travis Head. Dear, oh dear.
Is that Greaves at second?
They've shuffled the cordon a number of times. It is Greaves at second at the moment. It's not his first rodeo either. He popped Constas down at second slip yesterday. 7 drop catches in the match now, my apologies, not 6. Oh my. Joseph to finish. Bowls here, Head, drives square, out to the sweeper. Waits it well enough, they'll consider 2, but they'll think better of it. It completes the over. It should be 5 down. It's 4 for 108. The lead's 98. Head survives his 22. Webster's 25 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. It wasn't a good shot from Travis Head. He steered it to the left of Justin Graves with both feet in the air. Didn't have that far to go either. It was waist height. The crowd are in shock. They shouldn't be, really. 7th in the Test match. Most off Shamar, who's bowling here. Head goes up and over the top. Backward point with work to do on the rope. Gets there in time. 1 for Head. He's 23. Leads 99 at 4 for 109 as I welcome Bharat Sundaresan after he finishes eating whatever he's got in his mouth. Hi, Baz.
It's called a jam punch, I think.
Right.
It's nice and yummy.
Bakery treat.
A bakery treat, very sweet. And trust me, one person who's not feeling sweet about anything right now is Darren Sammy. Look, guys, I know nothing about parenting. I've learned a lot about parenting from you too. Is that what it feels like when your children just keep letting you down over and over again?
Oh, dear. Some similarities. Shamar in, bowling to Bo Webster, who lunges forward, gets the stride in, therefore can manipulate it out to deep backward point for a single, and it brings up the 100 lead. So they want at least double that, you'd imagine, from here in a low-scoring game. 26 of those are Webster at 4 for 110.
Because the last time the three of us were on together, maybe an hour ago, we saw Darren Sammy take charge of the slip cordon facing the media centre, and they did not drop a single catch.
Exactly what you commented. At the time you said, I've been watching it intently, they have not dropped the catch.
They didn't. They did at least 10 minutes of intense. It wasn't like they were nursing them. They were good in there. It's in their heads. It's got to be in their heads. Shamar Joseph bowls to head. Inside part of the bat, looks to drive, cut off by the bowler, and he's followed through.
Well, it's in their heads. It's not in their hands, that's for sure. It's on the grass after it hits their hands. 7 drop catches. What would the game been if they'd taken half that?
Oof.
We're watching the shots on screen of catching ball play and them snaffling everything. That's our screen for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
It's got to be one of the harder things to simulate an actual edge. That is not an actual edge. They're running those off the face, and we know how slips catches work, and everyone listening knows that. But it's one of the hardest things to simulate.
Is Shamar bowling to head. Tries to drive, but it skews out to point off the bottom of the blade. He looks at the blade. It looks might have been a Q ender. Either way, no concerns for him.
It's a good point you bring up, Bryce. I've always wondered, whether you play club cricket or test cricket, it's been always the same technique used to provide slip catching practice. Is it possible to simulate a batter there, like who's standing up and not on one knee and just...
Yeah.
I don't know. I've always wondered. Because keepers do that, don't they? Alex Carey practices, will have someone stand in front of him with that thin bat-like thing that they hold.
Yes.
So Head gave a chance in the previous over. Shamar to him here, round the wicket, Garner end, goes back and picks out point, no single. There's a deep backward point directly behind that point, which reinforces how they want to protect that part of the ground with Head on strike.
Well, the one in the deep is a genuine catcher, and I think he could come up another 5 to 10 metres and actually be there for the catch, not just to protect the boundary, and make Travis Head think a bit and go, well, we can catch it. He's going to hit it to 3/4 of the way in that region. So be there and take it.
He's had a stab at it once already this morning. Went in front of point, but can easily skew behind into that angle that we're referring to. Shamar, 2 runs from the over so far. His 13th will finish here. Bowls to Head, who's beaten. Goes under the bat again, one that just keeps low. Might have gone past the inside edge either way. It did not bounce as much as he expected. 4 for 110. The lead is 100 even with Head on 23, Webster on 26 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Neat scores so far. 180, then 190. Now currently 110 for 4, which means the lead's 100 if you're into those kind of even numbers. This will satisfy you. Alzari Joseph found the edge of Head in his previous over. Bowls to Webster here. Short ball. Drags it down towards fine leg in with mostly in control, although Mike got there a bit quicker than he thought. Well, 111 for 4 the score. 4 for 111, sorry.
Genuine high to low hands. He had the bat nearly right above his head and slapped it straight down into the ground. So he wasn't going aerial with the 2 catches out there.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen more bouncers on this pitch, especially from the West Indians. They bowled spectacularly well. Yes, a couple of wickets to the pull shot or against the pull shot. Like genuine bounces, because of the slight unevenness of the pace and the bounce.
I suspect that that's maybe a plan B. Plan A, is working for everyone, keeping it up, top of the stumps. It's so challenging.
Gets another go at Head here. Dropped in the previous over he bowled to him. On his hip here, though, won't get a chance. Instead, Head will literally walk a single. He's not yet halfway down the pitch.
He loves that.
He gets there now. Heads 24. The board's ticked over long ago. 4 for 112. Lead 92.
It's like the modern day Arjuna Ranatunga. They used to say you can't call it runs for him because he never runs them.
That'll get back to him. He's not going to be happy with you calling him the modern day Arjuna Ranatunga.
Meanwhile, back to Webster, who's 27, averaging 40. That is a good sledge. We did see Arjuna a couple of years ago in Gaul, didn't we?
Yes.
And Jeremy Coney was on our commentary team and enjoyed catching up with an old adversary. Here is Alzari Joseph bowling to Webster, who punches out to deep point. There's one there, won't be two, because Head's in no hurry, unsurprisingly. 28 for the Tasmanian. The lead's 103 at 4 for 113. At the moment, Bo Webster's averaging 45 with the bat in Test cricket and 28 with the ball. Very nice numbers into his 5th Test match across 4 countries.
Very early days, but those are the kind of numbers Australia expect from Cameron Green. Obviously, he's played more Test matches.
Yep.
So, and he's bowled spin. He's taken wickets with off spin. Obviously, those 2 wickets we saw in Sri Lanka. Played a role yesterday with the ball for sure.
Yep.
What's his left arm bowling like?
Alzari Joseph has another go at Head. Bowls here full but 2 full. Steered out in front of point. The sweeper's a deep backward point, so they will have a chance for 2, but Head's not that interested in that at this stage. He advances to 25. 4 for 114, lead 104.
Yeah, to that point, I do wonder how many cricketers have sat in the Garfield Sobers Pavilion and done what Garfield Sobers did. Obviously not to that level. I don't want to get buried by the Bajan fans listening to us. Bowl medium pace and spin. Taken wickets with both medium pace and spin.
Yep.
And then sat in the Sobers Pavilion.
Well, in Sober's case, wrist spin, finger spin as well. So if Webster can start bowling some leggies and get Test wickets that way, Sobers, who occasionally would bowl the first over of a Test match, as in he was the primary seamer at different points. Remarkable cricketer.
I'd like to know how many Test players have played their first 5 Tests in 4 different countries.
I asked that a couple of days ago on the text line.
Have.
There was an answer.
Was there an answer? Here's Alzari Joseph. Bowls to Webster. Inside edge onto the... Well, you can probably hear through the effects mic. He'll give it a rub. He'll do some counting. He'll get down on his haunches and we'll have a brief pause. Yeah, did we get an answer?
Yeah, we did. I just spotted it. Phil Horn from New Zealand. Not Matt Horn, but Phil Horn. I think you played, I'm going to say late 80s or early 90s. So he is the only other one to have done that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our listeners are right on top.
Yeah, well, that's, you just throw it out there. SEN
that's
Network.
it. They'll give you the answers.
They know.
Yeah.
So watching this ball back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, thick inside edge and had a long way to go between the bat and the box. But maybe a foot to go. And
he's taking his time, and
it's an estimation. And it thudded in hard and fast. I feel like I'm going to start quoting from Blue Moon. I won't do it. Last ball from Alzari Joseph. Wide of the crease. That didn't get up either. Webster equal to it. Thrust the bat down. End of the over. End of a busy first half an hour. The lead's 104 at 4 for 114. 25 ahead. Webster 28. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Adam White jumping in for me.
SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. So after half an hour on day 3, 22 runs and a drop catch, but no wicket. So that means the lead is at 104 as we had Bo Webster just, I hope for his sake, not running repairs, just to check that he's okay.
Yeah. Just a drink, settle himself down.
Travis Head taps away as he waits for Shamar Joseph from the Joel Garner end. Head punching up to mid-off firmly, but no run.
It's been a good battle. It's a tiring wicket now, Whitey, as a couple of deliveries that Shamar Joseph has bowled round the wicket to Head have kept down, and we know that he likes to play square of the wicket, play the ball late and play square, but it's got chop on written all over it with a ball that's going to keep a bit lower. So it's not without risk that time, much more vertical bat. Not necessarily, he played it quite straight from where the ball came, but I think he's going to have to adjust how he wants to play, not so much square with that type of delivery. It's going to be dangerous.
Around the wicket, Joseph bowls here to Head, who gets one that bounces a little bit more. He nurses it into the gully, just with soft hands. About second or third bounce into gully. No problems there.
I just saw Travis Head do something very strange. So there was a small torn piece of serviette or napkin, paper napkin on the onside where, say, a deepest short leg would be. He picked it up, walked back to his crease with purpose and chucked it to the offside. I don't know if it's some sort of superstition or... Clearly it wasn't in his line of sight. So I thought he was going to put it in his pocket or give it to the umpire, but he just chucked it to the offside.
Well, it's blowing that way, and it's blowing quite strongly, so he's just got it on the other side in case it turned up when he was facing up.
Joseph to Head, who's squared up into fence and pushes back to the bowl. That ball definitely didn't get up as much as what Head thought. As you said, Bryce, it's a windy morning. Definitely windier than yesterday, probably about the same as day one, but bright sunshine again. We're obviously just getting used to this weather. Andrew Mason knows all about it. Barat, you know more about it clearly than Bryce and I, but it has this feeling that it's quite stormy around, but the sun's out and the clouds never seem to come to where the ground is.
Correct. It keep being blown away from here. They'll come though.
Two slips in a gully. Shamar Joseph bowls to Head, who flicks away off his thigh pad square, almost hitting the square leg umpire. Had to move out of the way. He only get a single with the 2 men out in the deep. He moves to 26, 4 for 115.
For a second, Sharma thought he'd hit it well enough for it to go straight to Alzari on the boundary there. Long leg. Wasn't to be.
That applause is for the 50-run partnership between Head and Webster. Head on 26, Webster on 28. So Head's added 13 this morning, Webster 9. It feels like Head's made more than that this morning.
He's played a lot of shots.
It's only taken him 15 overs, so given the challenge and batting in the evening, it's quite a good rate.
Joseph back over the wicket, bowling to Webster, who just pushes into the onside square of the wicket.
And in all the first two innings we saw in this test match, it was the two big partnerships so far before this one have come during this period after the 30th over, between 30 and 50, and then the collapses happened. So
what has been happening though, they've been replacing the ball, and some of the balls turn up and they're swinging like mad. It's a batch of balls that are going out of shape pretty quick. They put them through the rings and go, no, we need another one.
Last ball of the over, Shamar Joseph on his way in. He bowls to Webster, who's up on his toes, pushing this time into cover point. No run, and that is the end of the over. Another good one from Shamar. He has 1 for 25 from 14 overs. Australia 4 for 115. The lead is 105 SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by a local, Adam White, Barat Sundaresan and Bryce McGain. And hello to Robin and to Daryl listening from Bali. Hi to Barat and the team.
Hi to you both. Glad you're tuning in.
It is incredible, the messages, just how many different countries.
We need to tick them off.
Exactly, I was just to say exactly that.
Yeah.
Alzari Joseph starts a new over and Head says thank you.
That's gone.
Half volley, through the covers, 4 runs. You do not bowl there to Travis Head.
especially if it's a floaty half volley like that. Alzarri Joseph is his head down. Yes, he has been let down by his slip fielders like every other fast bowler has been for the West Indies, but it was a tired delivery, just almost getting the ball to the other end of the pitch.
Yeah, it's a good way of describing it, Barat. It floated up. And you could see the way that Head played that. He got really low. Hands low, caressing it through the offside for 4. He's up to 30, 4 for 119. Alzarri Joseph a bit closer to the stumps and Head forced into defence, pushing into the covers. One thing that's very noticeable, Barat, and we haven't spoken about this, at least I haven't, Colin may have, the West Indies have gone to gold numbers on their backs.
Oh, yeah.
As opposed to the maroon. And I quite like it. I like gold. You can't really see the numbers, which is a bit of a setback when you're in the stands, but they look good from close range.
They really do, and I mentioned it yesterday, but the thing with the gold is when, depending on where the sun is and where you are, it shines, and other times it doesn't. So that's when you can you struggle to decipher what the number is.
That's right.
But from certain angles, they shine. I saw Craig Brathwaite wearing it the morning they had the trophy, or the pose with the trophy.
Alzarri Joseph bowls and Head is in defence off the back foot up to mid-off.
Hello again, Robin and Daryl. Don't let anyone know that I haven't fulfilled that criteria that you need to fulfill once you get your Australian passport, which is go to Bali. Because I used to tell my wife Isha this, like, this is a rule, right? If you get your Australian passport, if you don't go to Bali within the first 3 months, they take it back.
Yeah, that's a proviso. And you've got to come home from Bali with crutches. That's the other
right.
Well, a lot of Aussies do.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they come back broken in some way.
Alzarri Joseph with the number 8 on his back. And his famous yellow watch on his left hand. Comes in, bowls, Head, again in defence. That time he just chose to go back to a foolish ball and it didn't get up a lot. They're the ones that can sometimes dart back and hit them on the pads. It didn't on this occasion. Head found the middle of the bat and he stays on 30.
Yeah, I think it's time for a change at this end. I think Jaden Seals will get the ball.
You know Alzarri Joseph quite well. He has all the makings of a really high-quality fast bowler with his action, his athleticism. He's got it all, but it doesn't quite click.
He almost comes across as a moody character. It was funny. I think Adam Collins, that is, will remember it from last evening. We were stood there waiting for Mitch Stark, and one of your friends, Whitey, from the stand right next to the pavilion, was yelling out things to Alzarri, saying, "The other Joseph's done his job. It's your turn now. You have to be the Joseph of the day tomorrow."
So you're sledging the West Indians and the Australians.
Yes, he was. Sounded more like encouraging, but...
He bowls here to Head, who plays the hook shot, getting it past square leg, but there is the protection in the deep, so it'll just be a single to Head. He moves to 31, 4 for 120 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
But it almost seems like he's the kind of character that needs to be fired up. It doesn't always come internally. I have rarely met a human being who says fewer words than Alzarri Joseph. Forget about words. I think I remember saying this during the home summer. I met him after quite a few years and I gave him the big, hey, Alzarri, how are you doing? Forget about nodding. I think he moved one eyelid. That was it. That was his acknowledgement. So, yeah, I think he just needs... They used to say the same thing about the current match referee, Javagal Srinath, in India. He almost needed someone to, light the fire under him at times.
Yep. He comes in here to bowl to Bo Webster. Webster gets one, tickling it fine, sort of inside edge, maybe a bit of pad as well. He'll only get one. I thought off the bat it might have even gone for 4, but just a single in the end. So that means that we've got Webster on 29, Head on 31, Australia at the end of the over, 4 for 121. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 4 for 121. There is going to be a change in the bowling from the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand end of Kensington Oval or the Joel Garner end. You've got the choice of 2 options. And we've got the man, I think, who is sort of been overshadowed by Shamar Joseph in Jaden Seals, who took 5 wickets in the first innings. He's already got 1 in the second, but bowled really well yesterday afternoon.
So well. I think overall, I would say he's been the best bowler of the game so far. Australia bowled brilliantly as well.
And he comes to bowl to Bo Webster. Webster forward, well forward. Customary big step. And then smothering the ball as it pushes out on the offside.
He's really young still, Jaden Seals, but he's already had an interesting career. Yeah. I remember when he came to Australia, not last summer, when obviously Shamar Joseph came and started, but the previous summer, I remember being super excited when he came. They played the first test in Perth. And I even remember standing behind the net, taking a little video of him and saying, ladies and gentlemen, Australia, this is Jaden Seals, because I had such high expectations from him.
Yeah.
Played the Perth test, just wasn't suited to those conditions.
Seals again, wider on the crease, bowling to Webster, who gets one that bounces and it hit high up on the stickers of the bat. He took the bottom hand off Webster to make sure that it absorbed the extra bounce and it didn't go through to the cordon. Not that they would have necessarily caught it, but he was able to keep it in front of the wicket.
But yeah, it just, I think he got David Warner early. Then Manas Labuschagne and Steve Smith just scored runs. I think Manas got a double 100 and 100. I think Steve Smith got a big 100. They're listening to us in Netherlands.
Yeah, we've got another country. I just saw that then looking at the screen.
Mark it on the board.
We will start to write them down. Webster here gets another nasty one that bounced more than he thought up near the gloves. He was able to again keep it ahead of the wicket, this time onto the onside, but he started immediately like he was bowling yesterday, straight on a good length. And that's the key, I think, on this surface, guys, is if you can get it in that awkward length, no one's really trusting the bounce.
No, there's been a lot of indecision in terms of footwork from a lot of batters across both teams. 2 batters, obviously, shouldering arms and being bowled as well in the mix. All that has led from that misjudgment of length.
Seals bowls. Webster drives, can't beat cover. Good fielding. If that got through, it was 4. He really stepped into that one. Excellent fielding there at cover point.
Travis he's really enjoying it. He didn't play the shot, but he's at the non-strikers end. Just rested the bat against his body and put 2 thumbs up, just going, that is awesome batting. And it's great when your partner can be your best cheerleader as well. So these guys are really enjoying batting together. They've put over 50 runs on the board so far, and they're decisive in their play.
Seals again to Webster in defence, thinking about the single, but Campbell came in quickly from cover point. He was the one that did the excellent work the ball before. And Webster sort of just dabbed it on the offside and put the hands out. You want it? Do you want it? Do you want it? And Travis at the other end, no thanks.
Now, I think these 2 players are succeeding because they are confident with their foot movements. They're not playing from the crease. Yeah. Now, it's a very basic, old-school situation, but in challenging conditions, you've got to have a good technique. You've got to be able to move and go on the front foot. Now, if it stood up a bit like a ball earlier in the over, well, you just ride that. That's okay. But these 2 are really shining.
Seals again to Webster. Thought about playing outside off stump and then decided no. Let it go through. Webster 29, head 31 at the end of the over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Australia 4 for 121. It is SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local. 4 for 121 Australia. Alzari Joseph Bharat is going to bowl again from the Malcolm Marshall end.
Maybe his last over in the spell, you think?
2 slips and a gully. He's going to bowl over the wicket to Travis Head. There is a cover point on the rope. And Head will play out to that man on the rope, getting up on his toes and hitting the ball at the top of the bounce and just guiding it out into that region for a single.
Not the same number of people here at the Kensington Oval that we saw yesterday.
No, not yet.
Not yet. They'll stream in, though.
Another group of school children wearing it's almost like emerald green with navy shorts. Really a much better colour. You see in Australia, Brett, the green is that sort of that dark green that's pretty ordinary. That's a good green. Nice and bright. Nice. Statement green.
Stands out. It's the St. Vincent green almost. That one that I have around my wrist.
Alzari Joseph to bowl to Webster, who flicks away nicely behind square leg between those 2 in the deep. It won't go for 4. They'll get 2. Campbell coming around. He was the one that was square on the onside to do the fielding, so 2 more to the score. 4 for 124. Webster up to 31. The lead, it continues to grow.
Yeah, Roston Chase has just run down from slip to have a quick chat with his senior bowler. Yeah, that length doesn't bother Bo Webster at all. And he started looking a lot more convincing on the front foot as well in this innings. And that's one thing with Webster early on. Yeah, you can always target his stumps and his pads. He can be caught napping with that front foot, but as he grows into his innings, you'll see he starts getting much better stride out, as you've seen this morning. But anything even slightly short of length, he will get runs off it.
Little adjustment to the field. So for Webster, they've got a leg gully in here and only 1 slip, which is actually its 2nd slip. As Joseph bowls, Webster from the stumps turns up to mid-on. He was trying to clip, really, rather than full face of the bat to get a single into the vacant mid-wicket region. But in the end, he found mid-on and there was no chance of a run.
Yeah, so there was no change in the field after that little chat. So probably it was just he's checking if he has 1 more over, or the one advantage West Indies have had in this game so far is the bowling of Justin Graves. His catching's been terrible, like a lot of the other slip fielders, but his bowling's been very handy. The way he set up Cameron Green yesterday, very impressive.
Alzari Joseph here runs away from us. Past the umpire, wider on the crease, bowls to Webster, who just nurses it into the offside. Will take a single. Gully dives and fields. Couldn't prevent the single. That was good busy cricket there from Bo Webster to move along to 32. They're both on 32. 4 for 125. I want to ask you about... I'm not sure if you've seen behind. Maybe it's more one for when Andrew comes on. But we've got some mangoes. Have you seen the mangoes?
Oh, the mangoes in the Caribbean.
They're smaller mangoes.
They are.
They're more. They're not quite bite-sized, but they're. I've never seen them.
They're not the chunky mangoes you find in some parts of Australia and definitely in India. But these, every Caribbean person worth his or her salt will tell you, are the best mangoes in the world.
So we need to send
from the back.
That's right. Alzari Joseph bowls to Head, full ball, driven firmly past mid-off, and that'll be for Travis Head.
Oh,
well fielded with the foot, if you don't mind, right on the line. They've come back for 3, and there might be overthrows. There's not going to be. So 3 runs. Who did that hit?
No, and a couple of things happened.
Yeah, you explain them, because I was just checking to see whether it was going to go for 4. It sort of thought he got it out of the middle of the bat. It was more down near the toe, and Brathwaite, the old man, doing some work with his foot, was stood on the ball.
He did. I think the fielding first, that was great, nifty footwork from Craig Brathwaite. And then what's happened is, I'm trying to think what it... I think it's a strap that Alzari Joseph, not the yellow watch, but the strap that he wears, I think, over his other wrist. So that went flying. There you go. You can see it if you're watching it on the television.
Ripped it off.
And he went, and it flew to the side of the pitch, and he went to pick it up, and the throw came in from Craig Brathwaite and almost hit him in the head because he wasn't looking. Would that have been disastrous?
Is it like a heart rate monitor or something?
Could be, yeah. But, well, like on the beach, you're told, keep your eyes on the water or the ball on a cricket field.
Webster back on strike. Bouncer. Webster plays the pull shot. Doesn't time it. With the 2 men out in the deep, he can still take a single. So end of the over. 4 for 129. Head 35. Webster 33. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. I was just talking about Henley Holmes, a great supporter of us on SEN Test Cricket. You can get the Breakthrough Collection now, where you can build for just $227,900. That is Henley Holmes. Adam White and Brad Sanderson with you. We nearly got to drinks on the opening morning of day 3. That doesn't really make much sense, but you know what I mean. As Webster in defence defends the first ball of a new over from Seals. The opening session on day 3.
And you're listening to us from all around. So it's a message here. I would appreciate if you tell me your name. So I think I know who this is. They met me in New Zealand. It was their first test. So
I'm wondering if you remember me, Bharat.
Yeah, because
from New Zealand.
Yeah, so you know how much I talk up Test cricket. I said it's in your blood now that you've travelled to New Zealand to watch Test cricket, and they've since also been to Sri Lanka. So why aren't you here in the Caribbean? Is my question to you.
Is there any Test nation, Bharat, that you haven't been to?
No, I've covered them all, actually.
You have done the set?
I mean, I haven't done Ireland or Afghanistan.
Well, but so you haven't done the set then?
The original 10.
No, you haven't done the set.
On.
Seals bowls, that one bounces a bit more than Webster thought. He tried to force it.
That is on Cricket Australia, not on me. I mean, Australia haven't played tests against Afghanistan or Ireland.
You can still go there.
Why do will you be paying me for it? Okay. SEN producers and SEN bosses listening to this, please make sure I cover the next Ireland or Afghanistan test.
Well, the way Hutchie's going, we'll have radio stations. We'll have SEN Afghanistan and or SEN Kabul, SEN Dublin soon enough.
You can accuse me of not having covered a test in Ireland, but there hasn't been a test in Afghanistan yet, so it doesn't count.
That's fair enough. Seals bowls here. Webster slashes through the offside, and that'll be 4. Just short of a length, but he was able to free his arms. And he gets a high five from Travis Head as they run past, thinking that they might have needed to run. They didn't need to run and got to the rope for 4.
Yeah, Jaden Seals just put his hand up as he walked back to his mark, apologising to his captain. That was really a nothing ball. Width on a good length, and Bo Webster feeds on those kinds of deliveries. This has been a terrific innings from him already. Yes, Australia want him in there, batting deeper into the third day's play.
So that was on width, not on anything else. It wasn't really short, it wasn't really full, but it was an opportunity for Webster to free the arms through the offside. Seals bowls again. Webster gets one that it's almost the handle of the bat, splashes out past gully. They've got one, and they'll come back for 2 with the sweeper coming around from the deep at cover to do the fielding. So runs starting to flow in this little phase towards drinks. Webster to 37 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. 4 for 133, your trusted tyre experts.
Yeah, this will amuse our colleague at the back, but maybe, just maybe, we might get to see Jamel Warrican bowl.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled yet.
Yeah, Andrew Mason's been baying for his blood.
The vice-captain as
well. The vice-captain hasn't... And he was knocked out early as a night watcher, so he didn't bat in his original position, right. And he hasn't done his original job.
You have to question his relationship with the captain if he can't get himself onto bowl.
Well, they did go to the same school, just saying.
Seals again bowls. Webster again guides the ball out to the sweeper on the offside for a single to move to 40. It's almost feeling like one-day cricket at the moment through the middle overs. So just back on the venues you've been to. So how many of the West Indian islands or the Caribbean have you been to? Do you know the number?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you the ones that
have you missed any yet?
Yeah, St. Kitts is the one that I've missed, and Grenada I've never been, so I'm really excited about going there next week. Yeah, so that I get to take that off. So St. Kitts is one, surprisingly, because there's been a lot of cricket in St. Kitts. That's the only one I haven't been to. I ticked off St. Vincent last year during the T20 World Cup. So there you go. And then I'll have the full set.
That's good. That's impressive. Last ball of the over here. Seals going around the wicket to bowl to Head, and Head forces down the ground. That one will be 4. Through straight mid-on. That's better, Travis. That came out of the middle of his Grey Nichols bat and down to the rope for 4. So, Australia at the end of the over, 4 for 140 with Head up to 39. Welcome back to SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by a local. And just back on the mango. So yesterday, Crumbs Bakery gave us this massive box of bakery treats. It was
insane. Yeah, I think I took a picture. I should post it online.
So the mangoes today, they're from one of our listeners in the Caribbean. We're going to 8 different radio stations through the Caribbean, and we'll call it a friend of Andrew's.
Well, everybody is.
Just in appreciation for the coverage that we're doing for West Indian cricket, have brought up a whole group of mangoes, a box of mangoes for us. So I was thinking coming here that I might have been able to lose a bit of weight. That was the hope. But a combination of the buffet breakfast and the stuff that's been set up here, I'm 0 chance. As Graves comes into the attack, and Webster will get a single off the front foot, playing the square drive out to the sweeper. So there's some issues.
No, just for your sake, Whitey. So we were told earlier that the elevator, so we're on the 4th level, for those of us listening. The elevator wasn't working. So then I pulled the lovely guy downstairs, Nick, who's in charge of the media center, and I said, hey, I think there are a few in the Australian media who can do with losing some weight. So don't let them know that the elevator is working again. So he's kept it hush-hush. It is working, Whitey.
Good.
Actually, I mean, it is not working.
No. See, this is the sort of thing that where Bryce will go up an escalator. Bryce will go up the stairs while I go up an escalator. Bryce wants to go up the stairs when there's a lift. It sort of embarrasses me a little bit.
Bryce has never taken a shortcut in his life.
No. Well, no, that's not true, actually. Graves bowls here around the wicket.
Tell me
driven
more.
Back to the bowler on the bounce. So, you know where so this is the difference between Bryce and I about shortcuts. So this morning, we're staying in the same hotel, and he decided, we're staying at Divi South Winds Beach Resort, which is about 20 minutes from here. Beautiful, beautiful hotel. So Bryce decides that he's going to have a really tough workout this morning in the gym. And so by the time he's ready to have breakfast, he's only got 10 minutes before we've got to leave. So his shortcut was his buffet breakfast. I'm not taking a shortcut on a buffet breakfast.
Ah, right.
So you see, his shortcut was breakfast.
Fair enough.
Mine was very much not going to the gym. Head nearly chops on. He pushed forward with a little bit of hesitation, took the inside edge and went past the pad, but importantly, past the stumps to fine leg and got a single. But that was played very awkwardly, and again, it's Graves that's giving the most concern. That ball seaming back in from around the wicket to the left-hander, 4 for 142.
Almost feels like that just half a yard pace or less pace that he has gets them to make mistakes or make more mistakes. You can see Travis Head has not poked at anything so far, but the moment Graves has come in, that was probably the one loose shot he's played all morning, except the one where he was dropped, of course.
Webster back on strike. Graves bowls. Webster pushes forward as far as he could. That big stride in, and it went away to cover.
That's, again, the best sign if you're watching Bo Webster bat. When he gets that front foot out, and he doesn't have to bring it out as much as, say, someone not as tall as him, but once he starts getting that front foot out, meeting the ball off the front foot, that's a good sign. That's when he's in complete control of his batting.
4 for 142. Graves again closer to the stumps. Webster again lunging forward. That's what it is. It's a real lunge. Because he's such a tall man, when he comes forward, if there is just that little bit of uneven bounce and it shoots a bit low, he's got to be really careful that he isn't hit on the pad, and he's got to just get that little bit lower. And he found the middle of the batting defence on that occasion. Stays at 4 for 142. So the lead for Australia now 132. And they are just one ball away from getting through the first hour and to the drinks break without losing a wicket. Graves bowls. Webster pushing forward again confidently to cover point in defensive mode. Well done, Bo Webster. Well done, Travis Head. They've got through the first hour. There was that drop chance, so Travis Head has survived. He's had a life. He's still there on 40. Bo Webster on 41. Australia 4 for 142 as drinks come onto the field.
Shamar from the Ghana end bowls here. Head aerial up over the top of cover. Deep point won't have a chance to cut it off. Into the
So we're back. 142 for 4. First hour producing 50 runs. And importantly, in terms of Australia's perspective, they've not lost a wicket. The West Indies had a chance to actually get a wicket. In fact, when the score was 107, Head was put down by Graves at second slippy. He's supposed to be one of the better fielders in the West Indies side. That didn't happen. But it's a situation where the Australians have taken the first hour and they will feel that at 142 for 4, with two batsmen firmly entrenched now in Head on 40 and Webster on 41, they're doing rather well.
They are doing very well, and what we're seeing is, and it was so important how that first hour was going to play out. If Head and Webster could deny the bowling, then what may happen, and what we're seeing is a bit of fatigue come in. The paces have come back down a little bit, Andrew, and we're also seeing just a few over-pitch deliveries, a few mistakes happening from a bowling perspective. The whole crew have been immaculate to this point. A bowling unit by the West Indies, they have bowled, certainly exceeded my expectations. They've been spot on, but now we're just seeing some tiredness, some weariness, and we're seeing the Australian players thrive in that situation. Another important hour, and you're not going to believe it. We're going to see some spin for the first time.
Yep.
I'm happy. Are you happy with this?
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree. And I want to agree with you in terms of the, I don't know if to say lack of energy this morning, but you didn't get that drive from the West Indies fast bowlers. Looking a bit tired. In fact, Alzari Joseph was just thereabouts, and we didn't see the same aggression from Shamar Joseph. So he's now decided to bring his vice captain to the side. In fact, the West Indies in the first innings, when Australia batted, had 56 overs and 5 balls, and now he's going to bowl the 46th over. So Jamal Warwick, the hero of Pakistan, and the vice captain of the West Indies side will bowl from the northern end, and the day now pregnant with golden sunshine. 142 for 4 with a slip. There's a backward point on the boundary, extra cover mid-off. On the onside, there's a square leg. Short mid-wicket, there's a mid-wicket, and a man down at forward square in the boundary. Comes up now, Warkan, and bowls to head is forward and drives to cover 4 runs. Easy as that. Pitched up, lovely shot, reaching for it. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, on the reach. Wasn't a bad length delivery, but head was up to it. Reaching out and with hands further out beyond his front leg, slapped it through cover for 4.
Here's Warkan again, comes in, bowls to head is onto the front foot. That's a much better delivery. Pitch in the off stump, just pushes up towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run. 146 for 4. Head is on 44, and Warkan is in and bowls to him. He's on the back foot. Will get runs as he pushes out towards cover. Will contemplate the second. Will get it to his backward point. Has to move across to pick it up. That's Casey Carty. Moving from backward point to cover. And Head is back for his second to go to 46. And this is what batsmen dream about, just getting through that first period when things could be tight. Spinners come on. You can see now Head, who's on 46, looking to free his hands here. He's 148 for 4. And Warkan, left arm spinner, from the northern end, comes in, bowls to Head. Head is onto the front foot. That's one given a lot of air. And he blocks up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run. You must give the Australians a lot of credit, because it could have been so much different this morning. Here's Warkan, comes in and bowls. He's onto the front foot. One on the line of that leg stump. Head pushes to short mid-wicket. There's no run. One left in the over. 148 for 4. Head is 46. Warkan is in and bowls to him. He's onto the front foot. Drives the ball up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up to end his first over. At the end of it, Head is 46. Webster's got 41. 148 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington. Well, of course, Barbados with a population of 285,000, the most easterly of the Caribbean islands. Sure, we've got a chance before you leave to maybe go around the country. Oistins tonight, that's a big occasion. Of course, in St. Lucia, there's Gros Islet, but in Barbados, you go to Oistins. Here's Graves, comes up now, he's in and bowls to Webster. Webster's onto the front foot, not thinking about Oistins. Looking to make sure that the Australians are very good. Of course, largely of coral formation and surrounded by white sandy beaches, so you get a chance to maybe go to the beach. Some people feel this game won't go the 5 days. Independence Day, November the 30th. Of course, that was back in 1966 when we became independent. And of course, you're just around Kadooment time, which is just around the corner, the first Monday in August. Looking forward to that as well. Here's Graves in bowls, and the ball is outside the off stump. And there's Webster, who looks a good player, just steers it down to backward point to get a single. And with that, he now goes up to 42. It's up to 149 for 4. Of course, it's the first Monday in August. Famous Barbadian Crop Over Festival. Keeping awareness of the old traditions of Barbados. And you are in St. Michael, the 11 parishes St. Michael, of course, the most populated of the parishes there. The 11, I'm a countryman from St. Philip. Of course, there's Christchurch, St. Michael, St. James, St. Peter, St. Andrew. You would have had your wonderful dinner at the Cliff. That's in St. James.
Yes.
Wonderful. And of course, you're staying in Christchurch at Divi.
Yes.
They're treating you well, aren't they?
Unbelievably well.
Wonderful.
We are spoiled. The Divi Southwinds Beach Resort.
Here we go. Round the wicket. It's Graves as he moves in to bowl to head into this delivery. Head is forward and drives to the offside. Lovely shot, 4 runs. And what a way to bring up the 50. Spitting the extra cover element off. He raised the bat. Travis Head. Beautiful batting. He's got 50. And the Aussies 153 for a loss of 4.
50 runs off 77 deliveries. And he's really been the standout in this whole fixture. Back-to-back 50s. One in the first innings. He got to 59 off 78 deliveries. 50 now off 77. He just finds a way to score, and when he wants to score, he finds gaps like that. He rarely hits the ball to the fielder. Such is the precision of Travis Head.
When he was dropped and he was 21, he gets one which is on the line of the middle stump, comes right across the stump, so the bat is broad as Bridgetown, pushes up towards that mid-off area. The bowler comes across to pick it up. Of course, you are just on the outskirts of Bridgetown, the principal commercial centre, and of course, I mean, there's so many lovely places to go. You may get a chance to do that. Harrison's Cave, Culpeper Island, that's a wonderful place to go. And of course, Lime Grove, which is relatively new. That's just a half an hour's drive from here. Here's the delivery, which is outside the off stump, off the back foot, stroked away. You just begin to free his hands now after all the pressure of yesterday afternoon and early this morning. Batting with a great deal more freedom. And with that, he goes to 51. And Australia start in the morning at 92 for 4. They've gone to 154 for a loss of 4.
Both players have done exceptionally well. This is a terrific partnership, given the trend of the game and the wicket and the ball that's been swinging around. All bowlers, all fast bowlers particularly, have been using the breeze to their advantage, and it's a terrific partnership blossoming.
Here's a delivery which is on the line of the off stump as Graves is bowling from the southern of the ground, and there's Webster coming right across the stumps, playing the ball nicely out towards cover to end the over. At the end of it, 154 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington. All right, so 154 for the loss of 4. And it's going to be Jamal Warkan, who was the star in Pakistan. He's going to see what he can do as his second over. Born in St. Vincent in the Grenadines. He's in and bowls. And off the back foot goes Head. The ball follows him. And he plays hurriedly into the offside. Down towards the cover area. There's no run. 154 for 4. Warkan from the northern end, bowls to Head. Head is coming forth, turns the ball away into the onside, down towards that forward square area. Brathwaite skips across the umpire, moving from backward square to forward square to pick it up. Head can't score. He's got 51. It's 154 for 4. Here is Warkan. He's in and bowls to him. He's on the back foot. Will get a single. There's plenty of real estate in the offside now. Just finding peace as the ball goes down towards the cover area. Carty comes off the boundary in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. The batsman will get a single. With that, it means that Head goes to 52. Webster's on 42. He's really batted very well. Webster has been an important cog in Australia's wheel here. And he just draws away now, settles, and Warkan again comes in. He's in and boasts, and he's onto the foot. Having to stretch for that. That's a good delivery. Beautifully flighted. It's got the reach to get, then just plays it out towards that short extra cover area. There's no run. 2 to come in the over. 155 for the loss of 4. Here is Warkan in bows to Webster. Webster is looking to lap the ball. We'll get a run as it goes down towards the final leg area. The captain, Roston Chase, has to move from the slip position to pick it up. The batsmen have time for one. So with that, it means that Webster goes to 43. Head has got 52. And it's going to be Warkan. These are worrying signs for the West Indies here. These two are firmly entrenched in the region's mecca. Here we go. As Warkan again comes up now, he's in. And to this delivery, he's onto the front foot. That's head pushes out towards that short mid-wicket here to end the over. At the end of it then, head is 52. Webster's got 43. It's 4 for 1, 56, which is the latest score at Kensington. So 156 for 4, and it's going to be Graves, the medium pacer, to continue. Operating from the southern end, comes into bowl to Webster. Webster's off the back foot, stays at square in the offside, down to backward point. There's a fielder protecting the boundary. That's Jaden Seals, the batsman, have time to come through for one to carry the score to 156 for 4.
Webster getting himself into a good position there and playing the ball late square. Question off the text machine here, probably best answered by you, I think, Andrew, from Chris. Hard to no, that's not the one. That's from Sean, actually. There was a question on the Chase game, which is a show back in Australia the other night, quiz game, that says Barbados means, and things have gone a bit, the bearded ones. Yep. Too many people over there have beards. A lot of people have beards.
You know, in Jamaica, there's the land of wood and water. I'm sure that he'll tell you a bit about that. No, that's not true.
Wood and water, the land of beards.
The land of wood and water in Jamaica, there's no question. But in fact, in the Caribbean, it's so interesting because in Barbados, we are Barbadians, but we also are referred to as Bajans. In Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidadians, they call them Trinis.
Okay.
Yeah. And in Jamaica, you have the Jamaicans, some people call them Jamaicans.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting. We're going to take you up when we go to Jamaica. I'll tell you, we got some wonderful places up there. And of course in Grenada as well. Pitch stop, the batsman is coming forward, drives the ball away down towards that mid-off area. There's no run. I really hope you get an opportunity to go around the island. I will certainly be your tour guide. Barrett will be the driver.
Yeah.
Although we got to buy some insurance, extra insurance if that happens. But it's a wonderful country on the east coast of Barbados. I mean, if you get a chance to go around there, of course, tonight there's oystins. And, crop over. You're not going to be here for crop over, but the fetes have already started.
Yeah.
Yes, celebration of the crop. Here is a delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump. Graves going round the wicket. A little bit of inward movement there.
Swing in the air.
Yeah, beautiful. And the score is kept on 157 for loss of 4. Just want to ask the question, though, in terms of the pitch. How is it played today?
It's looking a little tired. There's been a few deliveries that have kept down a bit.
I think so.
Ultra consistent with the bounce.
Mm-hmm.
A few have got a little tired. Occasionally one stood up, but nothing spectacular in that direction. But a few have kept down, and accordingly Travis Head has been a bit more watchful as he's generally just flays the ball through the offside with some true bounce, but he's been a bit cautious.
And to this delivery's on the front. This has been a top-class knock from him because it's not been easy batting this pitch, and he's really done a great job batting with steely resolve. It just pushes out towards cover. There's no run. I got a question for you. If you had to rate this pitch 1 out of 10, what would you give it?
I think the pitch has been good. I don't think it's contributed necessarily to the low scores. I think as a test wicket, is a 7 okay?
7, okay.
But how do you... Look, do you judge it by a ton of runs?
Okay.
And you give it a high score for a ton of runs? Well, I don't.
Here's Graves, comes in, bows to head to this delivery. He's forward and drives well. That's a powerful shot up towards that extra cover area. Flowing now is Travis Head. That goes quickly up towards that wide bit off area. He's got 52. Webster's on 44. It's 157 for 4, which is the latest score at Kensington. Well, having travelled around the world, Bart joins me, a good friend of mine. Your favourite venue around the world?
In the world?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is that a fair question?
No, it's and I don't have to think too hard to give you that answer. It is biased. It's the Adelaide Oval.
Oh, okay.
Has to be.
Okay. I'll ask you why. It's going to be working to continue. He's got a slip and the leg slip now in operation. It's 157 for 4. He's going to bowl round the wicket to the right-handed Webster, who's really batted well. He's got 44. He's in. And both to Webster. Webster's onto the front foot. One pitch to the offside. Pitch to cover. There's no run. Yeah.
No.
Why Adelaide?
I mean, you just fly as you land into Adelaide, Andrew. When you do next, I'll tell you where to sit. The window side on the left-hand side.
Here's Warkan. He's in and bowls. Off the back foot goes Webster and pushes up towards that mid-off here. There's no run.
And as the flight descends into Adelaide, you just look over to your left. Hey, you see the beautiful city of Adelaide, the hills.
Right.
And then you see the greatest venue in the world, the Adelaide Oval.
Here is Warkan. He's in and bowls. And Webster's four. That's beautifully bowled. Given some air. Coming onto the front foot, pushes to extra cover. There's no run.
I'm being judged by the Victorian next to me who played all his cricket at the MCG. But the MCG is an arena.
You like the MCG, yeah? Okay.
No, I mean MCG is an arena.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Adelaide Oval is a venue. It's something very
It is special. It is special.
Here's Warkan again. Bowls to Webster, who's got 44 into this delivery. Down the pitch when he gets there, drives. Warkan off stop. Good bit of work. Had that gone past him to gone down towards long off for 1, but he got his body behind it and stopped it. 157 for 4.
The change in the field has got Webster batting differently here. There's a leg slip and a slip in play, so he can't paddle sweep now. He's got to drive the ball.
Yeah, he's onto the front foot. This is good bowling by Warkan. Pushes out towards the extra cover area. There's no run.
So it's a good strategy. The long off is back, and that's fine, and a sweeper out on the offside and deep square. But he has to drive to score now. He can't just use the pace and paddle on a wicket that might bite and turn. Yes. So it brings in the catches at short cover, short mid-wicket, a caught and bowled. And now he's put long on back. Now, he's not worried about getting hit over the top there. He's just saying drive harder. It'll bring in the slip as well and the wicket-keeper.
He's in and bowls. He's onto the front foot. And again, this is good bowling by Warkan.
Yeah, good.
KG, the batsman, just pushes out towards that cover area to end the over. Good over for Warkan. And at the end of the over, 157 for loss of 4. And that's the latest score at Kensington Oval.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins, Barrett Sundaresan with you. What a important morning this has been for the Australians. The lead advancing to 147. No further loss. They started at 4 for 92. Head up to 52. Facing Graves here away from us. Marshall N tucks around the corner. Waits it well enough to consider a second. Thinks better of it. 53 for him. We're into the 51st over. Webster 44 at 4 for 158. Badge, got a guest.
We do.
We've spoken a lot on the coverage. We've spoken a lot on the coverage, especially when we're away from home. I go to great lengths to explain that we only get to come and do these trips because of our commercial partners. And Henley Holmes have been with SEN Test Cricket since day dot. Tony Blackshaw, who's the chief executive of Henley Holmes, is here in Barbados, in Bridgetown, in the commentary box. Hello, Tony.
Thanks very much for the intro, Adam. It's what a wonderful spot to watch your cricket from, to start with.
Tell me about it. Graves, the all-rounder, 2 catches behind the wicket, bowls to Webster on the front foot, pushing wide a bit off. There won't be a single no run. Yes, that important part of the piece when you're working in this kind of show, isn't it, Baz? Is that
correct?
We get to live our dreams and work on these broadcasts and hopefully bring something back to Australians who are listening and those around the world on Caribbean radio as well. It doesn't work unless you've got the backing of the station and the backing of the partners. So, Tony, to start our conversation, just wanted to thank you sincerely for letting us do this. It makes a world of difference.
Thanks very much, Adam, and I'd just like to say how important the partnership with SEN and cricket is for Henley.
Graves up, bowls to Webster, the right-hander, steers it into the onside where there won't be a single.
Yeah, I mean, we're so grateful. There are times when Adam and I are there on a beach in the Caribbean or at Golf Fort or Pakistan, which was a country that Australia hadn't gone in so long, and then we have to pinch ourselves and be grateful for what we're allowed to do, thanks to you, Tony. So.
And what I love about spending time with you around the world, Tony, is you are a cricket badger. You're as bad as we are.
Yeah, worse at times.
Halfway through the over, pulls out here, Graves. So great to be able to get the game with you and see the different conditions it's played in, right? It's one of the joys of Test cricket is a match here is so radically different to those countries you referred to before, Baz.
Yeah, and just looking at Tony, he looks like someone who sat in the sun in Barbados and watched 2 days of Test cricket.
Graves will just turn at the top of his mark into his 11th over. Picked up wicket late yesterday. Bowls here. Webster forward in defence. Looks increasingly comfortable. More by the ball.
Has looked a bit easier this morning, hasn't it?
Yeah. I think that's the reality of Australia making the most at last of a drop catch.
Yes, finally.
So 7 drop catches across the 3 days. And the previous 6 didn't ever really feel like they damaged them too badly. But the 7th, Travis Head put down on 19 earlier today by the man who's bowling now, Graves, who was at second slip at the time, arrives and bowls, and Webster goes back to a ball that comes back off the seam, places it to point, Warrican, the vice-captain, does the fielding at point, no run.
Yeah, he was one guy who couldn't afford to drop because of what he does. And I think, the verdict should be out that Travis Head has been the most important batter for Australian Test cricket for the last 3-4 years, alongside Steve Smith. But even at times when Steve Smith had that run when he wasn't scoring hundreds the way we were used to, it has been Travis Head, and dropping him has come back to bite the West Indies.
So continuing here from the Malcolm Marshall end, last ball of the over, Graves bowls here, leg stump line, helped a long leg for 1. Webster will move to 45 and retain the strike as well at 4 for 159. The lead's 149 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Henley Holmes, Adam Collins, Merritt Sundaresan, Tony Blackshaw from Henley with you on the coverage. John Warrican will continue from the Joel Garner end. I think this is our 51st Test in a row we've done for the Australian team. Probably another 15 England Test matches, different points in time as well. Warrican, 4th over, round the wicket, left arm spin, bowls here. Webster well forward in defence. So if you can, Tony, detail the importance of the relationship to your company and where you think there is that synergy that continues to make it a winner for you.
I'll just wait for this.
As Warrican delivers, wide of the crease, defends.
Well, we know that we have a big cohort of Southern Asians who buy homes from us in Australia, and we know how much they love their cricket. So to be able to do this coverage is great for our brand.
Warrican's bowling really wide on the crease, left arm orthodox, that's flat, it's a dart, and Webster wants to smash it but ends up clunking it back to the bowler.
And it's not just cricket in Australia, it's cricket in India, it's cricket in England. And I think SEN are just doing a fantastic job as a premier broadcaster of cricket on the radio in Australia and around the world.
Webster facing up on 45. 67 wicketless runs this morning. It'll stay there. That's a much better ball. Flights it up, Baz, and brings him forward. Just gets to the pitch of it with that big stride the Tasmanian enjoys at that height.
Yeah, I think he's become a much better bowler than what Australia would have seen of him 10 years ago. He was more a dart bowler back then.
I remember watching him bowl in Antigua in 2015 in a President's 11 game. And he bowled himself into the Test team at Dominica to make his debut there. 2 left in the over. Bowls again here. Webster for the second time in the over has to really reach to get it out to cover. Well bowled.
And that's what they're trying to do. Bryce mentioned it. Because of the leg slip, you can't play the paddle. So they want him to reach out and hit the ball straight in the air to that short cover.
He had to play in that test match at Tasmania, got early wickets, and Australia made squillions. Last ball here, leg stump line, pushed into the onside. A useful maiden complete at 4 for 159, leads 149. Head 53, Webster 45 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Henley Holmes, taking us around the world. We're off to Grenada next week together as well, which will be fun.
It will be a lot of fun.
I think we're all staying within about 50 metres of each other there, where it's in that capital where the main street is the...
Correct, yeah.
A bit like Dominica, where that's what you get.
That's
not much going on beyond the strip.
Rainforest elsewhere.
Yeah. So a different kind of experience. Part of the diversity and coverage we've been able to bring from Rawalpindi to Karachi to Lahore in India. Then we've been to, where have we been, Baz? Ahmedabad.
Lots of Gaul tests.
Indoor. Gaul, of course, lots of times.
Yeah, England, New Zealand.
England, New Zealand, which we did all around the UK in 2022. England, India in 2021. And, of course, lots of home test matches. The Ashes of 23, a couple of World Test finals. Shamar Joseph back on. Ran the wicket first ball. Travis Head gets it fine. Fine enough for 4 as well. So first ball back in the attack. First opportunity for Head to get on top of Shamar here. He's up to 57. That takes the lead to 150. 153 to be precise at 4 for 163.
Yeah, felt like a loser from Shamar. He hasn't bowled too many deliveries like that in this test match. Easy pickings for Travis Head. Just had to make sure that it went fine and that ball flew away off this pretty slow outfield. So, yeah, the runs are coming thick and fast, and that's been the damaging thing from a West Indian perspective.
So Shamar, can he dig deep one more time? 2 men in the cordon. Bowls here. Head goes back and tries to locate a gap in the covers, but there won't be one there. We've seen Head do this plenty of times, Tony, together, where he's been able to, against the flow of play, turn a test match in Australia's favour.
Yeah, again, in this test match, he's probably the one player who's been able to time the ball quite well, as whereas so many other players have struggled, and every run seems hard fought, but he's just he's very different.
I would love to know about your experiences growing up listening to radio commentary, Tony.
It's been a strong theme of the week, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Telling our stories as kids. Listening to series like this, Shamar Joseph wants to bowl, but then as he gets to his gather, he pulls out and he'll go back to his mark.
Well, I think you're always influenced by your parents and the stories that my dad would tell. Listening to Bradman's exploits in the UK on the radio, and then we were always a family where the TV commentary was turned down and the radio was on. So listening to Alan McGilvray, I think, was the biggest influence on me enjoying cricket.
Here is Shamar bowling to Travis Head, who chops down hard and beats Gully. 4 runs, bad fielding. Through the hands of the man in the gully. He went to his left. It's been a chopping, changing cordon throughout the week. It's Graves again. I think part of the problem has been is that they've not settled in their positions. They've been all over the shop. They've dropped 7 catches. Now they're misfielding boundaries. It takes Australia to 4 for 167. Head into the 60s and the lead to 157.
You would just wonder where this test match would be, and the 100 partnership as well between these two. The first one for this match. So kind of tells you as well how difficult batting has been. But if only the West Indian slip cordon in particular had supported their bowlers.
Not least with Shamar. He's up here bowling to Travis Head again. Around the wicket, and he wants to drive, but it hits the bottom quartile of the bat, you could say. Right towards the bottom of the edge anyway, and it comes back to the bowler, no run. So which is the first series that you remember tuning into in the middle of the night?
It was probably the 72 series, England and Australia. And I'm a Ian Chappell fan. He actually had a great series, and the emergence of Lilly, the Massey 16 wickets.
16 on debut at Lords, a remarkable thing. Shamar for the second time in the over pulls out.
And Ian Chappell being a much more attacking captain than his predecessor, and starting a golden age of Australian cricket before the West Indies took over.
Yeah, what a series that was, with Australia under the pump, 1-0 down, then to Lords. The innings that Greg Chappell describes as his best ever at Lords in 72. Yep. I think every shot was in the V, wasn't it? Did not play off the back foot once.
Art of batting.
Ian Chappell, who was told not to hook ever again, walked out and played a hook shot first ball. Shamar Joseph round the wicket. A third slip and a gully. Bowls here and heads forward, pushing to mid-on. No runs the call.
Yeah, that was a transitional Australian team as well, wasn't it? Just young Lilly, and the batting lineup was changing as well. Similar to where we are now in terms of the batting anyway.
I love this. G'day, Colo and Baz. Got to get some sleep soon to get the kids to footy in the morning, but this is absorbing. Love the call. Phone under the pillow. That's from Chris in Bateman's Bay. I totally get it, Chris. If I wasn't here, I'd have my phone under the pillow as well. You know what I'm like. 8 runs from the over so far. Last ball of it. Shamar hits him low. Keeps low gone. Leg before. Absolutely no doubt. Head's on his knees. He knows. He won't be reviewing that. We saw a couple shoot through in the first half an hour. And from round the wicket on the angle, Head was caught on the crease. It didn't get up. Hit him on the shin. Gone for 61. First wicket of the day. And just when Australia were really starting to assert themselves, the lead up to 157, it's Shamar Joseph who gets the breakthrough they desperately needed. Back shin gone.
Well, a wry smile on Travis Head's face as he walked back. Well, it had to be Shamar Joseph. It's always Shamar Joseph. He did it on the first afternoon when Travis Head was involved in a big partnership. Got rid of Usman Khawaja at that point, and this time he's got the main man. And two things to look at it as well. I mean, Australia will look at that delivery and go, well, we already have 157 on the board. If we can somehow get to 220, 230, we'll have a lot to play with, because that just shot along the ground. There was no chance of Travis Head. He's been seeing the ball so well this morning, but even he had no chance once the ball kept that low.
It does open up the door, doesn't it, Tony? If the Windies can get some more in the right place to new batters, with the pitch going up and down, the lead's 157. It won't be easy getting a lead of 200 if it continues to do things like that.
They definitely need to run through the Australians from here. I agree with Baz. If it's anything over 200, it's probably a bridge too far.
So Shamar Joseph back in the attack and back in the book. Got Constas yesterday and Travis Head here. Alex Carey walking out, having made 8 in the first innings a couple of days ago. One of the shots that stood out. Seeing this on replay, they're going to show the projection that was hitting middle. You know how sometimes you hit middle halfway up and it's a bit of an exaggeration. It's middle, This was literally middle halfway up. The middle of middle. Shamar Joseph running around with the gold chain on. Jamal Rocaine. Head was laughing when he hit him, so he knew. And that's the game when batting second, or batting in the second innings rather. Pitch playing its role. Warricane here, and he play his role. Bowls to Webster, won't with the first ball. He catches it on the full, knocks it out to deep cover for 1. He's 46, giving the strike to Carey. 5 for 168, lead 158.
Do not play the reverse sweep and get out Alex Carey.
Yes, last week at Lords to Keshav Maharaj. First ball he faced off him following the tea break on day 1.
Really opened the door, didn't it?
Yeah, a collapse that followed a 5 for 12. Warricane to Carey. He's going to start with a slip leg slip mid-wicket, cover mid-off, deep backward point, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square on the rope. Bowls here over the wicket, sweeping Carey straight away, gets it fine to the deep backward square. Work to do, they'll return for a couple. So he's off the mark first ball with the shot that sometimes works for him. Most of the time it works for him.
It does.
But occasionally he's undoing, lead up to 160.
Yeah, I mean, outside Australia and England, probably this is a trend with him. He's always played a sweep of the first ball. But you do wonder how the Australian fast bowlers are reading that Travis Head dismissal. Like they would be seeing replays of it, where that ball pitched.
So the partnership of 102 broken. Warricane now in his 5th over. Left arm spin, bowls hit at Carey, sweeps again and gets a pass leg slip. But the deep backward square's gone finer, so only 1 this time. He's 3. 5 for 171.
You think Mitch Starc might be lining up to come from the Malcolm Marshall end? He could be pretty lethal if it's not going to get up.
Yeah.
They bowled so well, the Australians, to keep the Windies to 190. And we heard from Starc on our coverage last night, Tony, saying that they'll back themselves to defend anything at the moment, the way they're bowling. Warwick bowls here, Webster forward, bat and pad together, squeezing it not quite past cover. Nice piece of fielding in there by Craig Brathwaite, the former captain.
Different conditions, but after the inability, if you want to call it that, to defend 280 at Lords against South Africa, they'll want to get one back.
2 left here, Warwick. Bowls round the wicket to Webster, forward defending. Parting thoughts, Tony, before you and I make way in a sec?
It's just been a fantastic test match, and hope there's a few more twists before it's all over.
Terrific stuff.
Thanks, Tony.
We thank again Tony Blackshaw from Henley Homes for joining us for a chat over the last 15 minutes, and more importantly for his profound support of what we do here on SEN Test Cricket. Warwick to finish, and back goes Webster, knocks it on the head, out to point. End of the over. Adam White will take you through to lunch, replacing me with the score 5 for 171, lead 161. Carey's 3, Webster 46, and that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Australia 5 for 171 with Carey on 3, Webster 46. The last man out, Travis Head in the last. Shamar Joseph over the lead 161. And with Adam White and Bratson the race, and up until the luncheon break, 2 slips and a gully. Shamar Joseph around the wicket to Alex Carey. Carey pushes forward, thinking about a single that just dinked down on the offside. I've got to ask you, it's probably one for Andrew Mason, actually, who's just rejoined the coverage, because my dad has been listening in, and he sent me a text.
Can I just say, I wish I was part of your family. Everyone in your family is listening to our coverage. Seem to love what you're doing, Whitey.
Well, my dad.
All 3
yeah, well,
generations.
that's right. Exactly right. So, Andrew, my dad wanted to know about the pitch. So the soil, the sort of grass that's used, because we've spoken a lot about the pitch, but we haven't really explained to our listeners what the sort of surface it is and how similar it is potentially to what we see in Australia. Now, it's a quick ball that has Carey rushing, opening the blade into the gully. Because it has a look, it looks a bit like the SCG pitch from here.
Pitch.
A bit motley and whatever else. But talk to us about how they prepare the pitch.
Richard Prof Edwards, the former West Indies fast bowler, in fact, he would have gone to that 1962 tour. In fact, he was on my show a couple of weeks ago, talked about it. But there's been a significant change in the pitch over the years. I'll explain that after this delivery.
Shamar Joseph on the runway. The gold number 70 on his back. Carey driving firmly up to mid-off, but can't beat mid-off.
In the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, you know, when the greats Malcolm Marshall, Joe Garner bowled, we had a pitch that had some grass on it, rolled in, and it used to be very good in terms of even bounce. That was the thing about the Mecca. In the last, I suggest, 10, 15 years, it has changed. And we've had different curators. That is a problem, you know. Some curators don't know what they're doing.
Shamar Joseph again bowls. Carey is beaten. It sounded like there was a little bit of a noise there. Carey caught on the crease, fending at the ball outside off stump. It whizzed past. Fortunately, it missed the edge of the bat.
So he's just never been comfortable against Shamar Joseph in the 2 or 3 tests he's played against him. He's had his number. It seems to be, for someone who really seems rushed by pace, there's just something about Shamar Joseph's kiddiness that bothers Alex Carey. Sorry, Andrew, back to you.
No, it is true. And we've had a change. There was a guy called Boo. I don't know. Maybe that's...
Oh, the dreadlock guy?
Yeah. That's
took
your
me to
guy.
a Rasta temple once.
Oh, he did?
Anyway,
okay.
Story for another day.
Had your idols?
Shamar Joseph bowls. Carey takes the inside portion of the bat into the onside. They get a single into mid-wicket. So the grass, is it? Do you know, how good are you on the curating? Is it like a Bermuda type of grass that they use here?
It is. They use that.
And what about the soil?
And they roll it into the soil. It's a bit of a sandy kind of soil that they use from Christchurch, which your area. In fact, Richard Prophet was that actually made the recommendation. But what has happened since that? I'd say about 10 years ago, the pitch actually got a bit slower. And there's been a lot of talk about it. He's always under the microscope, Richard Prof. Edwards. And there's some people who feel that you don't know what's going to happen next as far as the Kensington pitch. It's not true as it used to be, I'd say, 20, 25 years ago.
Shamar Joseph back over the wicket, bowling to Webster, who nicely caresses the ball off the back foot out to deep cover for a single.
In fact, I'll say this to you. The overcomes.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. It's good. I like this. I love this chat. SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by a local 5 for 173. For 173, SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. So you were saying about the pitch?
Yeah, in fact, and with Kensington Oval, which was supposed to be the best pitch for a long time, you hear about the pitch in St. Lucia now. In fact, there's a saying, and I think it is true too, that the best pitch in the Caribbean now, in terms of bounce, is St. Lucia. And I know the Bajans don't like that because this is referred to as the region's Mecca. But to be honest with you, when I look around the Caribbean, I think the best pitch is in St. Lucia. And the players say that as well.
Seals bowls to Webster, who defends off the back foot into the gully.
We actually saw that during the T20 World Cup last year. I think St. Lucia, Australia played a couple of games there, but you could see there was more bounce and the fast bowlers had a bit of a say. Whereas here, even in the World Cup final, I mean, unless you were Jasprit Bumrah, the fast bowlers didn't get much out of this surface. So things have certainly changed. And, you know, the fact that there's a West Indian pace attack where one guy comes from Trinidad, one from Guyana, and from Antigua, and the spinner is the one who's from Barbados. Sounds very odd in itself. Very odd.
Seals pushing before the lunch break, bowling to Webster, who lunges forward and defends back to the bowler.
And the only reason I say that is historically, Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, the spinners would be from either Trinidad or Guyana, and the fast bowlers would be from Barbados and Jamaica. So that's been a big change.
Because it was Jamaica that almost polished the pitch where you see the reflection. Is that still the case? Or
No. Things have changed. Things have changed, really.
It's like playing on a mirror.
I may get into trouble for this, but I think it's almost like a hit and miss now with the creators. You're not quite sure what you're going to get. But there's a level of consistency in St. Lucia.
Seals again a bit wider on the crease, bowling to Webster, who's chopping down at that one back to mid-off. He was trying to play that through the covers.
The head curator is a guy called Ken Craft, and he's actually from St. Lucia, and he was here supervising the preparation of the pitch. He is actually employed by Cricket West Indies, so he goes around. And I'll tell you this, he's done a wonderful job in St. Lucia.
So it's not a... So you're saying here that the square, it's not a local soil. They brought the soil in from New Zealand.
No.
Christchurch, the region.
Right, okay.
No.
It's a long way to bring it from New Zealand.
Well, they do these things now. They bring in pictures from Australia to America. They just plonk them in the middle of the ground. Seals bowls to Webster. That one didn't bounce and it hit the pad. Maybe a bit of inside edge as well.
That's a nice one.
Dropped at his feet. I feel embarrassed now.
No. I think that's why he said Christchurch, where you're staying.
Okay.
That's the region.
So it's a clay soil. It's not a. It's not.
And it was recommended by Richard Prof. Edwards because Richie Richardson, who was then the captain of the West Indies team, blasted the pitch.
Yeah.
Malcolm Marshall, before he died, blasted Kensington Oval as well.
See, to me, the thing with this pitch, the uneven bounce is because the grass is so sporadic. There's patches of it, but there's also a lot of bare patches. Seals bowls hit a Webster, full ball that he drives into the covers, no run.
In the regional tournament that was played recently, Trinidad played against Barbados here, and the pitch was covered in grass. Jaden Seals was on that side, and the game ended in 2.5 days. Barbados lost.
There's a lot
and Barbados did not have any fast bowlers, had medium pacers.
There you go.
You had Kemal Roach.
Yeah.
You had Matthew Ford on the side as well. They had medium paces. I'm just trying to remember when last we produced a bowler with pace.
Genuine pace, yeah. It's been a while.
Oh, I'm thinking.
Darren Powell?
He's okay.
Seals bowls here to Webster. Hello to Pal, who's listening to the coverage somewhere in the West Indies. They get a single.
In fact, the time he's a rice farmer. He's a rice farmer in Jamaica.
End of the over, Webster up to 47 with that single, 5 for 173. I reckon we might have 2 more overs before lunch. SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Australia 5 for 174. Shamar Joseph into the attack again. To bowl to Bo Webster, who's 2 away from a half century. He chops this one down out to the man in the deep at point and gets a single. 1 away now from a half century for Belgravia Apparel. Quality New Balanced cricket teamwear. The leading wicket taker today, well, there's only been 1 wicket taken, and it has been by Shamar Joseph. Belgravia Apparel providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations around Australia.
Not the worst result for Shamar or West Indies that Webster's got a single of the first ball. I mean, this is Alex Carey. He's bats number 7 and averages in the mid-30s, but he's just early on in his innings against Shamar. He's looked a little edgy.
Joseph around the wicket, bowling to Carey, who's playing firmly back to the bowler. The issue with Carey, Barat, in this situation, with the pace of Joseph early in his innings, he gets caught on the crease a lot, and so with uneven bounce, the ball coming back into the left-hander, that's a concern.
It is, and I think also the backlift as well with Alex Carey. It's all about rhythm, isn't it? It's all about timing. His bat, the way he holds his bat up, especially against genuine skiddy pace, to get that bat down. He's been bowled quite a bit and while facing Shamar.
Carey slashing through the offside for 4. Joseph gave Carey width and he jumped into that one and he laced it through the offside out to the boundary. And that's what Alex Carey can do. He's up to 8 with that boundary.
No ball,
and it's a no ball as well, so the bonus thrown in. So Carey 8, Webster 49, 5 for 181. The lead now just continuing to skittle along. It's up to 171.
Yeah, that backlift also does allow him to just smash balls through covers, though. And the moment he saw with Alex Carey like he does,
now this is what frustrates me here. They're looking at the ball. Don't worry about the ball. Get this over in and another one. Australia want lunch now. They don't want to be facing deliveries.
Yep, you're right.
I mean,
this is just silly.
We saw 4 ball changes yesterday.
So there's 3 minutes till lunch, and now we're going to get a situation where they're going to check the ball, and we won't get the extra over.
I think they're going to change the ball as well.
Just bowl with it. Get another over in.
Yeah, but I think it also is up to the umpires, though, Whitey. I'll defend the West Indians here.
Don't show the umpire the ball.
Well, it is going to be a ball change.
Yep.
So
the Australians are sitting back going, oh, this is awesome. Here now I've only got 4 more balls till the lunch break rather than 10. Put Warricane on, crowd the bat for the last over and put a bit of pressure on.
But what if they just find the new ball which is hooping around like they have and he knocks him out?
Do that after lunch. Oh, it frustrates me.
Whitey, calm down.
Carey's just come to the wicket. He's faced 9 balls. He does not want to be facing balls before lunch.
But he does not want to face a new swinging ball either. And so far we've seen, Whitey, these new balls, the ones in the briefcase are all behaving.
I agree with you, but do that in 8 balls' time.
But what if he gets him out with this ball? Maybe he just needs one delivery with this new ball to knock him out. Just playing devil's advocate.
It just drives me crazy. The lack of urgency. Game awareness.
While we're getting another ball, the whole question of recent fast bowlers.
Yeah.
We can think of Fidel Edwards.
Yeah.
Interesting how he actually got into the West Indies mix-up. He was actually bowling in the nets as a net bowler to Lara. And he was so quick. Lara said, but hold on, this guy has got to play. And Lara, who was then the captain, of course, made the recommendation. Fidel Edwards actually got into the West Indies team and in his first match got a 5-wicket haul.
He did.
I mean, tremendous.
Yep, and Pedro Collins' his cousin, wasn't he?
Yeah, Pedro Collins' his cousin as well. Tino Best, your favorite fast bowler.
I think he was probably the quickest in the last.
Yeah, he was sharp.
From Barbados.
But Kimar was sharp when he first started.
Yeah, the famous delivery to Ricky Ponting that Adam White remember.
And that got him into the IPL at $900,000, but only played 2 matches.
Correct.
Remember that?
That's right. Yeah, and I think it's been so now you're seeing more fast bowlers coming through from Trinidad.
Yeah.
Antigua obviously has always produced the likes of Roberts and Ambrose.
Just looking at the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. They have the forensic view of the ball, and it didn't fit through the ring, so they have changed it.
Okay.
So Shamar has 5 balls now with this ball because of the no ball.
Around the wicket, here he comes, firing in, bowls to Carey, it rushes Carey, but he keeps it out, defending on the onside.
I can't help but play umpire, that's wrong. That should have been the 3rd legal ball of the over. Shouldn't it?
So there was an extra no ball that was.
Oh, there's an extra no ball.
So it went 1 no ball, 4 no ball dot.
Oh, so that was a no ball as well.
Okay.
All right, we didn't pick that.
4 balls left before lunch. The lead 171, Webster 49, Carey 8.
I'm always impressed with the stamina of someone like Shamar Joseph. He's always given 150%. He's running in here. Haven't gotten rid of Travis Head, looking for the wicket just before the break.
It's such a long run up. It's like he runs as fast as he can, gets to the crease, bowls, Carey defends into the covers. It's all eye with Alex. He's neither really forward or back. I talked before about sometimes he can get caught on the crease, but in that case, despite the ball being bowled at 140 kilometres an hour, he finds the middle of the bat without sort of any issues at all.
And this round the wicket angle, we speak about Shamar's extra pace, but everyone from Jimmy Anderson onwards has troubled him with this round the wicket angle. He's been bowled through the gate quite a bit.
3 balls left until lunch. 5 for 181. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Around the wicket, Carey playing well, just nudging it away on the offside this time to cover.
Yeah, I wonder, they will be speaking a lot about this pitch. Is it the pitch because of which Australia have made batting look easier? Having said that, I mean, what if Graves had hung on to that catch off Travis Head early? You would be talking a different game by now.
I mean, we were talking about this on the new ball, Brad, about the top order, and you think, is it they're just not good enough at the moment, or is it the conditions? Tough to bat on. Mitchell Stark spoke about that, but really outside a couple of balls that kept low, Head and Webster have had no issues last night and again today, so maybe just the batting isn't good enough. Carey fends and misses.
Wow.
Prodding at that one, that was a bit wider than the other 2, and it drew Carey in. And we saw Carey get out similarly in the first innings on the stroke of tea on day 1. Right. So he'll certainly remember that, and I'm sure the West Indians will as well.
Yeah, he'll be thinking 1 ball. Hopefully it's full and wide and I can just throw my bat at it and feel better about life.
So really happy to see Shamar bowling because in recent times he's had injuries. Looks very good indeed.
2 slips in a gully. Last ball before lunch. Shamar Joseph bowls. Carey drives firmly. Can't beat mid-off. Alzari Joseph does the fielding. And we've got to the first break on day 3. And at lunch, Australia 5 for 181 with Webster on 49, Carey on 8. So they resumed, the Australians, at 4 for 92. So I'm really poor at maths, but how many is that for the session? That is 81
runs.
plus 89 runs from 29 overs. 24 overs with the 1 wicket to fall of Travis Head. Before we take a break for lunch and head back to Matt Donald in the SEN studios, a word from Bharat Sundaresan and also from Andrew Mason.
Now, Australia will breathe a little easier. They're still a long way away from safety, but with the lead of 171 and Webster looking as good as he has in his nascent test career, they certainly will feel like this is one session that they desperately needed to go their way. It has, thanks to the efforts of Travis Head, Bo Webster, the West Indian slip catching. But just when you thought Australia or Head and Webster could drag this game completely away from West Indies, that man Shamar Joseph comes back, and with the delivery that would have interested the Australian bowlers, gets rid of Travis Head. The ball just shot along the ground, trapped Travis Head in front of his stumps. Travis Head responded with laughter and a wry smile. But Alex Carey has survived this testing spell from Shamar Joseph, and Australia would think with 171 ahead, 5 wickets in hand, they probably might have just, for at this stage, taken the driver's seat in this game.
I agree with that assessment. I think this has been an important session, perhaps the most important session in the test match, given the fact that we've had low scores so far, because it could be different. But the West Indies dropping that catch, when Head was on 21. It was at 107 for 4. Could have been really a different situation. But you got to give credit to the Australians. I really like the performance of Webster, player who battled with a lot of maturity. And it's been a very important, crucial session for them. And with a lead of 171 with 5 wickets in the bag, I would suggest that Australia are ahead.
I tell you what, we'll explore this a little bit more with the new ball later on today, Bharat. But Bo Webster's doing an awfully good job.
Yep.
And good luck getting him out of this team.
Oh, yeah, very much so. Bo Webster for number 3.
Well, but this is the thing, is that it's like but when Cameron Green gets back bowling again, he'll be the all-rounder.
No,
Bo's
no
got
guarantee of that, no.
But you're thinking now, well, Bo's doing very well.
In back-to-back test matches as well now, after having impressed on debut. So
And doing well in Sydney. He just keeps lifting the bar on our own expectations, I guess, of Bo Webster. Okay, lunch here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados, and at lunch, Australia sitting at 5 for 181. So 89 runs coming from 24 overs. The wicket of Travis Head for 61 LBW to Shamar Joseph. After getting 59 in the first innings, he was dropped earlier today on 21, which might prove to be very costly. Shamar Joseph, the only multiple wicket taker on the field for the West Indies, 2 for 42. We'll be back in just over half an hour of now, but for the moment, from Barbados, it's back to Matt Donald in the SEN studios.
Shamar. The gunner end bowls here, head aerial up over the top of cover. Deep point won't have a chance to cut it off. Into the rope it goes. Cavalier, 2 slips in the gully. Bowls to Webster, driving through the covers for 4. That is a beautiful shot. Top of the bounce, trusting his swing. Yet to go short, Joseph. Round the wicket to head. Bowls here, head. Edges and drops at second slip. Can you believe it? I simply can't.
Alzari Joseph starts a new over and Head says thank you.
That's gone.
Half volley through the covers, 4 runs.
Graves, as he moves into bowl to head into this delivery, head is forward and drives to the offside. Lovely shot, 4 runs. And what a way to bring up the 50. Spitting the extra cover helmet off.
Shamar bowling to Travis Head, who chops down hard and beats Gully. 4 runs, bad fielding. Through the hands of the man in the gully. 8 runs from the over so far. Last ball of it. Shamar hits him low, keeps low gone, leg before. Absolutely no doubt. Head's on his knees, he knows.
Carey slashing through the offside for 4. Joseph gave Carey width and he jumped into that one.
The lunch break. SEN Test Cricket's coverage of the Frank Worrell Series. It is lunch on day 3 at Kensington. Matthew Donald with you here during the lunch break, guiding your way through the interval here. And Australia have worked hard in this first session to to put themselves in a very strong position as we approach the halfway point of this Test match. They currently sit at 5 for 181, a lead of 171 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Travis Head and Beau Webster doing significant damage for the Aussies and proving a vital partnership at this point in a match where runs have been notoriously difficult to come by thus far. It'll be interesting to see how the West Indies respond going forward into the afternoon session. If you do want to get involved in the conversation at any point throughout the course of the lunch interval, the number is 0433 98 11 16. My apologies. If you want to get involved, let us know where you're tuning in as well. Of course, we've had lots of people contributing around the land over the past couple of days across the world. People in all sorts of countries doing all sorts of things. So let me know where you are tuning into or tuning in from. We'll go through a call of the card here. So the Aussies started the day at 4 for 92. They had a lead of 82 runs, and it was Webster and Travis Head at the crease. And the big moment came just a couple of overs into the match. Travis Head dropped on 21. And it was edged to second slip. It was Graves who put the chance down. It's the West Indies' 7th drop of the match. So they've had some real issues in terms of the outfield. The Windies, they've been very good with ball in hand in terms of bowling, and they struggled a bit with the bat, as the Aussies have throughout the large portions of their innings, aside from Chase and Hope in the middle order. But in the field, they've put some chances down, some really good opportunities down, and it could prove costly. So Head was on 21 at the time, went on to make his half century, as you heard in the highlights there, at about the midway point of that first session on day 3. He was the only wicket to fall, though, in the session. Travis Head, LBW off the bowling of Shamar Joseph for 61 off 95 deliveries. It was a good length delivery from Joseph. The ball just kept very low, though. It caught everybody off guard. And Travis Head was wrapped on the pad. It was certainly not expecting the ball to dart low as it did. And he knew once it hit the pad that there was no point reviewing that one. So he didn't send that upstairs. He just accepted that was out and walked off the pitch. And that was it for the Windies. In terms of their only wicket, they've had a couple of chances, we said, with that drop off Travis Head. So that's 40 runs there. The Windies will 40 extra runs now that the Windies will have to chase down. So going through how the batting card and the bowling card looks to this point, the first man to fall was Usman Khawaja yesterday, 15 off 22 deliveries, LBW Alzari Joseph. Second man to go was his partner Sam Constas. Adam White described it last night, or yesterday morning, as the most entertaining 5 off 38 you've ever seen. And he was dropped a couple of times as well, was Constas. Cam Green, he was dismissed 15 off 47, caught chase of the bowling of Graves. Josh Inglis was also bowled by Seals, 12 off 33. He let one go and it cannoned into off stump. And then they were the 4 wickets that were taken yesterday, and just the 1 wicket to fall in that opening session here on day 3. Travis Head, LBW Shamar Joseph, 61 off 95 the deliveries. The 2 not out men at the crease at the moment. Beau Webster closing in on a half century. He's on 49 not out. Off 98 deliveries, so he's got a strike rate of exactly 50. Alex Carey arrived late in that session. He's currently 8 off 14. For the bowlers for the Windies, Jaden Seals, 13 overs, 1 for 36. Shamar Joseph, 17 overs, 2 for 42. Alzari Joseph, 11 overs, 1 for 42. Justin Graves, 11 overs, 1 for 38. And Jamal Warrican, who got a bit of a bowl in that session as well. 5 overs, no wicket for 12. So that's the card here, and that's how things stand at lunch on day 3. Australia working themselves into a promising position with a 171-run lead, 5 wickets in hand. And Bo Webster not out at the crease on 49. He'll be looking to tick off another milestone and another half-century for him. Shortly after the luncheon interval, of course, he did score a half-century in the World Test Championship as well in that first innings. He top scored for Australia there, so he'll be hoping to do the same again here at Kensington. Some other news going around the grounds in terms of sport. We'll start with the AFL. So the Western Bulldogs have moved up to 5th spot on the ladder after a narrow 9-point win over Sydney at the SCG earlier tonight. It was a really physical game. The Bulldogs shot out to a 28-point lead midway during the second term. The Swans bit back hard and actually claimed the lead early in the third term. Both sides enjoying momentum swings in that second half. But it was the Dogs who managed to hold sway. They led by 9 points at quarter time, or 9 points at half-time, three-quarter time and full-time. So it was a very even game, but the Dogs just proving too strong on the road. Young Joel Frazier was the standout performer for the Bulldogs. He picked up 23 disposals and a career-high 4 goals, including 3 in the third term alone. Now, Sam Darcy and Aaron Norton each kicked 3 goals for the Dogs as well, so their key forwards getting in on the act. Isaac Heaney was Sydney's best. He had a sluggish opening term. I think he was the last player on the ground to actually touch the football, but responded in kind. 21 disposals and a career-high 5 goals for him. So he had a terrific match for the Swans. In terms of where it leaves things now, the Dogs, as I mentioned, they're up to 5th spot on the ladder with a record of 9-6. Although with games still to come in the round, it could well be the case that they slide a little bit. But for the Swans, they remain in 12th spot, 3 games outside the top 8. So that's a big win for the Bulldogs in terms of trying to keep in touch with the top 4. They're only outside the top 4 on percentage. But a win for the Swans tonight would have closed the gap between them and the top 8 to 4 points. So this was a genuine 8-pointer for the Swans. And it seems like it's a bit too much for them to do now to make finals. But with the likes of Papley and Errol Goulden back in the lineup, they look a much stronger team. So they could break a few hearts on the road to September. So there'll be one to watch out for Sydney in the back half of the season in terms of spoiling the plans of other sides. In the NRL, the Sea Eagles produced a big win. They were too strong for the West Tigers. As round 17 of the NRL season continued, they won by 28-10. It was a pretty tight first half. They only held a 6-point lead, did Manly, into the interval. But then 4 tries in the second half really broke the game open, and from there they were just too strong. So it's a big win there for Manly, and that in the round 17 action there of the NRL season. In terms of other cricket, we obviously know all about what's going on here between Australia and the Windies. There is another match that we've been keeping tabs on in the Test arena. I've brought you updates throughout the course of the last couple of days. Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. So this is the second of a 2-test series. The first test ended in a draw. So it's an all-or-nothing test match here for these two. And it looks like Sri Lanka are on course for a big win here. As things stand, Bangladesh in their second innings are 6 for 115 in response to Sri Lanka, who were dismissed all out earlier in the day for 458. So the Bangladesh trail by 96 runs and have just the 4 wickets remaining. We talked about Patam Nasanka overnight, who was sitting on a century. He finished on 158 of 254 deliveries. Kusal Mendes did some pretty good late order batting as well. He finished 84. He was run out of 87 deliveries. In response, it's just not got going there for Bangladesh, and a fair bit of trouble there. And I think it's going to be a pretty comfortable win for Sri Lanka, you would think, with stumps on day 3. Bangladesh still needing another 96 runs just to get Sri Lanka to bat again and only have the 4 wickets in hand. Here's a text here from Dean, and of course, if you do want to contribute, the number is 0433 98 11 16. Maybe Sam Consis needs to go to England and play. They're getting his technique in order. He has to earn his spot. We should bring back Nathan McSweeney. Green needs more time in reserve as well, suggests Dean. And that's the name, McSweeney, that's cropped up in the last couple of days, given the failings of Australia's top order in both innings. the McSweeney should be brought in. Remember, he did play in the Border Gavaskar series that took place at the turn of the year, but he came in as an opener, and McSweeney is not an opener. So he was already thrown into an unfamiliar position and then had to deal with trying to see off Jasper Bumrah, who looked like he could get just about anyone in the world out in that series. Might be an opportunity there for McSweeney to come in. There's certainly openings in this Test team. We've got a new wave of players coming through, Constas and Green as well. We've seen Josh Inglis getting an opportunity, who's not exactly young, but we are going through a bit of a transition phase in the batting order. It might be that McSweeney might get another opportunity as well. We shall see how things play out on that front. There is still, of course, Steve Smith to come back into the lineup. We'll see if he's available for the second test. But there's still a lot of questions for that Australia top order to answer. We're going to take a quick break here during this lunch break. It is Australia who currently hold the aces, 5 for 181, a lead of 171 over the West Indies. This is SEN Test Cricket. Stick around. We'll have plenty more coming up right after this. SEN Test Cricket's coverage of the Frank Worrell series between Australia and the West Indies. It is lunch on day 3. Australia 5 for 181. A lead of 171 over the West Indies. Bo Webster on 49. No doubt will be looking to achieve his half-century shortly after the break. Matthew Donald with you, navigating our way through the lunch break while the boys at Kensington have a bit of a breather. We mentioned a little earlier about the results in round 16 of the AFL season. The Western Bulldogs getting an important 9-point win on the road against the Sydney Swans up at the SCG. One of their young stars who played quite well in that match was Riley Sanders. They've got a host of talented young players, the Bulldogs. Sanders is one of them. 25 disposals he had tonight at 92% efficiency. So in a really brutal physical match, he was not only very good at finding the football, but pretty decent at using it as well. And he caught up with the AFL Nation team post-match. Let's tune in to have a little bit of a listen to that one.
Let's go down to Riley Sanders right now, a young man finding his way through this game and into this league. Hey, Riley, we have been sitting up here tonight just revelling in what you two produced for us tonight. Thanks for joining us on AFL Nation, mate. Did it feel like as good and competitive a game of footy out there as we observed it being up here?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously the Swans, aren't in the top 8 on the ladder, but their side tonight was pretty much the side that played in the grand final last year. So it was definitely a game that, even though, it's 8th first, maybe 13th or 14th, whatever they're on the ladder, it definitely felt like a finals type game. Like, I noticed even compared to a few of most of the other games I played this year, it just went up a notch. Like, they obviously brought the physicality and the pressure early on, and I was like, yeah, it's on. So it's always good for everyone to play in, but I feel like especially us young boys to get that exposure, hopefully before a finals campaign, is always good, yeah.
Riley, Nick Davis, congratulations on your own performance, 25 disposals. There are some big moments there in the last quarter. You had one down on the half-back flank. Riley West had a couple. It just seemed like it was a sum of all for you guys. It wasn't just one person. Darcy had his moments in the first half, but everyone, when it was their moment in this game, they really stood up.
Yeah, definitely. We're big on just preaching, like, playing your role. So, yeah, like just running your patterns and doing the work rate. I guess like sometimes you have games or quarters where you get more of the ball compared to others, but as long as you're doing those team things for the team to win, then that's all we preach. And it starts with, the likes of Bont and Dart and Ed Richards and Libba. Like, they all do it. Like, obviously Ed copped a hard tag tonight, so he couldn't just go about his business like he usually does, but he's doing roles for the team to benefit us. So it just shows how selfless they are. So if they're doing it, then it makes us younger players want to do it too, yeah.
Have you got any idea, Riley, why Aaron Francis and Rory Lobb were trying to punch on all night? Have you spoken to Rory and said, what's got into you, Rory?
Yeah, mate, I've got no idea. I was obviously on the wing, and then I just the ball was bounced, and the crowd was going crazy. I was like, what is going on? And then I looked down, and Lobby's just on the floor like UFC wrestling bloody Aaron Francis. I was like, what's going on? Oh.
It was UFC. It was the ice hockey where everyone just lets these two people go. It was fancy. But you talk about role players, someone that has probably maybe improved their role in the game. Joel Frazier, 4 goals, 23 disposals, 12 kicks, 11 hand passes. What a game of footy!
Yeah, mate, he's an absolute star. Like, it's been pretty cool for me and him to kind of play together this year, because we obviously got drafted together, and he's probably, other than Adam Shalor, he's probably my best mate at the club, because when you get drafted together, we're very like-minded. Like, we love doing the extra stuff, like extra touch and extra recovery. So he's like my training buddy. So we've done a lot together in the mornings, doing extra recovery, and yeah, I'm kind of keen to hopefully grow with him at this club and hopefully become leaders and drive the club forward once the likes of Bont and Libba and stuff finish up. But he's a special player, he's a special talent. His size, the way he can run, and yeah, he just played such a good game, and yeah, proud of him.
That's good to hear, because games like this, you don't fluke them. They come from hard work. They come from those early mornings, and you never know when it's going to be that breakout game. And he certainly had that. Look, AFL players, I know we're not that smart, but we're smart enough. You knew where you sat on the ladder. That was an important win for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I guess every game, for the rest of the year is important, because we obviously understand how important it is to finish top 4, because we kind of learnt last year we were in pretty good form, but we played Hawthorn, who were in great form, and they just rolled us, even though we felt that we still had a bit more left to give. So hopefully if we can set ourselves for the top 8 and then try try and get into the top 4.
So, Riley, let's delve into this a little bit more. Your best mate is Joel Fraser.
Yeah, and Adam Treloar.
Yeah. So, at your age, what's the game of the moment you're playing digitally?
What's that? On PS4?
What are you playing?
I'm not really a gamer, eh? I don't really
Good
do
man.
much. What's that?
Good man. Good. Don't be a
Yeah, I
gamer.
know.
Get out, take your dog for a walk.
Yeah, that's exciting. Imagine going for a walk with Andy Murray and his bloody cavoodle. Oh. So you don't do any of that stuff? Do you guys?
Do you golfer, Riley?
Do you love
Anything
your
like that?
music? Do you play golf? What do you do? What do you two do?
I'm pretty simple, man, eh? I guess being from Tassie, I just like the simple things, just like catching up with mates and going for a walk or something. Love when my family comes over, spend lots of time with them, but I love kind of I live with Adam Treloar, so just hanging out with him and Kim and their little girl, Georgie. I'm pretty lucky to live with them.
Hey, they're lucky. You're a live-in babysitter. You're lucky. They are. Adam Treloar's off a break. But speaking of breaks, a 5-day break for you guys. You take on North Melbourne next week. There'll be a well-earned rest. There'll be definitely plenty of recovery for you and Joel this week.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
Riley Sanders there, Western Bulldogs young gun, 25 disposals for him and a big 9-point win for the Bulldogs tonight as they go up to 5th spot on the AFL ladder. And that's it for the footy, though. We're going to turn our attention back to the cricket. The lunch break is just about done. Australia, led by Bo Webster and Alex Carey, about to resume at 5 for 181, a lead of 171 runs over the Windies, 5 wickets in hand. Webster on 49 not out, Carey on 8. He joined the crease just before the luncheon break. We'll take our final break here on the luncheon break here at SEN Test Cricket, and then we'll go straight back to Kensington and bring you the second session on day 3.
Shamar. The Ghana end bowls here, head aerial up over the top of cover. Deep point won't have a chance to cut it off. Into the rope it goes. Cavalier, 2 slips of the gully. Bowls to Webster, driving through the covers for 4. That is a beautiful shot. Top of the bounce, trusting his swings. Yet to go short, Joseph. Round the wicket to head. Bowls here, head. Edges and drops at second slip. Can you believe it? I simply can't.
Alzari, Joseph, starts a new over and head says thank
Offside, lovely shot, 4 runs. And what a way to bring up the 50, spitting the extra cover at mid-off.
Shamar bowling to Travis Head, who chops down hard and beats Gully, 4 runs, bad fielding. Through the hands of the man in the gully. 8 runs from the over so far. Last ball of it, Shamar hits him low, keeps low gone. It was a first session on the third day that couldn't have gone much better for Australia. They added 89 runs to their overnight tally of 4 for 92, reaching 5 for 181. They only had 24 overs at their disposal, so they went at 3.7 runs and over to keep plenty of pressure on the home fielders. Bo Webster still there on 49 from 98. He's batted beautifully. There with Alex Carey on 8. They're put on 14. The 1 wicket to fall was added Travis Head after putting on 102 with Webster. Shamar Joseph returned to the attack from our Malcolm Marshall end. 1 kept low. He was plumb for 61, but he played an important role. He's got the 2 highest scores in the match across the 3 innings so far, which means that Australia at this stage lead by 171 at 5 for 181 as the umpires start making their way back to the middle and the players to follow. I'm Adam Collins. With me, Bharat Sundaresan. Really, from here, it was the drop catch of Travis Head, which meant that Australia were able to really drive home their advantage and get to a point now where they can dictate terms.
They certainly can, Adam. Good afternoon and good night, good morning, wherever you're listening to us. And that's what the one time that an Australian batter has made the West Indies pay for what has been a ridiculous slip catching. 7 drop catches in this test and still a fair way to go in this Australian innings. And the one man they couldn't afford to drop was Travis Head, and he's made them pay for it. But I think it was Bo Webster's session, if anything, Adam. There's been so much talk about Australia's top order and the inadequacies of the players that say they brought in, going back to the Indian summer, starting from Nathan McSweeney onwards. But he's one guy who's just almost walked in and said, I belong at this level, I belong at test level. So you remember his nerveless batting in Sydney, the crucial hand he played at Lord's in the first innings. He looked good in the first innings here before Shamar Joseph bowled a beauty of a ball. And now he really has played an integral role in taking Australia from a very precarious position to a position of great strength, especially now that the pitch has started to play tricks. The Travis Head dismissal being the best illustration of that.
Yeah, it was 4 for 65 when he walked in last night with about 45 minutes until stumps. And the way that he played there just settled things down. And today, so far, so good, very much so good. 1 run away from a half century that in a low-scoring game feels like an awful lot more than that. So, nearly back to go again. Looks as though at the Joel Garner end, we're going to have
Jaden Seals.
Jaden Seals, yep. He's just giving his hat to umpire Kettleborough. It'll be Webster facing on 49, and then from our end, perhaps another crack from Shamar Joseph. He did pick up Travis Head from this end when he was swung around about 30 minutes before the lunch break.
Yeah, ball only 3 overs in that spell as well. It's interesting to see at the start of each session, Darren Sammy just rounds up his fast bowlers, revs everyone up. Ravi Rampal, who played a lot of cricket under Darren Sammy, is generally there as assistant bowling coach, saying a few words as well. And at some point later today, West Indies will be in a run chase, and just a peek behind the curtains for us. Adam, what did we do during the lunch break?
Well, what did we do? We watched the famous chase here from 1999. I wanted to go through that with you in some detail. because I know that you and I were two people that watched it live. I can
my God.
say with some certainty that you would have. I certainly was. It was about 6:45 in the morning Melbourne time, I reckon. Maybe a little bit later, but certainly before school.
Yep. It's 2 a.m. I didn't go to school the next day. There was only celebrations all around.
Jaden Seals begins the session. Cloud cover. Bowls to Webster. Lunges forward. Pushes to cover point. There won't be a single. He's on 49. Yeah, that was one of the more stunning test wins for the Windies. Straight after what had happened all out 51, where they were routed, where they were a rabble, where they were written off as broken, horrible test team, and then Brian Lara has the series of a lifetime.
And just and when the late great Tony Kozia was alive, after a point I annoyed him into repeating those famous lines, because I used it wherever I went. What happened in Trinidad?
We'll go through the card. It was the third test of the series. It's up here bowling is Seals, and steering through the cordon for 4 is Webster. That'll take him to a half century. A really well-made half century. The justification of his selection at the end of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, played so well against India. Half century at Lords a couple of weeks ago. And then here today, coming in yesterday with Australia in more than a spot of bother after the top order misfired. It was Webster at number 6 who held things together, and now moves to 53 not out with Australia 175 in the lead.
And put a big smile on his captain's face as well. Pat Cummins has looked a little stressed. Generally doesn't in the last couple of days, but yeah, sitting there relaxed and like he has done. Anything outside off stump, short of length, he's in great control of it.
Gets there from his 100th delivery as well. 101st of his is pushed out to cover no run. Andrew Mason jumps in as well.
I was here. I did commentaries in that test match. Fazeer Mohammed was with us as well, and Tony Kozia. What I remember of that, the last day, Brian Lara actually came to the ground very early, and Maurice Foster, the former West Indies cricketer, we were all out there, and he said to Fossey, as we call him, I am going to win this game. I'm going to make 100. It was an amazing situation. And Foster looked at him, what are you talking about? Never forget that.
So Sun's back out. Seals turns. Up to Webster on 53. Full straight inside edge down to fine leg it goes in front of his front pad. So 54 for him. 5 for 186, lead 176.
And it started in the first test, wasn't it? We were just mentioning it. Second innings, West Indies bowled out for 51, and Tony Kozia's famous words, humble for 51. Where does West Indies cricket go from here? And
well, let's go through that too. Let's go back to the start. So first test match of the Frank Worrell in 1999 was played at Trinidad. Australia made 269 and 261, 100 from Slater in the second dig. The Windies all out 167 and 51.
Humble for 51.
19.1 overs. Ridley Jacobs top scoring with 19. McGrath 5 for 28.
Tears around Queen's Park Oval that evening.
Their second lowest score in test matches. Bowling Harry Seals and passing the bat of Alex Carey. Just went underneath it. Maybe some volatile bounce we saw before lunch. So that was McGrath masterclass. You had match figures of 10 for 88. And the Windies' second lowest score in test history. Then from there, off to Sabina Park in Jamaica, Andrew. Where Lara and Jimmy Adams batted through an entire day, didn't they? Lara's 213.
Never forget that. Actually, I was doing commentaries in that match. The other thing, too, is that, remember Lara was put on probation by Pat Russo? Remember that?
Correct.
He was put on probation, and he responded with 213 brilliant innings as well.
Finishing here, Seals bowls Carey. It comes off the shoulder of the bat, nearly makes it to mid-wicket. Forward square leg. That is taken off from the surface, remembering that the previous ball went underground. That one's taken off. So batting's getting more difficult here at Bridgetown. 5 for 186, 54 for Webster, Carey 8. Tyre power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Watching it back, Carey ripped his hand off the blade, right off the shoulder, off the edge of it, thus the extra elevation on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Please continue, guys.
Yeah, and he responded to it, with a brilliant 213. I remember Sabina Park. So many people turned up for the match. And the brilliant stroke play of Lara, brought people from all across Jamaica to Sabina Park. And, it was then a setup for the game in Barbados. But, what a performance. What a response to being asked to go on probation.
So away from us, it will be Shamar Joseph right away from the gunner end. Bowls here, back foot thrashing. Is Bo Webster to the sweeper at deep backward point, collected in front of the Hall and Griffith stand. Adds one, moves to 55, 5 for 187, lead 177.
And he's played that shot really well from pretty much the start of his innings. But yeah, Andrew, so they win in Jamaica.
Jimmy Adams played a big part.
Adams and Lara put on 322. Lara reaches his 5,000th run in Test cricket.
And just to put those Tony Cozier words in perspective, this is only 4 years after. Now we talk about West Indies cricket in decline and Test cricket and all that. But this was just 4 years after. This was the tour after Mark Taylor's team came and dethroned Australia. So this is still pretty fresh.
Shamar round the wicket, bowls to Carey, back of a length. Takes it from the crease to mid-wicket where there won't be a single.
Richard Richardson, the captain, then said it was just another game. Remember that? And he got into trouble
he got into big
1995. But Mark Taylor was brilliant as a captain. Absolutely brilliant in terms of his manipulation of the fields. I think he's, in my view, one of the best captains I've ever seen.
So after the 10-wicket win at Jamaica in the March of 99, they had a bit of a break, 10-day gap before they rocked up here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. Looks a lot different then, didn't it, Andrew? Before the renovation here ahead of the 2007 50-over World Cup, when it was kind of looked more like the Rec does, doesn't it, in Antigua with the small stands and so on. Running through the crease, Joseph doesn't deliver the ball. Third time he's done that today.
I think that's
the schoolboy stand as well.
Bank stand.
Bank stand, yes. And in fact, it was a situation where as you said, 2007, the Greenwich Lane stand looks completely different. I mean, but that's always been the favourite stand here at Kensington Oval.
So which direction did that boundary go to, Andrew? Was it when he was batting at this end or the other end?
The drive, through cover. Gillespie was coming from this end.
Gillespie from the end we're at here, which is now the Malcolm Marshall end, bowling Shamar Joseph, who is whipped through the onside. Wide of mid-on for one. Brathwaite does the fielding. Carey's 9. It's 5 for 188.
Yeah, it was my favourite moment as a child. I mean, if you ask me, I was 14 at that point, or 13. If you asked me what was your favourite moment, if you'd stopped me there, if life had ended the next day, I would have been happy. That's how happy I was.
Well, let's build it up though. Let's explain why that 1-wicket win. They're always stunning when they happen. They're quite rare in Test cricket, but this was a stonking Test match from go to woe. So Australia make 490 when batting first, 199 for Steve Waugh. He was last man out, I'm pretty sure. One of the last out anyway. 100 for Ponting early in his career. Away from us, Shamar bowls. Hits Webster on the pad. Shamar Celebra peeling. And Nitin Menon doesn't like it. Shamar just took it as assumed that the finger was following. He was racing off to backward point. Not a great look when... I heard two noises as well. And you're seeing here Nitin Menon unmoved, and they've got 3 seconds left and they won't be reviewing.
No, they all said bad. But yeah, you're right. Shamar just went like he did when he had Travis Head in front, but must have been a big inside edge.
He smashed it.
Yeah. He did,
onto the back pad. It didn't get up the way that Webster thought it would, but still, I always say it, not a huge fan of this celebrity.
No, not at all.
All you need to do to fix it is require the bowler to turn around. It's not that hard. It's an easy tweak to the laws of the game. Anyway, Joseph, 2 left in the over. He's 18th. Bowls to Webster. Fuller, straight, leg stump line, turned into the onside. It's wide of mid-on where Alzari Joseph's fielding. Webster through for a quick single. He's 56, 5 for 189. So they make 490. So they're way ahead in the game.
Right.
They've batted for nearly 2 days. The Windies reply with 329. So a hefty first innings deficit. Century for Sherwin Campbell. 50 for Ridley Jacobs, 4 for McGrath, 3 for Gillespie. A very strong bowling lineup. Warne went for runs. McGill was wicketless, so that gives a bit of a nod to what would happen later. Australia routed in their second innings, though, for just 146. And it was the old firm. Courtney Walsh, 5 for 39. We'll come back to this next over. Last ball here. Carey plays to mid-on. There won't be a single. Back to 1999 after the break. Carey 9, Webster 56 at 5 for 189 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. CN Test cricket for Australia made by a local and for Henley Holmes. Got Andrew Mason and Barrett Sundaresan with me talking about the 99 tests here, the extraordinary chase. Here's Jayden Seales over the wicket. Bowls to Webster. One man to beat a cover on the drive. Doesn't quite. Great diving stop in there from John Campbell. So 146 all out Australia. Top score there was Shane Warne with 32.
Oh, wow.
Walsh 5 for 39, Ambrose 2 for 60, Pedro Collins, that's a blast from the past, 2 for 31. The Windies set 309. They've got about 123 overs to do it, I think it was. They got 3 overs to spare, didn't they? So they go to stumps though in all sorts of bother. At the close of play, find the card here, as Seales gets to the crease, whilst over the wicket to Webster, who defends. Unfortunately, we haven't got an all-out, a stump score here, but they did lose early wickets, didn't they? They were 3 for 78 in the chase. So they got off to a good start with Sherwin Campbell and Adrian Griffith, but from 3 for 78, they had so much work to do. Lara came in at 5, so that's the reference point.
Right.
3:11 to win, Lara's arrival. Then he got support from Jimmy Adams, who made 38, but Lara made the bulk of that partnership, where they put on 130 odd. And so on and on went. Bowling here, Seales. Defending, going back again, is Webster. And from there, the drama was remarkable. Because when the 8th wicket falls, they're on 248. And that is when Curtly Ambrose walks in. And that is when we see some of the most extraordinary passages of play. I mean, your recollection of that partnership that took them to within 9 runs of victory.
What was interesting about it was Lar had to make a decision in whether he was going to farm the ball in relation to Curtly Ambrose. And I remember he took a single, I think, off the second ball, and Ambrose then got out. And Kensington said, well, why would you take a single? It didn't, and it was a situation where
Seales bowls to Webster, who defends.
Yeah, the 9 wickets then certainly went down. Courtney Walsh came to the crease, because at that stage one would have thought he would be looking to farm. He didn't. He exposed Ambrose and he got out, caught it slip Gordon.
But the shots he played on the other side were just magical, wasn't it?
Oh,
yes. I mean, Brian Lara at his best, I don't think the world has seen anything like that.
What about the drop catch of Healy?
I know.
Yeah, that was late. That was after Courtney Walsh had... No, sorry, Ambrose is still there. Ambrose is still there. So from the bowling of Gillespie...
I think they needed 12 or 11.
And Healy,
at that time, 12,
And Healy goes in front of Warne at first slip. Bowling here is Seales. And playing through the offside in front of point is Webster. The sweepers at deep backward points, they can return for an easy 2. The lead up to 181, remembering that the first time around Australia were all out 180. It's 5 for 191. So the drop catch of Healy in front of Warne, it was going quickly, but puts down Lara, not Ambrose, and then the catch of Matty Elliott at 4th slip to get rid of Ambrose.
Very good catch indeed.
Which left Courtney Walsh 3 balls to face in that over.
Oh, yes.
And that in-swinging Yorker from Gillespie, the penultimate delivery, that is getting Courtney Walsh.
Bottom of the bat.
88 times out of 100, I reckon. And he somehow keeps it out.
Yeah, indeed.
And then from there, you can pick up the story about what Lara does in the next over. Seales to finish here. Cloud cover back. Bowls to Webster in behind it defensively. 8 for Carey, 58 for Webster, 5 for 191 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Fellas, take it away. What happens at the end?
No, let's remember that Yorker that was bowled, and then 2 balls upside the off stump. That famous Courtney Walsh dance across the wicket. You remember that? Oh, just upside the off stump, and he survived.
Shamar Joseph, can he do something special here? Bowling to Carey round the wicket, defends.
And just to put into perspective, there were no ropes, so the boundary was the fence, and you could see just watching the replay downstairs as well, the highlights. The crowd is on top of the Australians.
Yes.
There's one point, Jason Gillespie puts a dive down at deep backward square leg to save a boundary. And you can see that the West Indian fans are almost jumping on top of him. So this crowd must have been going absolutely wild.
Absolutely. In fact, people from all walks of life in Barbados just came to Kensington over, listening to the radio. They just came here.
Shamar Joseph bowls to Carey on 9. Short ball. Doesn't get all of it, but does get it to long leg for 1. Collected in front of the Sobers Pavilion. Carey into double figures. He's 10, 5 for 192, lead 182. Just on the crowd, Andrew. Don't know what the capacity would have been when it was a smaller ground, but
just about 10,000.
About 10,000. Yeah. It feels like there was 15,000 crammed in.
Oh yeah, all crammed in, in.
And it feels like every time I watched Test cricket from the Windies, it was like that.
Yes, yes.
It's a sign of the way, I suppose, Test cricket has changed here, that we don't get that level of needing to be here interest.
I'll tell you this. It reminded me when Lawrence Rowe was 48 not out against England, and then we went on to make that triple century. People came from all over. Similar situation with Lara.
Shamar Joseph to Webster, away from us. Second slip now in. Bowls here, and Webster doesn't get up at all.
Wow.
Went up to cut, realised the ball was going low, adjusted the stroke and played it back to the bowler off the back foot.
And then 182 lead is looking bigger and bigger. This pitch is beginning to play some tricks here.
Yeah, it is.
The big, tall Australian fast bowlers will get even more uneven bounce, you'd think.
I think Starkey could be a handful in this.
So after Walsh gets through that over and Lara takes the single with the hook shot to get them to scores level, he faces McGrath and he plays one of the great cover drives. That raise of the bat, Andrew. It feels like it was in suspended animation, doesn't it? Shamar Joseph in over the wicket. Plols here to Webster, who plays it late under his eyes to deep backward point for 1. He's 59, 5 for 193.
Yeah, it was a delivery pitch on the line of the off stump, and it was driven through extra cover. And before the ball could get to the boundary, they were swarming on here at Kensington Oval. I'll never forget it. We were doing commentary. I think Fazir Mohammed was the commentator then. I remember Sir Everton Weeks, well, he's now gone to the great beyond. He was very much a part of the commentary team, and water just came from his eyes. Absolutely. Never forget it.
Who was on the? Did Fazir call the moment on radio?
Fazir called it. Yeah,
lovely.
Yeah.
He would have been great.
Who was it on telly? I can't remember.
Tony.
Was it Cozier and Rice?
Tony wasn't. Okay, wonderful.
2 left, Shamar Joseph. 2 slips, bowls here, inside part of the bat from Carey, down to mid on, no single.
I mean, the fact that Cozier went from 51 all out, humbled, and where does West Indies cricket go? 2 weeks later, he was calling that moment. You could see, I'm sure he was tearing up as well. Oh,
yes, he was indeed. And tremendous emotion in the box. I mean, we all held each other. I mean, it was, in my view, it's the best innings I've ever seen in cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a reason why, when you see those lists of greatest innings, that Lara's 1, 5, 3, not out.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
So there's great little moments too in that, Baz, we were watching before, where they share a hug here, Walsh when scores a level.
Yeah.
Knowing that they couldn't lose the test from there.
Yeah, that was quite something. He started pumping his fist, didn't he?
And the freedom to play that glorious cover drive to seal the deal. Shamar finishes here, bowls to Carey. Defends back to the bowler from the crease. He's 10, Webster's 59. 5 for 193, lead of 183 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes as Abba gets a run from the cricket ground, DJ. I found the DJ earlier today. He's sitting next to the guy who's controlling the drone that got stuck up on the high wire last night.
Right.
So the TV drone got stuck on one of the kites that were flying around yesterday in suspended animation as well, like Lara's bat defending the first ball of Seals' new over is Webster to mid-off, no single.
And I think that was, again, putting that into context. So it was just 4 years after Australia dethroned the West Indies.
Right.
So, and they were coming off that disastrous tour of South Africa where Brian Lara, there was the whole protest against match fees and contracts and all of that. So this was the start of West Indian cricket being in disarray. So when they lose in Trinidad, it almost felt like they were going to fall off the cliff. And then for Brian Lara to do what he did and to suddenly West Indies have
in
the
Jamaica,
lead
then
2-1.
Barbados, then 2-1. You're right.
So here is Seals up from the gunner end, bowls to Webster. One hand off the bat, no control of the shot. Inside edge to mid-wicket where Warricane fields. But again, there's movement off the seam and they're not sure of the bounce at this point. Lead 183.
In more historical context as well, Adam, if you think about it, so when West Indies take the lead 2-1 here after Brian Lara's innings, that is the last time they were close to retaining the Frank Fowler Trophy. They've never been in the lead in a series ever after that.
And that fourth test match at the old Rec Ground at St John's in Antigua, what a glorious place that is to be. I've sat in the stands there and soaked it in before. Sadly, no cricket there these days. Bowling here is Seals and Webster defends to cover no run. Where Shane Warne's dropped, Brian Lara strikes an 84-ball 100. Just utterly dominant. But they're still trailing in the game. So Australia 303, Windies 222. And Australia got 306 in the second innings where Langer made one of his most important centuries, 127. And set up towards, would have been up towards 380 odd. The Windies were all out to 11 and McGrath finished the job. So Australia won by 176 runs to retain the trophy.
Adam Dale played in that.
Adam Dale, yeah. Brian Lara, he actually bowled well to Lara. He was going for it. Wide of the crease, Seals, change of angle, but it's defended by Webster, full and straight.
What I remember about that test match, that Lara made 100 off 84 balls, and people were saying he's batting too quick. I'll never forget that. No, you got to bat a lot longer. And unfair criticism, really, in my view. But it was a brilliant 100. And a brilliant series for him.
Colin Miller played in that game, did he, Adam?
I think he did. Didn't he hit? He made runs, didn't he, Funky, in that? Because they brought Miller in to bowl with...
Correct.
Bowl with McGill.
Yeah.
McGill.
Yeah, Miller got 43, that's right. Yeah, batting down at number 10. Up to the crease here. Seals bowls to Webster. Finds the gap at cover. Really nice shot. Great timing as well. Didn't need to overhit it out towards the party stand before. Webster playing through the line. Not much of a gap to work with there on the offside. He's up to 63. 5 for 197. That makes the lead 187, which feels like loads at this point.
Oof, he's looking better and better and better. With each shot now, Bo Webster, he's showing us the entire range. We've seen he can play really well square of the wicket and even behind the wicket, but that is a punchy cover drive from the tall man.
A note from Darren and Berwick that commentary team included David Hooks, the late David Hooks, Alan Border, Jeff Thompson. That were the early days of Foxtel taking the series back. And David Hooks. Last ball of the over. Seals into Webster, who defends. That will be that. Catch you later, Baz. At 5 for 197. 4 runs from the over. The lead's 187. Webster 63. Carey 10. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Adam Collins, Bryce McGain with you.
Hey, guys.
Andrew jumping out. Round the wicket, short ball. Takes it on Carey from Shamar Joseph. Gets square of the man at fine leg. He'll get 2 for that. Well controlled. Moves to 12. Takes the lead to 189 at 5 for 199. Gosh, I feel like I'm so grateful to have grown up in that era. 90s cricket.
Yeah.
You can tell Baz and I love for that, Andrew as well, that particular series.
In here.
Sounds like they were on the text as well. 0433 98 11 16.
It's triggered so many memories for all those listening.
Yeah.
All the way around the world. And we love getting your messages.
I just feel like we were especially lucky in that era in the 90s to be kids then. Shamar Joseph in his 20th over, away from us, Marshall end. Bowls hitter Carey, short ball again. Better result for the South Australian, creams it to square leg for 4.
Yep.
Bashes into the boundary boards in front of the Greenwich Haynes stand. That takes Australia beyond 200. 5 for 203, Carey playing his role. Up to 16. And that takes the lead to 183 as well.
Yeah, Carey helped the ball before on its way and controlled it. They put 2 out for it, and Carey went, righto, I've got a sider. These balls are just sitting up now, and he hopped into that. It was only 10 metres to the right of the fielder in the deep, had no play.
2 slips a gully, 2 men back for that short ball. Goes Fuller here. Carey plays defensively from the crease to mid-on. There won't be a single.
Sean, I do like this text. We've addressed it, but the Samsung phone that keeps ringing, Bondi reckons he owes at least 3 slabs of beer. That's from Sean. Yep. So Andrew was on that.
Yes, he was belatedly on it. I was trying to intimate to him, you might want to grab your phone, mate.
It is a hotline. Andrew Mason's phone. He's Barbados. It is a hotline.
He's one of the great wheelers and dealers I've met in cricket, Andrew Mason. Shamar Joseph halfway through the over. Bowls here to Carey. Short again through mid-wicket. Crunch. Twice in the over. Got a great look at that. Instead of going square, he went in front of the wicket. Second boundary in the over. And the lead moves up to 197. Carey up to 20 at 5 for 207. Bryce.
Yeah, Carey can be devastating once he gets going like this. 3 short balls, 10 runs. That was short, wide outside off stump. But Carey is so measured in playing those shots. It is controlled all the time. It's not a flaying the bat and hoping it goes somewhere. He's hitting that with precision. Great batting.
Shamar, 2 left, and he pulls out for the umpteenth time today. He's got something going on at this end and round the wicket that he doesn't like.
Sometimes the rhythm in bowlers, he's done most of his good bowling from the Joel Garner end. He's at the Malcolm Marshall end, our commentary box end, and maybe with a breeze behind him, he's just losing his stride and feeling like he's catching up on the crease a bit and not in the right step. It's a long run-up, so he reloads now. Can we hear in the background there, Colo?
Yeah, we've got the horn blowing.
The conch.
The conch blowing. He went up to Baz and me last night, that fella, when we were doing our interview at Stumps. Bowls here, Shamar, on the pads of Carey. Worked into the onside wide of mid-on for 1. 21 for him. 5 for 208. And he was very insistent on getting the photos and videos that we were taking of him. And he said to Barat, we've got his name here. His name's Chinese Medicine Barbados. Well, he's got quite a few followers, actually. 30,000 followers. There you go. But he's quite insistent on getting our phones to put his number into. And we're like, we'll do it on Instagram instead. We didn't quite know.
Yes.
Best to be judicious about giving your number out to a random in the crowd, I reckon, with these things. But anyway,
I think you're right.
Long story short, he's a guy of some repute, it would turn out. Let's go find him later for some Chinese herbal medicine, Baz.
And a good conch player.
Yeah, there you go. Last ball here. 11 runs from the over. Webster's turn. Leg stop line. Down the leg side. Is he strangled? Webster walking away. Umpire Mennon's not convinced. Decision to make for Austin Chase. It was full. It was outside the leg stump. Webster shaped up to play it. There was a noise. Was it pad? Was it bat into the turf?
He's gone.
Or was it ball on bat? We're about to find out via DRS for IMAR. For Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR. That'll be Adrian Holdstock, who was a busy boy yesterday, called into action for the first time on day 3. There was a noise.
There was certainly a noise.
What was it from?
I love the body language of, as soon as that happens and the decision is whatever it is, you look at who does what. Now, you look at Webster, and he tried to give him a bit of a lead in here by saying, I've hit the ground, by swinging his bat and clipping the ground. So it's nearly generous. I reckon he's hit the ground, and he's actually tried to let them know.
Here we go, Ultra Edge, all important. Is there? Yes, there is.
Oh, gee.
There is a spike. It's a great review. Shamar Joseph got Roston Chase in the cart for a review. It'll mean the Windies have picked up the all-important wicket of Bo Webster. He's added a timely 63. He's played so well, but he is strangled down the leg side by Shamar Joseph. He completes his 20th over with a 3rd wicket. 6 for 208. The lead's 198. Webster departs the field, caught down the leg side by Shai Hope.
Shamar Joseph, he keeps turning the game. He won't let this one get away. Charging in. Carey had hopped into him a few times earlier in the over, and then in the most unlikely method, strangled down leg side. There's a little edge on it. Webster did hit the ground, but he also hit the ball. And he's on his way.
So a partnership either side of lunch of 41.
Useful.
It being the end of the over. A few further words from you, Bryce McGain, on the wicket that was and the contribution of Bo Webster. 63 crucial runs, and Adam White will take over from me.
Well, Webster, just a key role in that middle order. 63 incredibly valuable runs. He had to withstand the pressure late last night and then denied the West Indies bowlers early for an hour, got through to the break and then tried to extend. There are 8 boundaries in that 63 before being dismissed. Whitey,
so is there a bit of gamesmanship from Webster saying, no, hit the ground, don't go upstairs?
Well, I was explaining
if you
that's
do,
what he was doing.
I'm going to have to walk off.
Well, that's what he was doing, saying, I've sort of hit the ground. I thought he was giving him a free ride to I've hit the ground, but I think he did both. So it's a big moment, and again, the man on strike is critical for Australia. The number 7, Alex Carey.
Seals the new bowler to Carey, who lofts in the air and over the top of mid-off. And it will go to the rope for 4. That wasn't too far away from mid-off. Maybe it should have been even closer to mid-off. But Carey gets the boundary. So clearly it feels now that the Australians have clicked up a gear despite the wicket of Webster in the last over.
There was no play to really stop the boundary. The play was to actually dive in the air and just try and reach out and try and catch it. But
Casey Carty was the man.
No arm went up in the air, and it was a bit surprising.
So the lead now is 202. Carey 25, Cummins yet to face a ball. Seals 1 for 51 on the approach again. Past the umpire, bowls to Carey, who pushes forward forcefully. Up to mid-off, no run. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by Local. And on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. We've seen the wicket of Webster to fall post-lunch. Only 2 falling today. 2 men that started the day. Head on 13, Webster on 19. Head was dismissed for 61. And then that wicket of Webster post-lunch as well.
It was a brisk partnership of 41 with Carey of just 10 overs.
Seals bowls. Carey advances and hits spectacularly down the ground for 6. That smashes into the sight screen. It draws the applause from Pat Cummins at the non-striker's end. That is as good as it gets from Alex Carey.
Well, in no time, he's taken 10 off the previous over. Well, 11 in actual fact, and then 10 off a couple of deliveries here. One not far from mid-off. What a sweet shot that was. Got the length he wanted, hit through the line, and I don't think he even watched it land. He just turned away to square leg. He enjoyed it as much as Pat Cummins did too.
What does he do this time, Alex Carey? Seals bowls. Carey gets it short, clips it down towards the boundary. It will be 4.
Oh, it's unravelling.
He got it fine at about hip height. It wasn't a glance. It wasn't really a hook shot. It was somewhere in between. I'll tell you one thing, it was effective. And Carey is motoring along, up to 35 now from just 32 balls. And this innings, this Australian second innings, it's come to life.
It sure has.
Darren Sammy, shots of him in the change rooms, or out on the balcony, putting his arms in the air going, what's that? What are you doing? Carey again. Will he continue? No, he won't. Late decision to leave outside the off stump.
Well, it's unravelling here, and it's unravelling because the bowlers are getting weary.
Well, I'll tell you one thing,
they're
it's very
getting
hot
frustrated.
outside.
It is hot, and there's been a lot of overs pushed into them now with that great partnership, Head and Webster, 102 runs, batting for hours earlier today, and it's the tax is coming now on their energy levels, their ability to hit the right spots, and probably even thinking through what they're going to do. Bowling short to Carey is high-risk venture. It's going to cost you.
The interesting thing too, Bryce, and we've seen a lot of Alex Carey at domestic level and international level, when he gets in this zone, he finds it hard to stop. He keeps going and going and going.
You can tell how hard he's hitting the bat on the pitch.
He's a man on a mission. This time it's a forward defensive shot into the covers. So kind of sedate end to what was a very eventful over. 6 for 2-2-2. Australia with Carey on 35, Cummins yet to score. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by a local. Adam White and Bryce again with you from Kensington Oval in Barbados. Joseph is bowling again, that one down leg side. Pat Cummins' first ball, he can't keep up with it, and it passes.
Mickey Dramana's living the dream. He's loving the call, listening with beers in the shed. Appreciate it, Mick.
3:20 on a Saturday morning.
That's a good go.
That's very, very impressive.
A good session. Just down the road, Dramana. You know, holiday place in Dramana.
Be pretty cold in the shed.
Sure would.
Joseph bowls, fast ball. Cummins defends, hits the stumps at the non-striker's end as it was rolling along the pitch.
Well, we were hearing it was 6 degrees in Warrnambool. I don't know what it is in Dramana, but in the shed, if you don't have a heater, you would be feeling the pinch, I would suggest.
Well, you definitely don't need a heater here. I went over towards that beach area again before, and the reflection off the sand, he's so hot. It's that hot. It's hotter than yesterday.
You need to get your boardies and get in that pool, Whitey.
Joseph bowls here to Cummins, down leg side, flicks the thigh pad on the way through. They're appealing again, and why wouldn't you after
Chases
last
all over
time?
it. He wants it. At first slip, he's come running up, pleading.
Hope's not that keen, and he was the one that caught it down leg side. And they're still thinking about it. They're even asking square leg now what he thinks. They're going with 2 seconds remaining. We're heading upstairs for Imar. Carey and Cummins have come together, and Cummins has said, no, mate, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. All good. 6 for 2-2-2. Shamar Joseph, you'd go, wouldn't you, upstairs, considering the fact that they kind of reluctantly went last over, and it ended up being a wicket. We're getting a first look at it now on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. I reckon it's come off the hip. It was well caught by Hope down low to his left with two hands. He didn't even appeal. And we're seeing now that the ball passes the bat without any sound wave action, which means he is safe. 6 for 2-2-2. Cummins remains on 0. Carey at 35.
Yeah, good umpiring decision. They're not easy, those ones. Live, and it happens in a hurry, and the bat is blurring in front.
News from the shed in Dramana that there is a little heater which is helping things.
It's not a nickname for a cigarette. Maybe it is. It's got a little heater going with a little heater.
Jed's in East Arnhem Land, the Gulf of Carpentaria, drinking wine. This is amazing.
But the beers help too in the shed.
Joseph bowls, and it's defended by Cummins. And he'll get a single into point. He's off the mark. Pat Cummins, the Australian captain. Australia's 6 for 2-2-3.
Good on you, Mick. Great part of the world.
Another one.
Mornington Peninsula.
From Milos in Greece. So there's another country to put into the mix.
Put the pin in it. Greece.
Fire going in Williamstown, listening to the SEN call.
Oh, superb.
Good morning, fellas, in the Caribbean. I'm in the Mazda from Geelong.
It's Mazda from Geelong.
Oh.
That's a good drive.
Shamar Joseph bowls around the wicket to Carey, who plays back defensively into point.
6 degrees in Geelong. It's a little bit more than that here, Whitey. What's your estimation outside?
58.
58?
It's hot. It's really hot.
We're out in the desert of Dubai.
Well, out there where the beach is, because what it is it's just like a concrete car park, and they've thrown all this sand to make it like a beach, and it's not particularly thick, and it's white sand, beautiful white sand, but it's just reflecting off the white sand.
Keep your thongs on when you're walking through there.
Oh.
No bare feet.
Joseph to Carey, driving in the air over the top of cover point, not fully timed. As a result, it won't go to the rope. They've got to. Will they go on the arm? They're going to. Carey to the non-striker's end, which is where the ball was fired into. He's home safely. He gets 3, and he'll keep the strike because it is the last ball of the over. Carey 38, Cummins 1. Australia batting a second time, 6 for 226.
They're the tradies, mate. That's Simon.
Changing the bowling at the Joel Garner end of the arena. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. It'll be Alzari Joseph into the attack. Shamar Joseph is still the leading wicket taker in the second innings for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear, providing high quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations around the country.
Alzari's a little underwhelming with his opening spell today.
Straight away around the wicket, bowling to Carey, who flicks it fine, and again he'll get 4. And again he gets the applause from Cummins at the non-striker's end, which shows 2 things. He's impressed, but he also knows how valuable these runs are as he starts to really take the game away from the West Indies here, Alex Carey.
I think they're in a safe harbour now, the Australians. A lead of 220. Anything with a 2 in front of it was going to be extremely difficult. And what we're seeing, first ball, Alzari wasn't impressive early today. He took the new ball from the Marshall end, the Malcolm Marshall end, where we're broadcasting from, and his pace was down. Looked like he had a stone in his shoe. He was just sort of cruising around, and that first ball, best ball, it wasn't. Glanced away for 4, and Australia are flying on the bat of Alex Carey.
He's on 42. He's on 43 now as he plays into the onside to mid-wicket. There's a single there because there is no one in mid-wicket. Mid-on having to come around to do the fielding.
Well, he's 43 off 38 balls now. And it's not that he's gone reckless or slogging. No. He's put some pressure back on the bowlers, and because they're weary, he's getting the loose stuff that he's after.
Are you surprised that Warrakane hasn't bowled more?
I actually like the little battle that he had set up when Bo Webster was batting.
Right.
Webster did a nice little paddle, and we've seen that for a long time as he works the spin around, doesn't want to hit hard against it, but then he set up a good plan, put in a leg slip and forced Webster to have to drive him, and he didn't want to play that game, but he showed that he's a really capable, smart bowler for these conditions, and it was a good little battle. But just before the lunch break, they went back to the quicks. It's been successful. They've created chances, but the game is slipping away rapidly now.
Joseph bowls to Cummins, opens the blade, guides it into gully. It felt to me that as good as Warrakane was bowling to the right-hander, because Carey came out immediately and started sweeping him with the spin and looking quite comfortable, no, that'll do for the time being, and they just haven't gone back to him because Carey stayed there.
But you can set a strategy that forces Carey to do something else.
So I might be wrong in that observation, but it felt that that's what it was.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. I don't know. I just don't think we've seen enough of him. Because as this wicket starts to play the way it's playing, immediately we think of Nathan Lyon in a 4th innings as going to be difficult. Well, Warrakane could still be difficult in a 3rd innings. Even though we are in session 2 on day 3. The lead 221. Alzari Joseph on his way again from the Joel Garner end. He bowls to Cummins. In the air, over the top of backward point, playing the drive.
Man down there.
There is a man down there, but they're
Sneaky.
still going to come back for 2, and they'll get there just in time. Pinching a second on the throw.
Yeah, it was really sneaky. Jaden Seals down there, who was laconically just picking it up, expecting the single, and Pat Cummins paused at the non-striker's end and went, yeah, we'll take him on, as he just wound up into this slow lobbing throw. So Australia's body language, the way they're playing now, is in contrast to what the West Indian team is delivering.
So Carey, we know the way he's playing, but Cummins was very aggressive when he batted the first time. Looks like he's got similar intent here.
You bet.
Wider on the crease, Cummins came forward at him and then got one at rib high that he had to just play carefully into the onside to short square leg. Because it's a different scenario here for Cummins. Cummins in the first innings, it was kind of like, I've got to get as many as I can, as quickly as I can before this innings ends. Here it's a little bit different. 6 for 233. You kind of feel like if Australia were to bat another maybe 2 hours from here, they'll take the game away from the West Indies.
You don't feel it's already been taken away with the 2 in front of the chase?
Not quite. Probably, but
really?
not quite.
Okay.
Well, it's getting easier to bat. Alzari Joseph bowls. Cummins drives firmly through cover point. Nice shot. Playing on the rise. Out towards the rope. Again, it won't quite make the boundary, but they'll come back for a comfortable 3. Cummins to 6. Carey 43. 6 for 236. And that is the end of the Alzari Joseph over. As you can see him walk away, sort of shoulders slumped, a bit frustrated and disappointed in things. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Australia losing the wicket of Beau Webster in this session. He was out for 63, caught down leg side off the bowling of Shamar Joseph. But since then, Carey has accelerated things, and Cummins has played a couple of nice shots as well. 6 for 236. And there is a change at the Malcolm Marshall end, also where we are, high up in the media centre. And it'll be Graves to bowl again. 1 for 38. His figures.
11 overs, 1 maiden.
He's bowling to Pat Cummins, who comes forward and defends up to mid-off. No run.
So those workloads are into the bowlers. Shamar Joseph, 16 overs in the first innings, 21 overs in this second innings. He's just about bulletproof. Jaden Seals.
They've all got to be careful here, the West Indian bowlers, and the Australian bowlers, because the test matches are so much back-to-back.
Yep.
You've got to be careful with sort of load management. I mean, the Australians can obviously rotate. Obviously, the West Indians can as well, but if you can, that's my point about the Australians here. If they can get another 2 hours into the West Indian bowlers here with the quick back up to Grenada,
a long-term payoff.
Yep. Cummins pushes forward here, up to mid-off, and there's no run. And the other part of it as well, from a game perspective, and we'll get Andrew Mason's view on this because he's the local, is around the weather, because the weather isn't meant to be particularly good tomorrow. So, if it is that the Australians bat a long time, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for the West Indies if they turn up tomorrow and they're missing a fair bit of play because of weather, and then all of a sudden we're into a 5th day. Graves here bowls, and Cummins prods forward, pushing into cover point and getting a single.
I just can't picture it having any rainy days here in Bridgetown. The amount of solar panels on the roofs of the stadium means that it doesn't rain here. It's not cloudy. because this is powering not only Barbados, I think it's powering Jamaica somehow. The solar panels, your job is to count them, Whitey. We'll give that to you. But every square inch of roof space is covered very, very efficiently.
Justin Graves now going to bowl to Alex Carey. So he's immediately coming around the wicket. One slip and a gully. The slip in that second position. It's wide on the crease. Bowls. Carey advances and then just tucks into the onside to forward square leg. They'll get one. That's all they'll get. Carey thought there might have been two, mid-on having to come around to do the fielding, but there was also the deep square leg that was charging in. So there was too much uncertainty to come back for a second. Carey just 6 away from a half century. Australia 6 for 238.
It's been a devastating innings. It's a real heartbreaker, and he's showing the appetite to do this regularly for Australia. Batting at 7, he's made incredibly important lower or middle order, lower order runs when Australia need him. He's been really reliable the last 18 months.
Greens bowls to Cummins, hit on the pad, trying to work away on the onside. They'll still get a single, a leg by as it trickles out to the square leg umpire. One more to the total. 6 for 239. The lead to 2-9. One ball left in the over here. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, certainly looking a lot better now for the Australians at 6 for 239, considering where they were early in the final session yesterday. Graves again, bowling to Carey, advances, oh that's massive, lifting high on top of the super boxes here, and that is 50 to Alex Carey. An audacious stroke, lifting Graves high into the sky. Absolutely magnificent, Alex Carey. And he shows his appreciation to the crowd, lifting his bat almost as high as that shot. Outstanding. 6 for 245.
What a...
Wow, that's as good as it gets. That was sensational from Carey. So he's 50 coming from just 40 deliveries. Made up of 6 4s and 2 6s. Alzari Joseph to start a new over. Cummins bats here and hits and makes runs, lots of them, straight down the ground, sort of jamming down on it. In fact, he's only going to get 2. He thought about a third, but decides not to. I'm still reflecting on that shot from Carey, because we've seen a number of replays at Chemist Warehouse. But it was hit so high, like we're really high up in the media centre.
Yep.
It kind of got up to almost our eye level, and it's hit the roof of the super boxes, which is like a temporary sort of big marquee. It bounced on the roof and then went over the top of it.
And that's a 3-story building, that one next to us.
Joseph bowls to Cummins, lifts straight up in the air. This will be out, straight to mid-on, bang, gone. He knew it straight away. Brathwaite taking an easy catch. Alzari Joseph takes the wicket. And that will also be drinks here at Kensington Oval. The moment Cummins made contact, he knew that he was going to be going off the field. There was the, why did I do that? He didn't need to do that, but he did, and he's out for 9. 7 for 247. Alex Carey not out on 50. We'll see Mitchell Starc come after the drinks break here. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
here bowling. He steals and steering through the cordon for 4 is Webster. That'll take him to a half century. A really well-made half century. The justification of his selection. 11 runs from the over. Webster's turn. Leg stump line. Down the leg side. Is he strangled? Webster walking away. Umpire Mennon's not convinced. We're about to find out via DRS. Is there? Yes, there is.
Oh, gee.
There is a spike. It's a great review.
Seals bowls. Carey advances and hits spectacularly down the ground for 6. Strange again. Bowling to Carey. Advances. Oh, that's massive. Lifting high on top of the super boxes here. And that is 50 to Alex Carey.
So, the Australians at the moment in control, 247 for a loss of 7, and this represents a lead of 237. In fact, at the start of the day's play, people were saying, look, if you can get maybe a lead of 180, maybe 200, but they've gone past that now. And with the dangerous Carey there, if he's got 50, he could very well be an important factor. There are 2 slips in the gully as the action continues. This Stark who's going to face up to Alzari Joseph, and he's beaten outside the off stump first ball. Beautifully bowled from round the wicket. He nibbled at that the moment to be taken by the keeper. How do you see the game now? 247 for a loss of 7.
Andrew.
Interesting situation in terms of the performance of both Head and, of course, our good friend Webster.
Yeah, indeed. A great partnership with those two together of 102. That was over an important phase where they needed to get through stumps, start the day well, deny the West Indies bowlers, and they did that and achieved it. Now what's happening is a benefit of that situation. Carey can come out and freewheel a bit. The partnership he put on with Cummins was 39 in 5 overs. Devastating in under 5 overs. Suddenly the game is just slipping away here, although a wicket, Cummins out.
Alzari Joseph is in, bowls to Stark. Stark covers up, ball pitch to the line of the off stump, pushes down towards bin off. There's no run.
But without that partnership, that denial at the start, this wouldn't be available to them. Carey would have to come out and grind if the score was back 100 runs. So look, it's worked out in an ideal situation. Alex Carey, he's proven time and time again how valuable he can be at 7. And as we welcome Bharat in, he's been pretty special for 50.
Here is Alzari Joseph from round the wicket, operating from the northern of the ground, comes up now to bowl to Stark, and Stark is beaten outside the off stump again, playing towards square leg, and the ball pitched outside the off stump, nibbled at it again, taken by the keeper. So, how do you read it now, Bharat?
No, just looking at the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, you could see how disappointed Pat Cummins was the moment he played the shot. He could sense that this partnership was completely demoralizing the West Indians and taking the game further and further away from them on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. But they're still completely in command with Alex Carey batting the way he is. And he's now started doing it around the world, hasn't he, Bryce?
Oh, yeah. No, he's incredibly valuable. Field spreads, everyone goes out. Stark on strike.
Yes, here's Alzari Joseph. Round the wicket, comes up now, bowls to Stark into this delivery. He's covered up and gets the single, so he will keep the strike. The ball was played away down towards that backward point area for 1. So another over comes to an end. 248 for 7 is the latest score at Kensington. Lovely music in the background. Of course, the man who would have selected that music is Bharat. Is that right?
Well, Andrew Mason, you know, it is a kind of trashy
You've been dancing
guitar.
in your chair all day.
Look, I shake my bottom every time I come to the Caribbean.
Well, of course, it's scrap over time as well.
It is. That's
Graves round the wicket now on his way. He's in and bowls to Stark into this delivery. He's covered up to ball pitch in the off stump, plays it square in the offside. Down to cover, there's no run.
Yeah, just Andrew, there are so many of our listeners listening to us, staying up and listening to SEN Test Cricket, which we brought to you for Henley Holmes and also for Australia Made by Local. And they would be wondering about crop over. You and I have mentioned crop over the last few times. Is it like the carnival of Barbados?
Yes, it is the carnival of Barbados. Of course, you've got the Trinidad carnival, but that's big. In fact, the Trinidadians reckon it's the best carnival in the world, better than Brazil's carnival. That's how they feel about it. Of course, it's a celebration of the crop, because the crop is over now. The sugar cane, it's over now. And as a result of that, you get, in the old time days, of course, as this delivery is pitched on line, the off-spin, the batsman comes across, plays up towards that mid-off area, there's no run. The workers celebrating. So what we do now is that we call it crop over. And the action is going to start in another first Monday in August is when there's the grand finale. So you're going to have a lot of parties now.
Yes.
You know? You're going to powder, was it? Going to what?
I'm trying to. I mean, this test match seems to drag on for too long. I'm not complaining. I'm kidding, of course.
So you're gonna have a big calypso competition as well.
Ooh.
Yeah. And there used to be one time the pepper pot, as this deliveries outside and the off-stump bowled by Graves played the way down towards the gully area, where calypsonians will come together and sing. In fact, the National Stadium, which has been pushed down recently, that used to hold the crop over the Calypso competition, and is now held here at Kensington Oval, much to the dislike of Prof Edwards, who's the creator. He's a bit worried about the fact that they're having so many things at Kensington.
I tell you what, Damien Hoff, who's does such a remarkable job at the Adelaide Oval, can relate with him, because they have all sorts of concerts at the Adelaide Oval just before cricket.
Here's Graves, comes in and bowls pitch up and driven over his head. That's going to go for 4. A big shot from a big man, straight as an arrow. Well played, Stark.
Well, we've seen Alex Carey play some forceful shots this afternoon. This was right up there. Mitchell Stark in his hitting arc, right there in the slot, and he just smashed it. And that scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted, tried experts, looking better and better and better for Australia.
Yeah. And of course, with the lead they've gotten of 242, they can play with a great deal of freedom. Stark is on 5. How will Graves respond as he comes up now and bowls short, pulled away, 4 more. Wide up and on. That was it with tremendous disdain. That's gone out to the boundary like a shot from a gun. That's going for 4.
Well, that wasn't a pull. That was a slap from Mitchell Stark.
Yep.
He was very disappointed with the way he got out in the first innings, and he wants to make up for it. Crucial runs in the World Test Championship final, of course, 58 not out. So he's in good batting nick. As you can see on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Chemist Warehouse, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. He spanked that one and the dressing room loved it.
Yeah, he's gone to 9, 256 for 7. Here's Graves. Comes in to bowl to Stark, and to this delivery, he's getting the ball pitched to the line of that leg stump and pushes it wide a bit on. In there for a bit. Seals comes across to his left to pick it up. And while all this is happening, Stark gets a run to go to double figures. He's got 10. Carey is on 50, and the over comes in. 69 gone. 257 for 7 is the latest score at Kensington. All right, so just about back in time to see Alzari Joseph, the man from Antigua, to take it up as he starts to move in again to bowl to Stark, and Stark is get a ball popped in the air back. The bowler was coming forward, looking to turn the ball away, got big on him, and popped in front of an advancing bowler in Joseph. That was a fairly well bowled, 257 for 7.
Yeah, the ball kind of just got stuck in the pitch.
It did.
You are listening, of course, to SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local. So crop over, is it harvest season, you mean?
Yeah.
It is harvest season.
Yes, the canes are being harvested, and there's and in celebration they call it crop over.
Yeah.
The crop is over.
The crop is over.
That's where the name has come from. So it's crop over. So do you celebrate? You dance in the streets until morning come as well. Here is the delivery, which is driven off the edge down to third man. There's none that's going to go for 4. The runs are flooring it. Kensington over, pitched up by Alzari Joseph. A big swing of the bat coming from Stark, and it goes away down towards the unprotected third man. Brown. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 261-47.
Yeah, you'll see on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, Stark just gave it everything. Thick edge, flew over the slip region for 4. And now the scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, Australia will see they are ahead by 251 runs. And now, slowly but surely, taking control of this test match.
Yeah, I agree with that. In fact, the third man is going to be put in, maybe for the first time in the match. It's 261-7. And Alzari Joseph from round the wicket, operating from the northern of the ground, comes in on his way to bowl to Stark, who's gone to 14, and he's covering up. Plays an authentic cricket shot up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There is no run.
So how long does crop over last for? Is it a month or is it a few weeks?
Yeah, but in fact, the situation, the first Monday, right, in August, that's when everything finishes. You call it Kadooment. Yeah, so you have the crop over, have lots of fets. The main events would be, say, the Calypso finals, which is going to be here at Kensington Oval. And then, of course, interesting enough, after this delivery, as it's going to be Joseph comes up and bowls a ball which is short, good delivery. There's a batsman with some suspicion playing the ball off the chest in the air down towards gully and gets a run. But not only Barbados is having their carnival, you can have Grenada as well. You can have Antigua. But of course, the main carnival is going to be around, in terms of Trinidad, that's going to be around about February, March. That's when they have. So they're over now.
Yeah,
so the islands now, like Barbados, Grenada, Antigua, they'll have their carnivals now. But the first Monday in August is when we have Kadooment. We call it Kadooment Day, where there's tremendous costumes. You know, they used to be at the National Stadium, but that's no longer, as it's going to be Stark coming forward. In fact, that's Kirby just coming forward and working the ball from that leg stump up towards the backward square position. Will get a single. The ball was on the leg stump, bowled by Alzari Joseph. Looking a bit tired now, and it's 263 for the loss of 7. But it's a spectacle. You should be here for Kadooment. Absolute spectacle. People are jumping. Rihanna, she comes back every year for Kadooment. Yeah, she's very much a part of it. Of course, remember, Rihanna left Barbados when she was around 17. It's not that she left when she was 6 or 7. So she's retained her Bajan accent as well. You know that?
I have heard her speak.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, she's here. Her father's passed away very recently, Mr. Fenty.
Yeah, passed away about 2 weeks or so ago. Yes, he was having some challenges. He's passed away. Of course, she has got some Guyanese connection as well. Yeah. As the action continues, her mother's Guyanese, scored 263 for 7. The Guyanese actually claim her. Here's the delivery, which is pitched up with the batsman off the back foot. A ball that was full, he might have come forward, but is able to get a run as the ball is pushed down towards the cover area for 1. So another over comes to an end. Carey's got 51. Stark is in 16. 264 for 7 is the latest score at Kensington. All right, so the sun is out in all of its brilliance, certainly shining brightly on the Australians. And this is what they're known for. They're very, very good in terms of responding to a challenge. And they've done it with a performance worthy of commendation. Because really, when you look at it, at one stage they were on the pressure, feeling the squeeze, but they've responded. And you come to expect that from Australia. It's true that in recent times they've wobbled a bit, but generally expect Australia to respond.
Especially in third innings when they need to really ram the point home. That's when they often have come good.
But Joseph is back. He's a try down the leg side first ball. Ball that was outside line, the leg stump. Start looking to get some batter into that. Goes by down the leg side. Hope doesn't gather cleanly, but the ball is not too far behind him, so there's no extra. 7 for 264. I shall endeavour just to run through what has happened so far for the day. Of course,
and before you do that, I'll just tell our listeners as well. You're listening to the beautiful Bajan dulcet tones of Andrew Mason on SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local Andrew.
You sound like a Bajan.
One of the voices of Caribbean cricket. He has been for the last 25 years.
No, 26. Let's bowl them! Shamar Joseph, the man from Barker, deep in row, Guyana in Berbice, strikes on the West Indies, the ball pitched up, and there was the batsman going for the big drive start. His middle stump has been castled, and it is Joseph getting his fourth wicket, 264 for 8.
Well, eventually Roston Chase had to go back to Shamar Joseph, and like he's done throughout this test match, every time the captain throws the ball back to his young superstar, he delivers. He got a wicket in his first over of the last spell, getting rid of Travis Head, and he's done the same again in this spell. This time it's Mitchell Starc, castled by a full delivery from Shamar Joseph. It was an important wicket. Mitchell Starc was throwing his bat around and getting away with it. So now Australia down to Nathan Lyon and Josh Hazlewood. We'll see how Alex Carey manages this situation. 254 already looks like a healthy lead.
Yeah. You think they're happy with 254?
I mean, they want more. And just looking at, as soon as Shamar Joseph came into bowl, I just see him clutching at his thigh. Hopefully it's nothing.
Yeah, I hope he's okay.
He's
had a couple of injuries,
He has, and he's bowled some long spells in this test match.
And they've got to be careful. They've got to manage him. You know, he hasn't played a lot of cricket. In fact, nobody knew about him.
Yeah.
He went into Georgetown and you know, was bowling in the nets and that kind of thing. I think that's where he was spotted. And in fact, in the CPL about 3 years ago, he bowled very quickly. And I know the selectors then, the most honourable Desmond Haynes was very much a part of that selection panel, along with Roland Butcher, the first black West Indian to play for England.
Correct.
And I remember Roland Butcher saying to me, there is a young bowler in Guyana called Shamar Joseph. I like him. And the rest is history. He's a bit of a superstar. And cricket needs, particularly West Indies cricket, needs a Shamar Joseph. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He really has come, and he's very fit, and that's important. Can bowl long spells. He starts his run. He's going to bowl to Land, who's come to the crease. He goes past the umpires up and bowls him and beats him outside the off stump with a beauty. People love to come to cricket to see this. Pitch outside the off stump, down the channel. It went by to be taken by the keeper, but Hope didn't take it.
Yeah, Hope didn't take it. I hope he's okay. He's dropped his glove off.
Okay.
Oh, I think just to give.
No, I don't think he edged it.
No, he didn't edge it.
No.
Yeah. Oh, he almost got it at the bottom. And Shea Hope has just wiped his his glasses on and put them back on as if he didn't see that ball. So Shamar Joseph has 3 more balls in this over.
Yeah. But
he want to make the most of it, get 1 more at least.
These guys wear these very expensive shades nowadays. 264 for 8. Joseph comes in to bowl 2 lines to this delivery. Outside the off stump, he nibbles at that. And that was very nervous, very jerky. Outside the off stump, just fanning at it. Goes by to be taken by the keeper. It was bowled with a great deal of pace too. And it reminds you of the old time days when we had 4 fast bowlers and they bowled long spells. I mean, Colin Croft was that one who was seen as the 4th bowler. You had Marshall, you had Roberts, you had Holden, and Roberts was the man who would come and bowl those beautiful spells. But Colin Croft was the workhorse. And then that job was taken by Courtney Walsh.
Correct.
Yeah, indeed. Here is Joseph. Shamar, he's in and bowls. That's good bowling. The ball before was just outside the off stump. That ball came back, and he hurriedly got the bat down in that line, pokes it up towards that mid-on there. There's no run.
Yeah, Shamar Joseph's numbers were just up on the screen. 21 wickets at 15 against Australia, just his 3rd test. So there's been the Shamar Joseph against Australia, and then there's been the Shamar Joseph versus everyone else.
What did the Australians say about him, the cricketers?
Oh, they were absolutely in awe of him last year when he did what he did. So
yeah, and he's so deceptive. He's pretty sharp, you know. And he's always always keen to go. That's the thing about it. And let's hope he stays around for quite a long time. 264 for 8 as he comes up now to bowl to land, goes past the umpire, he's in and bowls him, and he's forward, plays the ball into the offside. There's a single and off, he doesn't want to take it, with the fielder, Brathwaite, having to come a long way in to pick it up, and in the end he decides, no, I'm going to give Carey the strike. 264 for 8 is the latest score at Kensington. Well, of course, cricket is very big on radio in the Caribbean. Our local season, we even bring coverage of local cricket, and we've been doing that since 1970. I believe Barbados is maybe the only country in the world where local cricket, I'm talking about local first division cricket, is brought every weekend. Yeah, I made a heavy investment in the part of the Barbados Cricket Association. They spend thousands of dollars making sure that people hear the cricket. And a lot of the cricket is also streamed as well. So here we go. Looks as if it's going to be the other Joseph to continue. Alzari,
everybody's on the boundary.
Yeah. Well, this is a very interesting field. As he comes round the wicket now, on his way, goes past the umpire, Joseph in bowls, and the batsman covers up and plays the ball up towards that mid-off where there's no run. Can you describe this field for me? Have you ever seen this before?
Yeah, well, I've seen a spread out field, but it's very rare where every outfielder is on the boundary, and we've been doing this for 51 straight tests, as Adam said, on SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local, and I don't think I've seen a field like this in a long time.
The third man, backward point of the boundary, covering the boundary, extra cover about 20 metres inside the boundary, long off, long on, there's a mid-wicket, there's a backward square. Alzari Joseph is in and bowls. He's walking across the stumps and guides the ball down toward backward point. That's Carey. There's a single and off. He doesn't accept it. Sylvester Joseph is banging that ball short just outside the off stump. 264 for 8.
Joseph, you mean?
Yeah, I
you
keep
have
saying
a fixation with
I keep saying that all the time. I mean, they come from the same country.
They do.
Yeah, wonderful individual he is. In fact, I saw him recently in Barbados, and still very much involved in commentary and in coaching as well. Alzari goes back to his mark, and not Sylvester. Turns this about now and starts to move in to bowl to Carey, who's got 51. He's really batted well here, very aggressive. He's in and bowls, and he covers up and whips the ball away down towards that backward square area. Doesn't take the single. You think he'll take it on the fourth if offered?
You think so? I mean, with this field, because Alex Carey has been trying to clear the fence, I wouldn't be surprised if he just charges at him and tries to hit him over. Yeah. He's done it once of Alzari Joseph in this innings.
Yeah, what a hit. I mean, to hit the ball high over the top of long off, it was a hit with a lot of disdain. So we've had 3 balls left in the over. This field is spread. So will he look to make maybe land face 2? We shall see as he goes round the wicket now. This is Alzari Joseph on his way to bowl to Carey, and to this delivery. Carey's coming forward. A good delivery, bang, on track. That's right in the block hole, digs it out and plays the ball up towards that mid-on area. So we had 4. Let's see if the captain is going to maybe make any adjustments as well in terms of his field placing.
No, strangely, he's giving the single to Alex Carey. So he's saying, even if it's 1 ball, we'll take 1 ball against Nathan Lyon. I mean, he's better than that.
Yeah.
So Joseph just changing his angle now, going to over the wicket.
Yeah.
So just to describe the field, there's deep fine leg, deep third, deep backward point, deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, and a cover fielder almost back all the way to the boundary.
Here's Alzari Joseph, comes up now, bowls to Carey, gets one down the leg. So I think that was bowled deliberately.
And Alex Carey
Joseph down the leg. So he's trying to get back into that. So we've had a situation of 5 balls gone. Surely Captain Chase has got to make some adjustments to the field.
In the field, everybody else is coming back. So this is what he'll want, especially with Shamar Joseph having picked up a wicket at the other end, to give or Chase, that is, to make sure that Lyon stays on strike. And Lyon and Carey just have a quick chat.
So
where will the single come? It's not that there are no singles in offer. He can always push a ball through the covers. Does he go for the bouncer here, the high bouncer, just to keep him on strike?
Just got a short point. There's a cover. The mid-off is back. So just really 2 men on the offside, saving one. Here's Joseph, comes up now and bowls while the off stop, but that was deliberate again. So it means that he will have Lion face the first ball the next over. That was while the off stump and might be taken by the keeper. So Carey's got 51. Lion hasn't scored as yet. Australia 264 for loss of 8. That's the latest score at Kensington.
SCN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Busy passage of play since lunch. Australia advancing their lead from 171 to 254. In here, new over. Steered through the cordon. Joseph wide enough to give Lyon the chance to get off the mark with the boundary. Shot that he plays well behind point. Lead to 258. 8 for 268. Australia have gone on a run of balls since lunch. They've lost Webster, Cummins and Stark, but this is the kind of punishing session runs-wise they needed.
Desperately needed. Nathan Lyon was a little disappointed with himself when he missed out on this shot in the previous over. This time got enough bat and there was a big enough gap for him to access.
He's always played that well. Away from us, Shamar Joseph looking for a fifth. Bowls to Lyon here. Back of a length, steers in that direction again. Doesn't beat backward point. They scamper through for one. 8 for 269. Gives the strike back to Alex Carey from the second ball of the over. 259 in the black Australia.
And Roston Chase is asking everyone to drop back again. So
no ball as well, that doesn't help.
He's bowled a few, but I think you can understand. He's really being stretched here, Shamar Joseph.
Yeah.
Roston Chase needs to be careful. I understand that. Oh, that's a huge no ball as well. I understand the need for wickets, but it just has bowled so many spells. It's been hot and humid on all 3 days.
It's warm out there at the moment. I just spent some time up in the Hall and Griffith stand, which is a gorgeous part of the ground. Kind of in the opposite corner to where we are, next to the Players' Pavilion. So he's round the wicket, Shamar Joseph. 8 wickets in the match. Bowls to Carey, gets inside, laps it, gets it away. Superb. Absolutely superb. Across his stumps, got into position. The scoop lap variation gets it so fine. No chance for the fine leg. He's 55. It's a blinder this. 48 balls, 8 for 274, lead 264. Hello, Bryce.
That's extraordinary. G'day, Colo, Barat. This is some innings, and it was set up by the fact that Head and Webster were able to withstand everything at the start of the day. Everything that West Indies threw, their good bowling, they withstood that. Now it's opening up, and tired bowlers are getting sent around the park.
Shamar Joseph. Ball left in the over. Bowls here. Carey drives straight down to long off. Gives the strike to Lyon. 265 the lead. I saw Andrew McDonald there in the Australian dressing room down there with Scott Boland picking out their Duke's balls with the fourth umpire for the second innings.
So the 12th man's doing that?
I would imagine Scott Boland having the
he knows
authority.
what he's doing.
Yeah. So it was. I got a photo of them doing it actually. It was McDonald and Boland going through the box. Yeah.
I think it was Boland involved yesterday as well, or was it day before?
Yeah, okay.
When Australia were bowled out, so he's the ball picker.
Back over the wicket, 2 slips to the gully. Shamar Joseph bowls to Lyon on the line of the middle stump, pushed out to mid-on, no single.
But just on Alex Carey, 15 months ago, all these question marks about is he Australia's premier wicketkeeper for Tests, and he plays that innings in Christchurch. And now just some of the innings he's played.
Yeah, some gems.
They haven't always been big hundreds. The 152 in Sri Lanka being the highlight. But even the 48 he made at Lord's, at that point, Adam, it looked like he turned the game, didn't it?
Yeah, Lord's stands out. The 98 not out at Christchurch in the 4th innings when that chase was teetering on the edge. 2 left here, Shamar Joseph. Bowls to Nathan Lyon. Lyon plays and misses. Goes past the inside edge. Didn't quite get up. Came back off the seam a little bit as well. There was the 70 at Brisbane, which I know ended up being a draw, a wet draw, but still, from where the game was at the time, remembering that they went on to collapse in their second innings, didn't they, Australia? So it took time out of the game, which proved important. Field drops with one ball left here. They're giving Lyon a single to point, to cover, to mid-off, to mid-on, to mid-wicket, to long leg. Everywhere other than the two slips in the gully, offering a single. Shamar Joseph's got 4 for 73.
Has he got a ramp in him?
He's got a hook shot.
Oh, for sure.
Will he drop short? Will he trust that? Bowls here, Shamar's fallen straight and driven down to mid-on. They decline the single. The strike goes back to Carey, who is 56. Lions 5, leads 265 at 8 for 275 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Alzari Joseph's picked up a couple of wickets in this innings. Alex Carey, field spread entirely. Not a single fielder catching. No one on the one. All back on the rope.
Extraordinary field.
So, given up on getting him out. He's 56 from 49, the South Australian. Now Zari Joseph, Garner end round the wicket bowls here. Pace off. Plays it straight back to the bowler.
What's the text machine? Yeah, 144, no name on it. He's sent it in 4 times. How long till tea, lads? He must be getting tired. You've got half an hour to get through of action. Half an hour. Hang in there.
Could be an extended session, I'm afraid to say, if that's what you're after. If you're waiting for a breather, if Australia are 9 down, it'll go beyond that.
He's looking for a 20-minute power nap.
By contrast, if the Windies go bang here, it'll be an early tea.
Correct.
As it was yesterday around this time of day.
Just pour yourself an extra drink, just in case.
The late night shopping in Australia, 4:11 a.m. Love it. Now Zari Joseph bowls to Carey, plays down to long on, knows the call. Had a text in from Kirsty not long ago saying, doing exactly the same thing. Late at night, listening to the cricket synced up with us. People all around Australia right now.
There you go. Hello, Kirsty.
A little while ago, it's prime time in Prague. Prime time cricket, it was 7:25. That was a few hours ago. Now coming through.
Known for its cricket watching, Prague.
Well, Josh, we're going round the world.
Just keeping an eye on Shamar Joseph at the end of the last over. He was grimacing. Something is bothering him.
Alzari.
23 overs he's bowled in this innings alone.
He's busy on day one too. Alzari Joseph bowls to Carey, cramps him up, takes one to the onside, wants two. Great chance for two. Line up for it, Carey through. That's good running. That's great running. Halfway through the over, 2 further runs added. Leads 267 with Carey 58.
Yeah, that's one thing Alex Carey is the best at in this team, running. Quickest by a distance. I heard he played some other sport at some point in his life. But yeah.
For those in the West Indies, he was a good AFL, Australian rules footballer.
Yeah.
In Australia, it's probably the most common thing said about Alex Carey. Oh, by the way, did you know he also did football? So everyone in Australia would chuckle along. But
there are certain athletes who get that reputation, don't they? Scott Pendlebury, you know he did something else as well. 20 years later, whatever it is, maybe more than 20 years into his AFL career.
Mick in the shed wants to know, can I get another beer in before tea?
Yep.
Yes, you can.
Yep.
He's in Dramana, Mick. Mick's in Dramana. Get the top off another one. It's been a big night for you. Footy on was that seemed like about 3 days ago for you, Mick. That finished at 10:30. It's now 4 a.m. 6 hours.
Almost go all the way through, can't you? Because where do we get to? We get to about, our coverage ends at about 8:30 a.m. doesn't it? When you account for the new ball with Baz and Whitey, something like that. And then you're not far away from the AFL coverage beginning on SEN. Bit of crunch time action on a Saturday morning.
No doubt.
Not sure if there's a Saturday afternoon game this week. I hope there is.
Would be.
Definitely.
Over the wicket. Joseph bowls here. Carey inside edge into the gloves of Hope on the bounce.
Yeah, do the circuit.
Go all the way through.
Straight into the footy and then join us again.
There was very occasionally, when you've got a test match in India, when you've got a test match in New Zealand, when you've got a test match in, there's one other place, is it England? You can get the full cycle.
Right.
Yeah, where you don't miss out no matter where you are in the world. There's always test cricket going. It happens a couple of times a year.
Well, don't give Mick any ideas. He's all over it for that fixture.
By the way, how did I miss that? The Saturday afternoon game down in Launceston.
Yeah.
My lot playing. We've got North. 2:15 a.m. Barbados time. Can I stay up for that? Probably not.
Watch it at Oyston's.
Well, don't rule it out. If the game's over in 3 days. Here we go. Bowling and pushing out to cover is Carey. So Joseph of the Azari variety, not really threatening the South Australian at the moment. 8 for 278. Carey 59. Lead 268. 1 ball left in the over for Lyon to see through. Why did they not bring the field in with 2 balls to go there, boys?
Yeah, I think they've gone to sleep.
You've got to have two. If you're playing the milk to strike game, you can't be giving easy singles from the penultimate delivery.
No, delirious now, though. No one was switched on out there. Even if Chase's mind is busy, new captain, he's busy with thinking through all this. Someone in the team, another leader should have gone, hey, what are we doing? Let's stop this. Let's rethink our way through it. We get to the last ball now. Line on strike. The field is still spread. Largely. 2 slips in a gully, though.
Short ball if it comes. Men back. Bowls here. It's full leg stump. Finds a gap at deep. Backward square enough that they might have considered 2. Instead, it's dot ball, giving the strike back to Carey, who's 59, Lions on 5. 8 for 278. Lead is 268 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. We're here at Kensington Oval thanks to Henley Homes. So we are 25 minutes away from the scheduled tea interval. It's been a session where Australia have moved the lead from 171 to 268. That felt a mile away at 4 for 65 yesterday. The next 4 wickets have brought 213 and still going. Round the wicket here, Shamar bowls, and driving into the offside is Carey, but there won't be a single. Well, there is one, but they're declining at this stage.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be Roston Chase right now. These runs have come so thick and fast that he needs his enforcer to strike like he did when he brought him into the spell, got rid of Mitchell Starc, but you don't want to bowl him into the ground either.
No, your observation just in the break there, Barat, was he looked sore. He was giving his hat to the umpire. The chin was on the chest, the pebble in the shoe, and he looks really sore.
It's his 40th over of the Test match. Shamar Joseph round the wicket, bowls here, tucked into the onside by Carey, who wants 2. It'll be Lyon to the danger end at the bowler's end, and he's through comfortably. More great running early in the over. Australia are handling this situation a lot better than the Windies are. 270 is what the lead blows out to. 8 for 280, Carey 61.
No ball as well.
Oh, another one. Yeah. Oh, he's not making his life easier. The extra deliveries. Yeah, I mean, if a wicket doesn't come in this over, I really do think they should give him a break.
So 40 overs. How many sessions has he bowled in? He'll have bowled in 3, 4, 5. This will be the 7th session of the 6th or 7th session he's bowled in a Test match as well.
Yep.
Bowled on every day, of course. Shamar bowls here, and defending his Carey, a full and straight ball on the middle stump line.
No, that really hurts you. The fact that it is 3 days in a row. Every day's a bowling day. He can't put his feet up. The recovery is not there. It's multiplying. It's a compound effect.
So you know he's in a row.
He's hurting. He's overstretching now. Overstriding to make up for every part of his legs would be aching like mad. So he's putting everything in.
Big no ball, the previous delivery. Defended here, Carey. Out to cover. Shamar trying to angle it into the stumps, but Carey's going too nicely.
So it's all grit and determination. It's not the smooth gliding approach that he had earlier in the test.
He's just holding on. Picked up the wickets of Beau Webster and Mitchell Starc in this session. That stand between Travis Head and Webster of 102 was broken before lunch, and then Webster put on 41 with Carey, and Carey put on 39 with Cummins. What about a runner ball? Shamar Joseph in again, bowls here, steering out into the deep point. Aerial route, doesn't matter, no one in close, they declined the single. Still 3 legal deliveries to come after a couple of no balls.
Do you think Roston Chase is thinking, well, if you can go bang bang here, there's 10 for the match for you. You deserve a 5 for you. Got 4 in the first innings. Look, what have you got for me? Can you put it in, and then we'll rest you for days.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll rest you till we turn up at the next test. Give us everything and reward yourself with potentially a 10-for or a Michelle in the second dig.
So Shamar bowls here. Full toss way outside the off stump. It'll be a no ball for Hyde, I'm certain. It's called here by umpire Menon, no doubt about that. So that's just another emblem of this going completely off the rails here for Shamar Joseph. And that'll take the score to 8 for 284.
And Alex Carey was just a little, like he ran the single and immediately turned around and said, oh no ball. That means, Nathan, you have to face an extra delivery.
Well, this whole strategy is ruining Nathan Lyon's strike rate. That's what's happening. He's hitting the ball well. He was striking sharply early. He's down to 50% now.
Well, we're only 3 balls into the over, so on reflection, Carey should have declined there based on their existing plan. However, the game changes. Shamar back over the wicket where he's more comfortable. Into line, away from us, bowls here. Beats him on the outside edge with a ball that actually doesn't make it to the keeper. So the pitch has that up and down property to it at the moment.
I'm sure some of our listeners will be wondering, well, hey, hang on, this is what happened at Lord's as well. You know, Australia looked better. I mean, the lower order took them to a total, 280?
Yep.
The target. Is this a case of the pitch getting easier to bat on, or has it just been better? Really good batting from Head, Webster, and from Carey.
Yeah, Lords have got flattered and flat. It's not doing that here. It's got tricky bits to it, without a doubt. Shamar 2 left, bowls here to line, beats him properly. That's got to the gloves. Beautiful bowling. After really struggling through the over, 2 balls that have moved away from the right-handed line. Can he hit the stumps? One last time.
Yeah, you just get a feeling this is the last over for him before tea. Or you hope so for his sake.
He's had a crack, no doubt about that. Some cloud cover back here at Kensington Oval as well. Second new ball might be a factor now as well. 5 overs away from that after this delivery.
The ring fielders just eased their way out to give the easy single.
Shamar Joseph away from our Malcolm Marshall end. Bowls to line, and line, leg stump line, helps himself to runs to the leg side, gets it fine, gets 4. Lyon plays that leg glance so well. Valuable runs. Lyon up to 9. 8 for 288. The lead's 278. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. After the break, Adam White will take you through to tea.
SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Australia 8 for 288, Carey 62, Lyon 9. We've gone through 75 overs. The way the West Indians are going about things at the moment, we might only get another 2 or 3 in before tea.
Well, 24 overs in the first session today. It was a little underwhelming.
Well, it just keeps happening, doesn't it? And it keeps happening and nothing happens. We are going to get a change here. We are going to see Oracane come into the attack.
Oracane I thought he bowled reasonably well. He's got 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. It was a nice little battle that he had with Bo Webster. After Webster paddle swept him, he's smart enough to put in the leg slip to stop that and forcing him to drive. But this is a spread field with Carey on strike.
Carey's first ball is, well, first opportunity to face Warwick, and he's played up to mid-on and there's no run.
It's a slog sweep on offer. If he gets outside the line of off stump, I think that's where he'll be looking to hoy it. It's a gap from deep square to long on.
Carey, full face of the bat, driving back to, well, not driving, pushing back to the bowler.
It's a big target, of course, at the sight screen as well. Big white panels that he could belt the ball towards. Wonder if he'll take that on with 15 minutes before the tea break.
Carey uses his feet, then gets himself jammed and strokes the ball up to long off, doesn't take the run. He was trying to hit that one into the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand. So the deep mid-on and deep mid-off are set quite wide, so it does give him the opportunity to hit over the top of the bowler into vacant territory. It's an arm ball, and they'll take the single. Just rocking back and stroking the ball out into the cover region. Carey moves along to 63, 8 for 289, so the lead 279 now. The wicket's definitely not playing as difficult as days 1 and 2. The only difference now is that perhaps a few more are starting to keep a little low.
Yeah, it's a bit
we're not getting the one that are not as many that are sort of jumping.
No, it's a tired wicket now. It's dried out considerably, and now there's more that are keeping low. Just going to ask Travis Head.
Yes, that's right.
And one that hit him a real gazunder.
So
hit him on the ankle.
They're spending a lot of time here setting the field with line on strike. They're still putting a few out on the fence. Long on's now going back, but there is a leg slip and a traditional slip, a short cover, and Lyon pushes forward to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, Lyon knows all the strategies here that's been used against him. Leg slip, slip, short catching cover, short catching mid-wicket, both pretty straight.
Warwick again bowls. Lyon pushing forward again, same spot into mid-wicket, and he survives the over. I think Lyon will be enjoying this. He'll be thinking he can get Carey to 100. Over bowled, 8 for 289. Eight for 289 Australia. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Carey 63, Lyon on 9. And Shamar Joseph is going to bowl again. If you can believe that. He's the Iron Man of this team. He just keeps going. Around the wicket, running away from us. Bowls to Carey. Gets a quick ball and it took almost the shoulder of the bat, but with soft hands, Carey was able to play it down into the gully region. And there's no run. When I say gully region, that's the line of the stroke. But he's back on the fence, so there's no chance that Carey's going to take a run that early in the over.
Starting to struggle a bit overnight in Australia. They're stretching to get to tea.
Joseph bowls. Carey again comfortably playing into the covers. And not scoring a run, not wanting a run. The cover sort of set halfway to the rope. So this is all about what happens on balls 4, 5 and 6. Because everyone is either on the fence or they have wicket-keeping gloves on or they're bowling the ball. And we've got just that one man sort of halfway to the fence at cover.
I tell you what it does do. If you do get a shout for an edge or a caught behind, it makes your appeal very, very limited. So there's no one around.
Joseph bowls. Carey, that was a good ball. That was in on the stumps, and Carey opening the blade, running it down to third man, not taking the run.
So it can seem a bit isolating when you're appealing all on your own. It's a lot easier when you've got a cordon and everyone around in the ring, but everyone's on the boundary. Bar that cover fielder, as you said, Whitey. So Carey, this is a domination by Carey. He's come out there with this intent, 63 off 67. It was balanced when he went out there.
63 off just 67. He waits for Joseph and he pushes and will take the single on ball number 4 up to mid-off. So Carey 64, Lyon 9, 8 for 290. We've got 11 minutes until tea. So Lyon's got 2 balls here to negotiate.
Well, we really do have a treat. We've been going around the world and we've been putting a pin on our world map here of where we're going. This is royalty that we've got online now. They're listening from Antarctica, boys, via the Starlink. It's cold. They're dreaming of the Caribbean. Winter in the Antarctica, there's no colder place. The Australian scientists are there. Well, it's great to have you on board. They haven't seen daylight for a few months, permanently in darkness at the moment, so hang in there.
That's extraordinary.
It is.
Lyon on strike. Shamar Joseph bowls. Lyon gets a good one and it hits him.
Hey, I thought you said the ball wasn't standing up.
Well, that one did, didn't it?
Yeah.
And he's okay, Lyon. He doesn't want to show he's hurt. We're having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay, and that's got him on the glove, I reckon. He's now sort of coming down, doing a little bit of gardening. Carey's just checking on him. And I think he's okay. Well, I'm not certain he's okay. That was a nasty delivery. Feels like Shamar's just bowling it a little bit quicker when Nathan Lyon's on strike.
It's extraordinary. Flying in off the text, just suggesting how many in a row for Joseph. He must be knackered. It's extraordinary.
Shamar Joseph comes in, bowls to Lyon, who tucks him off his hip. He won't take the run that was on offer because it is the last ball of the over. 8 for 290, Carey 64, Lyon 9. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Live from Bridgetown, Barbados at the Kensington Oval. We've got 10 minutes until tea on day 3. Australia 8 for 290 with Carey on 64 and Lyon on 9. You're with Adam White and Bryce McGain on a sunny Friday afternoon in Bridgetown. Warwick's going to bowl again. It is Friday, isn't it?
It is Friday.
We have to check. Because we've had 2 Mondays and no Tuesday. No, 2 Mondays and Tuesday.
This is the world's longest week that we've ever had with the travel over this way. What day is it in Antarctica, scientists?
Saturday morning.
What time is it down there? I don't know how the time zone works at the pointy end of the South Pole.
Again, they're spending a lot of time here setting the field and wasting a lot of time in the process. And the umpires don't do anything. Warwick's ready. From the Jolgana end, he's bowling to Carey. Carey gets a rank long hop down leg side that he couldn't even reach.
It was a metre down leg side. Fired it into the pitch. It did turn as well.
Warwick again bowls. Carey advances and then got beaten in flight, checked his shot and stroked it up to mid-on rather than hitting it onto the roof of the grandstand, which is what he was going to do.
Good adjustment by Carey because he got beaten with flight. A bit of a flatter, quicker delivery. Cagey bowling.
Warwick again. Trots in, bowls to Carey, gives himself room and slaps it through the covers. Out into the deep, no run. So for most of you who are just in bed in Australia at the moment listening to this, it's hard to explain the field other than on the offside they're all on the fence. And there's 4 of them. So when Carey does this, which is just push it into the covers, he'll take a single because it's the 4th ball. Carey 65, 8 for 291.
Just grab another pin and we'll stick this one in Oceanside, California. We're getting a g'day from there. So an Aussie in California.
110 runs in the session, which has got 6 minutes to go. Probably this over and only one more the way they're going.
Slow going. Leg slip in play.
Warwick bowls to Lyon, who pushes forward. Full face of the bat and pad close together.
Gary's got a big
cover.
bag of those, the forward defence. He will not be giving up his wicket to Warwick.
It's a very open stance, Lyon, as he waits. Again, prods forward and survives.
Denied.
The 2 balls required. Over bowled, 8 for 291. Carey 65, line 9. We're not sure who's bowling this over. I think it's going to be Roston Chase. No one has come to bowl the over. It's not going to be Shamar Joseph, but Roston Chase. It looks like he's going to bowl. So maybe 2 more, because even though it's taking again a long time for him to set his field here, there's still 5 minutes to go until tea. And there's a couple of reasons why it's important, the tea break, just to get there and have a break. But from a West Indian point of view, if they were to get a wicket, they'd then keep going because it's 9 down, so they can go the extra half hour. But I think both teams are pretty keen on just getting off at the moment for different reasons. Roston Chase will bowl over the wicket here. He's off spinners, the captain, to the left-handed Carey. The field is set. Chase bowls. It's a very wide one outside off stump that's ignored by Carey. So we said this earlier. Alex Carey on day 1 was out in the last over before tea. Another wide one, and Carey swats it into the mid-wicket region. He did very well to reach that. He did even better to be able to get it to the onside.
It's right out in the tram line, the return crease on the offside, and he, as you said, reached right out and dragged it to mid-wicket. No run.
Chase bowls again. Carey, it's a wide one. He's hit it high in the air. This hasn't gone far enough. Should be caught. Is caught. Carey out. He couldn't help himself, Alex Carey. He tried to lift Roston Chase down the ground. Thick edge that went high in the air. Safely caught, probably 2/3 of the way to the rope. And the wide bowling from Roston proves to be successful. Alex Carey's terrific innings of 65 ends. Courtgreaves, bold Chase. Carey out for 65 from 75 balls. Australia now 9 for 291, and we will go the extra half hour.
Is that a commentary curse there, Whitey?
No comment.
No comment. Pointing out the fact that he went out the over before a break in the first innings. He's done the same here.
I don't... He's been brilliant, Carey.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't understand what he just did then. He just had to play it out till tea and get off, and then they reset and work out how they want to play, I would have thought. But that's why I'm up here and Alex Carey's down there. It was clever from Chase because he came up with a different tactic and he frustrated Carey. And it was a good catch from Greaves to come forward. Looks like he's better out there than he is in the court, and he had to come forward and he took the ball with 2 hands.
He was on day 1 out on the stroke of tea. They actually took tea and finished the over after tea. And he's done exactly the same on day 3, this time with a punishing innings under his belt. 65 runs off 75 balls, 4s and 6s everywhere.
So 10 and 11 together. Austin Chase to bowl here to Josh Hazlewood. He's crowded as he defends the first ball. So we've got the wicket keeper right up close. We've got slip, leg slip, bat pad, and then even short cover and short mid-wicket in play as well, as Chase has the figures of 1 for none. It doesn't look like Shamar's going to get his fifer. 4 in both innings. Chase trots in, bowls. Hazlewood defends.
Just push long on back. Enticing Hazlewood. You can drive it down there for a 1 if you want, but that brings in all the catches around. Don't
Chase
walk into
again,
it, Josh.
Ambles in, bowls, Lyon pushes forward, pops out on the offside, and he gets through the over. So Hazlewood yet to score, Lyon 9, the score Australia 9 for 291. For 291. Hazlewood yet to score, Lyon on 9, so it'll be spin from both ends. So what do you think happens here, Bryce? Do they just have a crack now, or do they just keep batting? What do you think they'll do?
I reckon what'll happen, given it's a 79th over, one over of spin, and then Shamar Joseph comes back on.
That's a good point.
Give him the new ball.
Very good point. Warwick trots in, bowls to Lyon. He goes to sweep, hit on the pad. They appeal. It's not given out, so they start running. They've got 1, and Lyon will come back for 2.
Bit of bat on it.
Bit of bat on it. That probably just saved him, because the West Indians were pretty keen on that one.
But Hope is suggesting, hey, have a bit of a look, and they have. I think they have. Chasers from slip has said, well, we're going to have a look.
For Imar, we're heading upstairs. So, given not out, given runs off the bat, so bat onto pad, the West Indians think it might have just been pad, or pad onto bat.
Talk us through it.
Let's have a look. Coming in, it's not bat, it would be glove only.
He has got across a long, long way. We can see middle and leg on the camera angle straight down the pitch.
Warwick was very interested immediately. Now, we know that Darren Sammy had an issue with the third umpire yesterday. He's under pressure again here. This can seal the deal. This can close the innings here if it's overturned. And we wait, and we wait. And all the West Indians looking up at the screen. Was there an edge? Was there an edge? There wasn't off the bat. Did it come off the glove?
That is gone.
Did it come off the glove? We're about to find out. It did not come off the glove.
Wow.
And it hits him in line. It's just a question of whether it goes on to hit the stumps.
So we've got a good view. It's hit the outside of his front pad down on the sweep.
Here's the tracking.
But we can see leg stump.
Onto the pad, and it is going to go on to missing the stumps. So what happens here? Does it now get changed from runs to leg byes because it didn't hit the edge, or does it stay as runs?
Now, that's a good question.
I don't know the answer to that. Well, because the umpire hasn't changed
he just needs to
his
go,
decision.
It's leg byes.
So he hasn't sort of cancelled out the leg byes or cancelled out the runs and said leg byes. It's just play on. I mean, it's 2 runs, but it's an interesting one.
Lyon will take it.
I'm not sure I've seen that before, where the umpire gave it not out because he thought there was an edge. There wasn't an edge.
Are they able to change that decision for a leg bye?
I should know. Warwick bowls here to Lyon, who nudges it away on the onside and will take the single out into the deep on the onside.
Technically, we probably all should know that, but I don't know how it works with the reviews and so forth.
Brat's saying they can do it retrospectively. This is the thing with technology. So much has now changed on how things are done in all sorts of different sports. Lions on 12. Hazelwood yet to score. 9 for 2, 9-4. So 4 balls left until the new ball is available. Warwick bowls. Hazelwood lifts into the onside on the bounce to the man in the deep. He has a little bit of a fumble. And they just get the one only. Seals out there in the deep.
Hazelwood wanted a good piece of that. He wanted to put that in a swimming pool out in that region. Didn't get much of it. And all they got is a Bronx cheer out there.
9 for 2, 9-5. Lion back on strike. And as Bryce McGain said, the new ball due. I'm not sure how much these two want to face the new ball. Lion goes the sweep, tucks it fine. Nice shot, racing across the turf. It won't get to the rope. But they'll be able to come back for 2. Lion to 12. 9 for 2, 9-7 the score.
We are in overtime here for the second session. So extended time.
Just to answer that question, they have actually put it up as leg byes. So they've made the change without the umpire doing anything about it. Quicker ball there from Warwick to Lion. It was interesting. I thought the umpire had, as the controller, would have to make the change for the scorers. Warwick here bowls to Lion, and Lion pushes forward. So, I'm sorry, Nathan. I'm sorry, Josh. You're going to have to face the new ball. 80 overs complete. 9 for 2, 9-7. Hazelwood 1. Lion 12. The lead is 287. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 9 for 297. They have taken the new ball. So as good as Chase was, getting the key wicket of Alex Carey, they are making the change.
Who's taking it?
It is not Shamar Joseph.
I can't believe it.
It is going to be Jaden Seals.
Seals with 5 wickets in the first innings. He's got 1 for 61 in this second innings, off 17 overs. 4 maidens in there.
They've had to wait for the new ball to come out. You'd think they'd be ready, but it wasn't, and it's now come out. So Seals is at the top of his mark, waiting for it. He's got his hands, rubbing his hands together, wanting to get that brand new Duke in his hands, and he's got it now. And the field is aggressive, but not overly aggressive. 2 slips and a gully, a bat pad are the catches. And now even Brathwaite coming in a little shorter at mid-off. Always playing that boxman role. So new ball. Seals on his way. Bowls to Hazelwood, who swipes at it. Thick edge over the top of gully, down to the rope for 4.
It was a tired delivery, even though there's the energy that the fast bowler fields by getting that second new ball in their hand. That was just pushed out wide, and off the toe of the bat, Hazelwood had a swipe at it, got enough to get it over gully.
And it brings up the 300 for Australia. 9 for 301 in the 81st over.
It's been a big session for Australia.
Yes, at lunch it was 5 for 181.
120 runs.
Hazelwood waits again. Seals around the wicket bowls. Hazelwood gets a good one. Beats him. Because there's a bit of... well, it's an opportunity here for the Australians and the West Indians, but for the Australians to have a look at how a new ball responds on this pitch now, and where to bowl, what lengths to bowl, because they will be bowling soon with a new ball as well.
Well, that ball was much better by Seals, swinging in and then hitting the seam and straightening down the line, and there was a little ooh from Hazelwood. Probably can't wait to bowl now.
Seals bowls here, edging and through the gap between second slip and gully and down to the rope at the same spot as his 4 earlier in the over at third man. This is really hurting the West Indies now.
Yeah, this is a dagger. When your number 11 is edging through the gully region for 4 and 1 off the toe of the bat, 8 runs already. Do they need 2 out on the pull shot for Josh?
I wouldn't have thought so.
No. Maybe another catcher?
I would have thought so.
In that region?
I would have thought so.
Yeah. Still no change.
And even after that, they've still kept it at 2. I mean, the key is they've got to catch it, don't they? Which is the issue.
Has been.
Seals bowls. Hazelwood gives himself room, gets a thick edge, inside edge that goes out towards backward square leg. Hazelwood had no idea where it went, but he gets the run.
Good thing they had that deep backward square out there to stop the boundary.
Well, there you go. He knew.
No, they didn't.
Hazelwood giving himself room and tried to... I don't know where he tried to hit it, to be perfectly honest. But he got himself a single. So Hazelwood up to double figures. 6... 9 for 306. Hazelwood 10, line on 12. So right-hander on strike, so a change to the field. 2 slips in the gully and a bat pad as well for Lyon. What will he do here? He'll get a very good ball that swings and beats the outside edge. The away swing from Seals. We've seen it throughout the course of the match. I thought for a moment he might have just run it off the face. That's how close it was to the bat. Good carry too with the new ball through to Hope, who took it at waist high. 1 ball left in the over here for Jayden Seals. He has 1 for 70 in the second innings to go with his 5 wickets in the first. He wears the 33 on his back. Now a third slip comes into play. Seals bowls. Line hit on the pad. They appeal. It's not out, but they'll rush through for a leg by. And Seals says, no, we're not going upstairs for the...
Nathan Lyon, who loves to sweep.
And Josh Hazelwood has got himself into double figures. Loves batting in the West Indies. I just checked.
Oh, yeah, that Dominica innings. I managed to get about 1,200 words out of that when writing about the Adam Vosges century on debut. A decade ago. He got hit in the head by Shannon Gabriel, and it was nasty. Bowling here. Oh, Lyon clips Shamar Joseph out to square leg where there's a sweeper. Sweepers everywhere. Lyon 13, 9 for 308, leads 298. Who would have thought that when we got here this morning?
Yeah.
So we thought 2 in front of it would have meant plenty. But yeah, Hazelwood was hit on the head by Gabriel when Vosges was on about 82, and he gutsed it out, got into 100, and from there, what did he finish on, 38?
39.
39.
And he also made 24 of 58 balls in Jamaica.
That's right.
So
he went to England with a test batting average of like 30 after 4 or 5 test matches or whatever it was at the time. Not 30 anymore, but
still averages 23 in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I love it. And double figures here again. Hazelwood 10 from just 8 balls facing Shamar. 3 slips, bowls here, leg stump line, turns it out to the deep where there's an acre of space. It's a fine leg with no one at deep mid wicket or deep square leg. They get an easy 2. Hazelwood's 12, and it takes the lead to 300. That is going to take some chasing. The Australians, when they arrived here this morning, had a lead of 72, and it felt as though if they could nudge it up to somewhere nearing 220, 230, they might be in great shape. At 300, it's going to take something extraordinarily special for the home side. Can Shamar finish it? Bowls to Hazelwood, backs away, but that's fine. He has enough time to adjust in the crease and place it out to White Schmidt off no run.
Yeah, now it does look like a mountain ahead of the West Indies. They've had their moments, the drop catch, or another drop catch this morning of Alzari Joseph's bowling when Travis Head was just about to get going. And especially after the lunch break, Alex Carey's knock and cameos from Cummins and Stark. And this partnership as well track this game further and further away.
It's been a test match of even numbers. Back the wicket here. Hazelwood's hit on the body, on the arm, deflects down, maybe the glove. He doesn't seem to be in discomfort, but he did back away. Shamar Joseph grunting a quicker ball through in his 26th over, his 42nd of the Test match. Might have been glove onto thigh pad.
Yeah, this is his captain willing him on to that 5th wicket. We spoke about him and his body in the last, or in his last spell. Wasn't looking very flash, and he's still looking very sore. Got 2 balls to get himself that 5th wicket.
Here's Shamar Joseph from the gunner end. Can he finish it here? Bowls to Hazelwood. Bowls him. Knocks him over. So Shamar Joseph will finish with 9 wickets in the match. A 5-wicket bag. He kisses the turf here at Kensington Oval. He started it off this time yesterday, knocking over Sam Constas. He finishes doing the same thing to Josh Hazelwood. Last man out for 12. Hazelwood out for 12. Lyon not out 13. The Windies have bowled out Australia for 310, which means they have a lead of an even 300. So I said it before, this has been a test match of even numbers so far, and so it proves, with Hazelwood having his middle stump bent back. Shamar Joseph finishing with 5 for 87, Baz.
Yeah, a poetic justice for Shamar Joseph. He's bowled his heart out like he always seems to do against the West Indies. And Darren Sammy, the head coach of the West Indies, has walked out to greet him and the rest of his team. Really hasn't gone the way the West Indies would have wanted to go this day so far. But at least they've managed to mop up this Australian innings. We spoke to Mitchell Starc last evening. He said, we'll defend anything. And even then, it looked like the position Australia were in, they would have taken anything close to 200 or anything with a 2 in front of it. The fact that they've managed to get this far, and West Indies will have to make 301 to win. It's happened before. We spoke about Brian Lara chasing down 308 all those years ago, 25, 26 years ago. But it will take something as special as Lara's innings, that famous evening in Barbados, to pull off another miracle at the Kensington Oval.
Indeed it will. So Nathan Lyon not out 13. Shamar Joseph finishes with 5 for 87. So tea will now be taken. On the other side of it, it'll be the West Indies chase. Set 301 for victory. Australia all out for 310. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Our coverage is for Australia, made by local, and SEN Test Cricket, as always, for Henley Holmes. It'll be Matt Donald in the studio to give us a breather here at the ground after the break, then back to us for the chase. here bowling. Steals and steering through the cordon for 4 is Webster. That'll take him to a half century. A really well-made half century. The justification of his selection. 11 runs from the over. Webster's turn. Leg stop one. Down the leg side. Is he strangled? Webster walking away. Umpire Mennon's not convinced. We're about to find out via DRS. Yes, there is.
Oh, gee.
There is a spike. It's a great review.
Seals bowls. Carey advances and hits spectacularly down the ground for 6. Frames again. Bowling to Carey. Advances. Oh, that's massive. Lifting high on top of the super boxes here. And that is 50 to Alex Carey. Chase bowls again. Carey. It's a wide one. He's hit it high in the air. This hasn't gone far enough. Should be caught. He's caught. Carey out. He couldn't help himself, Alex Carey.
He's Shamar Joseph from the gunner end. Can he finish it here? Bowls to Hazelwood. Bowls him. Knocks him over. So Shamar Joseph will finish with 9 wickets in the match.
Here at Kensington. Matthew Donald with you, guiding you through the tea break while the boys there at Kensington Oval do have a bit of a breather. The news here is that Australia's third innings is done and dusted, all out for 310. It means that 301 is the magical number for the West Indies. They will need to score that if they are to take out the first test here of this Frank Worrell series. A call of the card. We will go through the entire batting lineup and bowling lineup in terms of that third innings. So for Australia, Sam Constas bowled by Shamar Joseph, 5 of 38 deliveries. Usman Khawaja, LBW, Alzari Joseph, 15 of 22 deliveries. Cameron Green caught by Roston Chase off the bowling of Justin Graves for 15 of 47 deliveries. Josh Inglis bowled by Jaden Seals for 12 of 33. It was the middle order that did the damage for the Aussies in that innings, as Travis Head, Beau Webster and Alex Carey. So Travis Head, LBW, Shamar Joseph, 61 of 95 deliveries. Beau Webster was caught by Hope down the leg side for 63 off 120 deliveries. And then Alex Carey, some rollicking shots late in the latter half of that session. 65 of 75 deliveries. It included 7 4s and 2 6s. And then the tail, Pat Cummins, 9 of 14, caught by Brathwaite off the bowling of Alzari Joseph. Mitchell Starc was bowled by Shamar Joseph for a brisk 16 of 17 deliveries. Josh Hazelwood, the final man to go, dismissed for 12 off 12, bowled by Shamar Joseph. Nathan Lyon, the not-out batter, 13 of 27 deliveries. Gives us a total of Australia all out for 310, leading the West Indies by 300. They'll need 301 to take out the first test. It's going to be a big ask. Certainly, if you had offered Australia a total of 310 at the start of the day, considering they were 4 for 92, they'd have taken that without any shadow of a doubt. For the bowling figures, Jaden Seals, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 70. Shamar Joseph, 25.5 overs. The star bowler again worked into the ground. 5 maidens, 5 for 87, so he gets his name up on the honours board at Kensington Oval. Alzari Joseph, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65. Justin Graves, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 55. Jomal Warrican, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. And Roston Chase bowled the 1 over, a wicket maiden, 1 for none. 0433 98 11 16 if you want to get involved in the conversation throughout the course of this tea break and for the final session as well. It's been great having such correspondence from our fans around the world. We've had so many people text in from different places, from Geelong to Antarctica to California. It's been great to have so many fans of SEN Test cricket tuning in around the world and letting us know where they're tuning in from. It's been quite a treat thus far as we now tick into the second half of the Test match. Going to be a big ask for the West Indies, and their chase will begin immediately after the tea break. The target, 301. For them to win to take out the first test of this Frank Worrell series. Going around the grounds with some other scores and some other sports. We'll start with the AFL. Friday night football. The Western Bulldogs secured a 9-point win against the Sydney Swans. It sees them move up to 5th spot on the ladder. It was a seesawing affair. The Dogs got the jump on the Swans early. They were up by 28 points at one stage in the second term. By the midway point in the third term, though, the Swans had found themselves in front. And then both teams enjoyed momentum swings in that second half, but it was the Dogs who held sway in the end, leading but half-time, three-quarter time and full-time by 9 points. So it was a very close contest throughout the course of the night. Young Joel Frazier was the star for the Dogs, 23 disposals and a career-high 4 goals for him. Sam Darcy and Aaron Norton each kicked 3. And for the Swans, Isaac Heaney, 21 disposals and 5 goals was the best for the Swans. The Dogs, as I say, now 5th on the ladder, just outside the top 4 on percentage only. The Swans remain in 12th spot. They're 3 games outside the 8 now, and it'll be a big ask for them to feature in September this year after making a grand final last year. In the NRL, the Manly Seagulls were too good for the West Tigers in round 17 of the NRL season. Tight first half, 6-0 at the main break. But then 4 tries in the second half to Manly broke the game open. Final score of 28-10. And in cricket, in the other cricket, there's the other test match that's going on at the moment between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. It is stumps on day 3. It's Sri Lanka who hold all the aces in this one. Bangladesh in their second innings are 6 for 115. They still trail Sri Lanka by 96 runs and have just the 4 wickets remaining. Patam Nasanka was the chief run scorer for the Sri Lankans. He made 153 in his in Sri Lanka's opening dig. And batting down the order as well was Kusal Mendes, who made 84 of 87 deliveries. So some late order hitting there from Mendes helped to bolster Sri Lanka's total. They were bowled out earlier in the day, all out for 458. And they've got one hand already on this series victory. This is the second test of the 2-test series. The first test was a draw, so Sri Lanka look like they will take out that series there against Bangladesh. Still 96 runs in front and needing just 4 wickets left to bowl Bangladesh out for a second time. So that's that test match. But there's an intriguing battle going on here as well at Kensington Oval. It certainly is Australia that look to be in pole position. Some great middle order batting throughout the day thus far from Travis Head, Beau Webster and Alex Carey. Travis Head making 61, Webster 63 and Alex Carey 65 off 75 deliveries. There were some interesting field placements to try and curtail Carey. But once he went, the tail were wrapped up pretty quickly. So the fall of the wickets over the course of this Australian innings, 1 for 27, 2 for 34, 3 for 57, 4 for 65. That's when things were looking a little dicey for Australia. They were only 55 runs ahead at that stage as well, bear in mind, when Cameron Green departed late yesterday afternoon. But then a 102-run stand between Travis Head and Beau Webster got the Aussies back on top. Head dismissed at 5 for 167, then 6 for 208 when Beau Webster fell, 7 for 247, so some really valuable partnerships there in the middle order. 8 for 264, 9 for 291, and then Josh Hazel with the final man to fall. Australia all out for 310. We're going to take a quick break here at SEN Test Cricket. The final session of day 3 coming up right after this. West Indies requiring 301 runs to win in this first test in the Frank Worrell Series.
SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local and for Henley Holmes. The fourth innings of this first Test match of the 2025 Frank Worrell Trophy is about to begin. The West Indian openers have followed the Australian fielders out to the middle. Australia have 300 runs to play with, the target 301. Only 7 runs shy of what it was here back in 1999, which is an obvious reference point. However, very different circumstances, very different teams, and indeed a very different looking ground to what it was back here on the third Test in 99. Australia as well enjoying 3 of the best bowlers to ever do it. Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood will rotate through. Then Nathan Lyon to play his role as well. Adam Collins with you, Bryce McGain with me. And for the Windies, Craig Brathwaite will take the first ball. Nearly 6,000 Test runs, 12 Test tons. Vastly experienced former captain.
There's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders right now, Colo. And they just need a good, steady start. You don't have to think too far ahead, and the end result, he needs to score 100 or anything like that. It's just what they can do now. Deny the opening spells of both opening bowlers is a good starting point.
And time won't be a factor, of course, with this only the 9th session of the Test match. John Campbell opening up with Brathwaite. It'll be the former skipper taking the first ball. Got a 4th innings 100 against Australia a couple of years ago in Perth. 3 slips to the gully. Starc towards us, towards Brathwaite. Bowls here, beats him right away with a jam. That's gone past the edge, having squared him up. Wasn't far away from both that outside edge and the off stump. Superb.
Beating for pace, Colo. He was late. A ball that came back. And
classic Starc. It was the boomerang back towards the off stump. So he actually played inside the line of it in the direction it was swinging. And after passing the bat, as you say, late on it, and had enough time to move some more and nearly kiss the off stump.
Great start. First ball, best ball. Tick that one off.
So often the case for Starc. Has a habit of that. Up and bowling here, and Brathwaite plays back and nearly chops on. Well, nervous moments for the veteran. Inside edge, started rolling back towards the woodwork, or so it looks, and it missed by about a foot. Seeing it on stump cam, Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Went past the leg stump by, maybe watching different angle here, about a foot or thereabouts. This is going to be hard going. Starc turns underneath the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand. Kawaja, Webster, Inglis, the slips, Green and Lyon, the gullies. Bowls here, and he leaves alone, pulling inside the line. In Lyon's case, more a catching backward point, which they deployed quite a bit in the first innings. Which is an innings where Starc collected 3 wickets, including Brathwaite, who edged to Webster. He was the first to fall a couple of days ago, around this time of day as well. I'll get 2.25 hours at the Windies here, Bryce, before the cut-off.
Yep.
A lot of cricket. Upwards of 30 overs, all things being equal. So Brathwaite waiting for Starc. Gets here and bowls closer to the stumps. Turns it into the onside. They're away. Nice clip past Cummins. He was at mid-wicket rather than mid-on. Collects it in front of the pavilion, a deep mid-wicket. They've returned for a couple. 2 runs for Brathwaite. 299 to win. Off the mark.
Yeah, interestingly, there was a square leg, and Cummins himself at mid-wicket. Gap through mid-on and put it through wide mid-on for a couple.
Is that Sam Constance a square leg, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, well, he's behind square, just behind. Half a catcher, really.
Yeah.
He's up a bit tighter.
So South Africa chased 282 in the World Test Championship final a fortnight ago. With that 5 down, but different conditions here. It'll take something mighty. Starc bowls Brathwaite round the corner, straight of Constance, a backward square. It'll be 2 more. Danger end comes Brathwaite, but he was the man doing the calling. You could hear through the stump mic. Did it well, none for 4. Brathwaite's got all of them.
That's positive running. That's good intent. because Costas wasn't that far away from the throw. He went on the arm. Not the strongest arm in the team. But he went on it, and he only had 50 metres to throw, really. It's not like it was right out near the rope.
Brathwaite averages 24 against Australia, that century at Perth a few summers ago. Stark to him here. And flips again to square leg. Costas, there he is. He was the catching man. Australia get a wicket in the first over of the West Indies second innings. Craig Brathwaite in the trap, round the corner. Great bit of work from Pat Cummins to have the man there. And super stuff from Sam Costas going lower to his right. Windies 1 for 4, Stark in the book, they're away.
Well, the trap was there. It was set, it was a bare trap, and he's walked straight into it. Didn't have any twigs or leaves on top of it. It was just wide open. You turn it round the corner, we've just got that backward square there to catch it, and he turned it straight to him. I can hardly believe it, to be honest.
You called it beautifully, Bryce. You said that man is there for the catch, and so it proved. 1 for 4, 297 away from their victory target of 301. And Stark, who threatened the outside edge and the off stump early in the over, gets the man caught round the corner with that prevailing hoop that he gets back towards the right-hander. Not able to keep it down. So end of the first over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts. Walking out at number 3, Kishikati, who the first time around was out to Cummins for 20. Looked pretty good to that point, but it's going to take something monumental from the West Indian number 3 in his 6th Test match. Highest score of 42, yet to really do anything at this level. What better time, I suppose you could say, but against Stark and Hazelwood and Cummins, the degree of difficulty is ever so high. Watching it back here, Chemist Warehouse replay screen, Costas had to lunge forward. That's a really, really good catch.
Well, wicket in his first over. That's a specialty. Mitch Stark.
Yes, he has made an art form of doing that type of thing across a long and distinguished career. Short leg in for Hazelwood, bowling here at Campbell. His first ball, right arm round the wicket, the left arm leaves, and that is angling beautifully over the off stump. Left on length, really. Craig Brathwaite, they needed him today. 99th Test match.
Yeah.
He'll play his 100th next week. Stark will play his the week after at Jamaica. Think of Stark in Australian conditions, but his record away from home's terrific as well. Hazelwood up away from us, bowls here. Campbell goes back and defends into the turf, and it's Sam Costas busy again, rushing in on it. So away from home, Stark averages better than 28, 140 wickets, 15 at neutral venues as well, but just focusing on when they've been formerly the away team. 7 fifers and a 10-wicket match. It was a goal back in 2016. So, great servant to Australian cricket. Up to 390 Test wickets.
Wow.
Might be 391, actually. That might be a bit behind. Huge numbers. Hazelwood delivers here. Leaving alone close to the off stump is Campbell. So, having to make great decisions early on. Yeah, that's 391 for Stark. So, let's put that into all-time charts, and you can see that he's been racing up them in the last couple of years. He's pulled level with Tim Southey there. So equal 18th most ever.
Tim Southey, 391 wickets.
391 at 30, and Stark's taken 391 at 27. Great numbers. Hazelwood bowls here. Campbell uses his bat and pad close together, pushing
swing
out to mid-off. The genuine swing, isn't it? That's not move off the turf. It's lovely stuff.
That's using the breeze that's coming over his shoulder from mid-on down to fine leg, left-hand bat. So mid-off it is, rather.
Stark will be a decent chance of getting his 400th wicket in his 100th Test match as well. A couple of weeks away from now, which is what Lyon didn't quite do. Lyon was stuck on 399 at the end of his 100th. So consistent, this Australian group. And after that, you've got, well, anyone that's taken 400's a bona fide legend. Hazelwood, 2 to go. Bowles here, ramping him down to fine leg. What kind of shot is that? He's going to get 4. It's gone square of the man at long leg. It was a lap sweep. That's a better way of describing it. He went across his front pad to access the ball and shoveled it over his shoulder, his left shoulder that is, to secure the Windies' first boundary. I mean, he gets out playing that. It's a catastrophe. He gets away with it and we sit here mouth agape. The modern game, eh? 1 for 8.
I can't believe that. Just, how do I solve this problem? He's bringing the ball back in. It's late swing. There's a bit of bounce by Hazelwood. Well, what I can do is just go down on one knee and pick him up over backward square. Yeah, let's do that.
And the ball ended up underneath the Hall and Griffith stand. Had to be retrieved from the stairs underneath it as well. Hazelwood bowls here. Last ball of the over. Finds the inside part of the bat. Spits past Constance at short leg. They get 1. They want 2. Run out. Chance to Carey. Throws the stumps down. Had the throw been good. Had the throw been on target from Constance. They're 2 down. That is frazzled batting. Campbell gets the second. He gets out of the over. It's 1 for 10 after 2. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Busy start, SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. So it was Constance running away in the helmet. We saw the replay on our Chemist Warehouse screen. Campbell both down the runway and back again. He twice nearly ran into Hazelwood, who did nothing wrong, by the way. Hazelwood in his follow-through. Campbell was not really watching. That's what held him up. Stark here, second over. Bowls to Carty. His first ball leaves alone in the channel. Doesn't carry through to Carey. So on the way back, Constance has got the call to turn and throw. Just whipping it back to Carey as quickly as he could. Had it been over the bails, Campbell would have been gone.
Yeah, not a strong arm. A couple of times they've picked him off really in the field. 50 metres away in Stark's first over. But that one there, he's only... would have been just outside a fielding circle. And they took on the arm.
I think what happened there was he did the turn and throw and he wasn't really aware to what was going on. And Carty, 4 catches behind him. Stark to him, deflects to Green in the gully, who dives across in front of Nathan Lyon. Used to be those that would go to Nathan Lyon, but Green never gives him a sniff these days.
No. And Green in the short sleeve shirt, which we're more accustomed to seeing, had a long sleever on.
There must be a story behind that, because it wasn't a cool day.
No.
It might be because he's a number 3 bat now, and number 3 bats wear long sleeves. Might have been a sartorial decision, you know. If you're a batter, you're more a long sleeve wearer, right? And if you're a bowler, he said Constance and Kawaja and Inglis and Travis Head all wearing the long sleeves.
Clearly couldn't have bowled in a long sleeve if he was called upon. He bowled in the break, though.
He did, that's true. Here is Stark, up to the crease, bowls here and beats Carty outside the line. Looking to drive. Nervy waft in the end. He's going to need a lot to go right here. Got a message in from Muzzer in Geelong, who's enjoying the coverage. Just got out of bed, and what I've heard is awesome. He'll be enjoying on a cool morning in Geelong, 5 degrees at Australia. Have already struck in the second innings.
Well, as he eases out of bed, I think Mick and Dramana has probably eased into bed. We may not hear from him. He's been in the shed all night.
He's had a great night. He had a tinny before tea, 5:30 in that part of the world now. Stark bowls and playing late is Carty. That's far more effective at this stage of the game. 3-point where there isn't a fielder. Collected at cover point by Travis Head. Carty's off the mark with a single. 1 for 11. Gets a go at John Campbell now, who was nervous in that first over. Didn't really get a chance to reflect upon the release shot before he nearly ran himself out the previous ball. The premeditated lap sweep. against Josh Hazelwood.
It's not a mental framework that many players 30 and above have. How do I solve this problem? Batting is about solving the problem and the challenge that the bowlers are presenting and how they're trying to get you out. Not many who go through the filing cabinet in their mind and go, I think it's lap sweep. That's the safest way to get out of this.
Stark, 3 slips the gully. Bowls here. Campbell way down the leg side. He throws his hand off the bat to try and reach it. Isn't signalled wide by umpire Kettleborough down that end at the moment. So how does Roston Chase set this up for them? Stark, 1 left in the over. Lots of text coming through as you wake up. 5:31 eastern seaboard of Australia. 0433 90 11 16. It'll be Whitey jumping in a moment. Tell him how you're tracking. Stark bowls here. Nice shot. 3 mid-wicket. Campbell in front of the front pad. Doesn't get all of it, but it was in control. So he'll keep the strike. He's 7. Carty's 1. The target is 301. The Windies 1 for 12 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Whitey after me.
SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. West Indies batting a second time, 1 for 12 with Campbell on 7 and Carty on 1. The Windies need 289 more. Already losing the wicket of Brathwaite. Hazelwood running away from us. He bowls, using his feet and advancing down the wicket and then squeezing it behind Point Campbell for a couple of runs. He's certainly doing it his own way here early in his innings. Bryce McGain, I'll ask you this question before we welcome in Brett Sandarosan as well. Is this just nerves or is this a plan?
Well, I said just before you came on that through the mindset of batsmen, they're solving problems all the time. What the challenge is, the wicket, all of those things. And it's remarkable that he is going to, well, the best way I solve this is by a lap sweep over deep square. Like, it's just a new way of batting to solve the problem of facing Josh Hazelwood.
Hazelwood bowls here to Campbell, who's jammed up inside edge into the body. It bobbles at his feet. Constas with some fancy footwork tried to kick it onto the stumps and failed at bat pad as we welcome in Barat. Welcome again.
What were those two options again? Is it nerves or?
Nerves or a plan?
I think it's just John Campbell. Yeah, you'll see him play in 50-over cricket. When he was a regular in the 50-over team, he was a swashbuckling left-hander. So he played the perfect foil to Shea Hope, who would bat through the 50 overs, and Campbell was the one playing a lot of shots. So he's just brought it to Test cricket.
Yes. Hazelwood past the umpire bowls. Campbell drives stylishly through the covers, and that's going out towards the rope. Travis Head chasing. Travis Head gives up the chase. 4 runs. Campbell to 13. The Windies 1 for 18. That was a proper cricket shot from Campbell.
Yeah, Hazelwood went chasing, didn't he? It was the fullest delivery he's bowled, and that was a proper shot. Head over the ball. Nice timing.
It was.
So, good start after that Brathwaite dismissal for John Campbell.
3 slips in a gully and a bat pad in play. Hazelwood again running away from us. He bowls. Campbell swipes and misses. Come on, Campbell.
Oh, this is Sam Constas has stood not too far away from John Campbell. Maybe he's thinking, well, these guys are inspired by me.
Yes, the difference was that Sam Constas was 5 off 38. At least Campbell's 13 off 12. He seems unfazed by it all. Yep. Just sort of sitting back on his bat, going, okay, whatever, next one.
Well, as we're aware, there's 2 out on the leg side, the fine leg, the deep square. Massive gap of point. And it's there for a reason. As much as there was a cover drive for 4, there are 3 slips in a gully looking for an outside edge.
Hazelwood bowls. Campbell gets one that spits at him, takes the glove, fortunately drops at his feet and trickles away to Constas at that pad. But that was the uneven bounce that's been an issue all match.
And Josh Hazelwood just muttering a few words under his breath in the direction of John Campbell. I don't think he really appreciated being paddle swept.
No, they would not. Opening bowlers don't like that stuff.
Thank you to all the messages coming through 0433 98 11 16.
Isn't it great?
As people are starting to wake up around Australia. Hazelwood bowls. Campbell, short one again. Goes at it. Was there an edge? The Australians half-heartedly appeal. Hazelwood's already at the batting crease at the other end saying, thought I heard something. They're looking. Cummins is coming in. They're going, I don't think so, Pat. Yeah. I don't think so. And they say no. So that is officially the end of the Hazelwood over. The West Indies 1 for 18. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 1 for 18, batting a second time. And courtesy of our chemist, a warehouse replay screen, the Australians did the right thing by not contesting that caught behind appeal. It did miss the bat. Mitchell Starc on the approach. Past the umpire, he bowls. Edging and dropped by Green in the gully. Cardi has a life now. It's the Australians' turn to put them down in the cordon. Cameron Green with buckets for hands. It came quickly to him. He juggled it. It hit the grass.
The virus is catching on. It's contagious. Dropping catches that slip. Cam Green has taken some blinders over the last 5 years. This was straight at him at a great height as well. Never went in where he wanted it to, and well, there's one down.
It's infectious. Starc flies in, bowls. Cardi this time plays late to backward point off the front foot with an angled blade. Khawaja from first slip just coming over to Cameron.
Bit of care.
Just high five. It's okay, mate. No dramas.
Cam Green, who fielded entirely in a full sleeve top in the first innings, back to the regular half sleeves.
Well, he's a bowler now. He's an all-rounder. He's back to being an all-rounder. We saw him really charge in at the beginning. Was that the beginning of play? Was that at the lunch break? Yeah, beginning of play. Yeah, with the cones out. And
Cardi on one. 3 slips in a gully and a shortish backward point, which is line. Starc bowls. And dabbing away Cardi in the offside region, not taking the run. Head coming around from mid-off to do the fielding.
I just wonder whether the background is difficult to pick the ball up in that gully area, because King dropped 3 catches in the gully there, and Green as well. I don't know. The background is the Garfield Sobers Pavilion, this epic little Art Deco building there, and it's got a black band around the bottom. And I don't know whether the ball may be getting lost in that region and in a shadow in that region.
Starc again over the wicket. Bowls, flicking away nicely with some penetration down towards the rope. Only a single. Hazelwood does well to move around from his right. Cardi gets a single only. He moves to 2. Campbell 13, 1 for 19. So, like giving the soccer scores, at the moment, the drop catch count, it's a West Indies 7, Australia 3.
Look, it has to be something. Even the 2 Constas drops were at this end. So the bowling was from the Joel Garner end. Maybe you're giving all of them a clever out, Bryce McCain.
There were a couple certainly there. I don't know. There was a stage, Brad, I don't know whether you remember, but the Olympic stand at the MCG had red seats.
Starc bowls. Campbell jams down on it, trying to get onto the front foot, hits the bottom of the bat up to mid-off, no run, as Campbell looks to check the bat to make sure there's no fracture at the bottom.
So not often thought about when there's a full crowd there, of course, and, you know, there's a crowd in the background, but in an empty MCG for a Shield game, I think Brad Hodge had a ball that got lost completely and had no idea and hit him right between the eyes, and he was in slips. So
there's an interesting part to that, which we'll probably explore in the next over because it's the last ball, Bryce, about what you've just spoken about. Stark here past the umpire bowls. Campbell hit on the pad, trying to work away on the onside and aborted a PL. Over bowled, 1 for 19. SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by local Adam White, Bryce McGain and Brett Sundaresan with you. Just continuing that conversation, we think of the batsman having the sight screen so it's very easy for them to see the ball coming down, but it does mean that when the slips catch comes to you, you don't have the beneficiary of the white background, that you are looking at different things from behind as Hazelwood starts a new over. Flicking away nicely through mid-wicket, Carty. That's a good shot. It'll go close to the rope. Cummins is chasing, so is Constas. It won't quite get there, and Cummins says to Sam Constas, I'm not going to give it to you just because you've run all that way. I got there first. I'm at least going to throw it in. They get 3. Carty moves to 5, 1 for 22. And there was that at the old members stand at the MCG. They had some red bricks as well as the red seats. So, and that was more in the cordon that it could easily get lost. I'm sure there's plenty of other examples of that around the ground where, you know, seeing conditions for flying balls coming into the cordon can be an issue.
Or see in so many stadiums where some parts of the ground on the boundary can be, especially certain times of the day as well, depending on where the sun is.
Adelaide Oval. I've been on that far side. Even with sunny's on, I'm looking right into the sun. I'm getting laser eye surgery.
3 slips and a gully in a bat pad. Hazelwood around the wicket. The Campbell nearly chops on. Doesn't. It spits out behind square leg. Constas can't prevent the run.
And praying the ball doesn't come my way as I look into the sun. Many players have been in that situation.
Many players have also used the excuse for the sun when it's not an issue, Bryce.
That is true.
I didn't pick it up. Never saw it.
No.
1 for 23. Carty 5, Campbell 14. So Carty back on strike.
Now, for those waking up, it was a very, very important innings for Australian cricket. The top order, again, at 4 for 65, we were in some issue, and it was a run of 60s in the middle order. Head, Webster and Carey, all with 60s.
Hazel gets a bit closer to the stumps, bowls to Carty, who pushes forward. Yes, so Bryce, they resumed today at 4 for 92. At lunch it was 5 for 181, and that was the key session with just the 1 wicket to fall. And in a lot of ways, the West Indies may have dropped this match, and it's not just the 7 drop catches, but to drop Head early in the day for him to then go on and build that partnership with Webster was quite pivotal.
Head was on 21 at the time, where Greaves dropped him at second slip.
Hazelwood bowls here. Carty edging, won't get through the cordon. It went along the ground, sort of half forward on that occasion, a thick outside edge that went low.
Everybody's walked up to Cam Green and just patted him on the bum, because that's something we've used to seeing from Cam Green. Just saved so many runs in that gully position, but we're also used to seeing him take some really sharp catches. So that's hence the surprise for that catch to have gone down in the previous over. I think he might have, from memory, dropped just 1 more in Test cricket. Might be wrong.
3 slips and probably I'd say 2 gullies here for Carty. As Hazelwood bowls, Carty punches through covers. He'll get at least a couple of runs. Head on the chase. Slides and throws.
Very Olympic.
Probably didn't need to do it.
Look at that.
Shows he can do it.
His
Cardi
little
to
legs
7,
were
1 for
pumping
25.
there. I'm used to seeing him in his innings between wickets walking.
Yeah, correct.
He
gets pulled up a lot.
He's flying.
He gets pulled up a lot while fielding in Test cricket, not in South Australia. No one dare pull him up. But, he was herring after it.
Yeah.
He's in the team to make runs.
Well, he's doing that, thank goodness.
1 for 25. Hazelwood bowls. Cardi forward confidently, pushing up to mid-off to head again. And that is the end of the over. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local at the end of the over. The West Indies 1 for 25 in their second innings. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. The West Indies 1 for 25 and Mitchell Starc will continue from the Joel Garner end of Kensington Oval. It's also the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand. I'm sure people that have watched plenty of cricket on the TV from Kensington Oval would know how spectacular that stand is. Clipping away this time on the second bounce to Constas at square leg. Campbell, I reckon that was sort of bump ball and then another bounce just before square leg.
Yep, no doubt.
I'm very intrigued by this competition that they run on the big screen. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Let's find Auntie Angie. And she's a lady who wears this jacket with a QR code on the back of it. I don't know what you get when you find Aunt Angie.
You scan it, and I don't know where that takes you. Be very careful. It could be some fishing. And I don't mean fishing out in the water. There might be some, might rob you of all your Barbadian dollars out of your account.
Starc on his way. Past the umpire. He bowls. Campbell hit on the pad again, trying to work on the onside. This is closer. Starc loves it. Loves it. The umpire doesn't.
Big arch of the back.
Look for Pat Cummins' hands. If it stays up in the air, he will review it. If it stays down, he won't.
He's looking. Alex Carey almost sort of reluctantly coming up to be part of the conversation. They're going upstairs. They are. Travis Head was really keen on this one. Carey really wasn't.
Carey's not, no.
Mitchell Starc definitely was. So for IMAR, for a trusted tradies insurance, call 13IMAR. We do go to the third umpire.
I think Carey's movement here was down leg side a considerable bit. I think he was getting ready to dive, which he has done a couple of times already this innings, of Starc to the left-hander.
They're almost arguing with each other, the Australians, over whether it was the right decision or not. I reckon it's a poor decision to go upstairs.
That's missing everything. Yeah.
There was an early look at his leg stump, but then he moved his front pad to cover everything. Starc loved it. He had both hands out.
Did, and he was leaning
big arch.
I've never seen him appeal so aggressively.
No.
That's missing leg stump, isn't it?
We're going to ultra edge first, which proves that it missed the bat by some margin.
Now
Even
the
if he
only
had a
question is,
second bat, he wouldn't have hit that.
Nathan Lyon's going back into position. The only question is if they can save this review, Australia.
Yeah, well, because it's been given not out. Umpire's call will be in the West Indies' favour. It is umpire's call. So it was probably a bit closer than we thought. So he does survive. Had the umpire given it out, Cardi would have been out. Because I don't think there's any doubt he would have taken it upstairs and he would have been told, no, off you go.
Quirk of the system. I think that's a fair decision, though.
Yeah.
A live decision. The live decision to turn that one down.
Didn't feel that was close to be umpire's call. Anyway, he's still there. He's on 14, Campbell, 1 for 25. Still 3 slips in a gully and a backward point that's now back quite away. Nathan Lyon. Campbell, inside edge onto the pad this time. That's what saved him there.
Oh, yeah.
Got caught on the crease. A quick ball there from Starc.
Saved by a toothpick in the end. That little inside edge. guys hone in on the screen. That's a replay of the other one. But
that's the time, guys, where I see that, and I don't trust DRS. That's not hitting the stumps.
I mean, it wasn't, but I think it's just shaving the stump according to the thing.
That's right, but I just don't feel that would have gone on and hit the stumps.
You just don't like technology.
No, I don't. I don't like technology. Full stop. Yeah, I'm like an old grandpa. Stark bowls to Campbell. That's better. Clipping, but straight to square leg. No run.
Dean has a question for us, Bryce. It's come through whether Steve Smith will be back for the second test. Well, today is the 27th, so according to what we were told, he should be arriving here from New York tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
from New York?
That's
where he lives.
Home for him. Yeah, so he went back to do some rehab, and also he now has a new personal trainer who he works a lot with. If you follow him on social media, on Instagram, you shall see his new workout regimen.
Good.
So, so he's supposed to arrive tomorrow and then continue his rehab with the team, and they'll see if he's ready.
What is that workout regimen? Is he
1 for 25? Stark bowls. Campbell gets a bouncer and he ducks underneath.
Looks like a lot of resistance training, really, just strength training.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of free weights.
Good.
A lot of chin-ups, push-ups. And I asked him about it.
He's getting buffed.
Yeah, I asked him about it the other day in London before the Lord's Test, and he was very happy to talk about the different things he's doing, why he's doing it. He's felt that it helps him with his balance as well, the older he gets, working on his core. He wants to be there for the 2028 LA Olympics, don't forget.
Yeah, keeps telling everyone how keen he is. It's interesting. Stark here bowls. Campbell jamming down on one. I think it's great that he wants to get there. I think it'd be fantastic if he can. Over bowled, 1 for 25 on the Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboard. One for 25, SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. And don't forget the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900 Henley Holmes. We're talking about the workout situation. We'll wait here for Cummins because he's going to bowl his first ball of the second innings. It's a good one. Rushing down, Cardi is able to just jam it down behind point. And it's Green that chases after it from the gully position, and they get through for a comfortable 2. We've said it a few times. We're lucky enough to be staying at the Divi South Winds Beach Resort, about 20 minutes from here. It's a very nice place. And Bryce did a workout this morning. Now, I was sensible and I didn't do a workout, and he actually was walking in the opposite direction as I was going to enjoy the buffet breakfast, as you should be doing in a hotel, which is outstanding. I was a bit worried that Bryce was going to pass away. He did not look a well man as he was leaving the gym. Cummins bowls, and that's a nasty one that hits the glove.
Stood up.
But he's able to keep it out, Cardi, and
somehow
went out to mid-on. So I was thinking at some point of joining him in the gym, but if that's sort of the way you finish a workout in the gym, where he got a bit wobbly on the legs as he walked past, like he'd seen a ghost. And then, of course, he missed the buffet breakfast pretty much.
I hope it was leg day.
Priorities.
That.
Yeah, that was the issue. Too much lower body, and sometimes you just feel queasy. I definitely did that.
Question for you. Cummins bowls. Hit on the pad. That's very close. Very close. No. Down leg, says the umpire. Yeah. Cummins and Carey. Carey's probably more interested in this one than he was in the other one. And Cummins is not. So they say no.
Yeah, it looked like it was going down. He just stays so still, Casey Carty. There's no movement across the stumps.
Yeah. We'll get to look at the replay for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, going down leg.
That would have been terrible.
It's more the one where, because it shoots, it kept a bit low, that the bowler's a little bit more interested. The West Indian fans are getting a bit nervous.
leg day, bigger muscle groups, retire more.
Three
necessarily
slips.
for my little drumsticks.
Gully. Cummins again. Approaches, bowls. That's off the pad. That's fine. That'll be 4. 4-leg buys. All handy runs for the West Indies. 1 for 31. So, Bryce, what were you doing to be in such a distressed state in the gym?
Steve Smith's routine. That's what I want to hear.
But
see if I'm
I
following
think you need tips, because what you did was quite distressing to see you, to be perfectly honest. I was a little bit concerned.
You were concerned.
Then when he didn't come down for breakfast, I was even more concerned that he'd fainted or collapsed in his shower.
Wasn't that bad, surely?
Oh, no, it was bad.
I just pushed myself, yeah.
Oh, right.
It was a bit silly.
Cummins once again, Zaccardi. That's a nice drive. Lovely shot through the covers. It was a punching sort of shot. It will still probably get to the rope. Nice drive. Nice 4. He's up to 13. 1 for 35. So 8 runs off the last 2 balls. 4 leg buys and now 4 off the bat.
It's nice to see both these players, Carty and Campbell, being positive and looking to score, not just surviving. 1 for 35 is a reasonable start. They lost an early one in the first over. Brathwaite out for 4 in Stark's first over. So it's been good.
Cummins bowls. This one a bit quicker, rushing Carty in defence. But from the stumps, he played well. Full face of the bat up to mid-on. And no problems there at all. Dot ball. Over bowled. John Campbell on 14. Casey Carty on 13. 1 for 35. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Mitchell Stark is going to continue in the afternoon heat from the Joel Garner end. It'll be his 5th over of the spell with a new ball. He bowls to Campbell, hit on the pad again, trying to flick away. It's going to come a time, John, where you're going to have to hit it. Because if you keep getting hit on the pads, at one point the umpire's going to say enough's enough.
Well, there is this big mid-wicket gap through that mid-wicket region which he wants to make the most of, but his head keeps falling over and the ball just seems to be too quick for him at this moment, for him to get any bat on it. So it's just a matter of time before one of these balls is going to straighten a little.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
There'll be no escape.
That's exactly right, Brad. Stark on the runway. And here comes Campbell. Hit on the pad again. That's hurt him. They're going to go through for a leg by Carey. Fires at the stumps. He misses the stumps. I think he was going to be okay, but it's Campbell that I'm a bit more worried about because he's been hit on the knee and he's seeing him adjust his pad. I think he's going to be okay, but he kind of hobbled down the other end.
It's an exposed part of the side of your knee.
And I think the other part about it as well, Brad, is that because it's been bowled so quickly, it actually knocked the pad sort of almost swiveled around his leg. I think that was more of his issue.
Mitchell Stark wouldn't mind it. The last time he bowled to Carty, he had him dropped. Cameron Green. Carty just does leave his bat hanging quite a bit outside off stump. So he'll just try to angle this away.
1 for 36. Stark bowls. Carty up on his toes, punching and getting a run just forward of point. Lyon coming around to do the fielding. That was good presence of mind there, the way that he played that. Knowing where the field was.
This is very good from these two. No, they've had their issues being hit on the pads and being dropped. But just the way they've rotated the strike, quite impressive. Stat on TV looks impressive, Whitey.
Mitchell Stark, the most ever wickets in the first over of an innings.
Gone past Jimmy Anderson, so 20. So he had one.
That was a good catch from Constas. I'll explain more about that after this ball from Stark to Campbell, who leaves on the walk outside off stump. So the first wicket to fall was an important one. I know Brathwaite's not in the best of form, but he's the sort of player that can hang around a long time and they can work around him. And he started positively with a couple of twos working away on the onside, then he's tried again, and Constas, sort of a short backward square leg, low down, took a nice catch.
The previous ball just hit Alex Carey on the chest. Awkward bounce in front of him. Usman Khawaja just gave it a bit of a rub, helping out his teammate.
Gee, better well Alex Carey today. I know how much you love Alex Carey. I'm not far behind you.
Tough not to.
That was so good. Stark bowls edging over the top of Gully, flashing blade, and even Cameron Green, who's about 8'4", couldn't quite reach it. Campbell to 18, 1 for 41. I think that's the thing with Alex Carey, is that he's such a nice person.
Yeah.
If you had the fortune of meeting him, you want him to do so well.
Correct. Yeah, he's just probably the nicest cricketer to play for Australia.
And
at
he's
this
such
stage.
a gentle man, but he's such a bludgeoning cricketer.
No, he's feisty when it comes to cricket. He's got that steely determination about him.
He had that look in his eye today from quite early on. It was quite noticeable. Had game face on. Last ball of the over. Stark bowls to Campbell. Edging. Oh, past third slip. Down to the rope for 4. Inglis, like a statue, watched it go past him. I'm not sure what happened there. He didn't go. I felt that it was kind of worth a dive. We'll have to see a replay for Chemist Warehouse. Here we go. Edging. Oh, no, that's unfair on Inglis. That was wide enough.
Right in the gap there.
It would have been right where a fourth slip was. They only had 3. So he's entitled to be like a statue. Over bowled. West Indies need 256 with 9 second innings wickets in hand. Andrew Mason next.
All right, so the action continues with the captain of the Australia side in operation. Cummins, first ball is pitched to the off stump. Carty with a broad bat pushes down towards that wide mid off air. There's no run. He's on 14. Campbell has got 22. 45 for 1. Hello, Barrett. How are you?
Very well. These last 20 minutes have not been the worst for the West Indies. Yes, LBW shouts, but 2 edgy boundaries for John Campbell of Stark in the previous over. He'll take it. 1 for 45. Going at 5 and over.
Here's Cummins on his way to bowl to Carty. Carty is on the back foot, pushes the ball from that middle stump out towards mid-on. There's no run. Bit of swing interim. Started on the off stump. Gets it down to mid-on. There's no run. 45 for 1. Advantage clearly to the Australians. And yet another failure for Campbell, for Brathwaite.
I know.
Who actually started this match needing 65 runs to get to 6,000 runs. But he's failed. Is he going to go to Grenada?
Well,
100th Test match?
100th Test match, you'd think so.
Are you sure?
We were in a similar situation in Sri Lanka earlier this year.
Here's Cummins on his way, bowls to Carty. Carty on the back foot, pushes down towards mid-on. There's no run.
There are 2 openers from, say, 2 teams who don't play a lot of Test cricket or haven't been playing a lot of Test cricket in the last few years. It's Sri Lanka and West Indies. So Dimut Karnaratne, who led very similar averages, very similar stories between him and Craig Brathwaite. Neither playing a lot of white ball cricket, or Craig Brathwaite's case, no white ball cricket at all. And both have had periods where they've looked really good, scored hundreds and double hundreds.
Cummins again on his way to bowl to Carty. Carty back, clips the ball away down towards that long way. Able to get a single. Wristy type of player to watch. Always easy on the eyes. Just turn the wrist and impact, gets 1 to go to 15. Campbell has got 22. The West Indies losing the wicket of Brathwaite in the first over. caught it square leg off Stark for 4. It was then 1 for 4. These two have carried it to 46 for 1.
Yeah, and so when we went there for the 2-match series, Dimit Karunaratne started that series needing 2 tests to get out. He played 98 tests. So the first test was his 99th. He failed in both innings. Mitchell Stark getting him, I think, both innings. And then he decided that his 100th would be his last.
Okay.
And he retired. So will Craig Brathwaite do something
He may do
similar?
that. But, he retired as captain as well. Here's Sal on the off stump as Cummins goes round the wicket to Campbell. He offers no shot. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper.
So there is some precedence.
Were you surprised that Brathwaite gave up the job? I mean, when you look at it, he did well in Australia, winning that last test. Then went to Pakistan. Many people felt West Indies could compete. He won the test match. And he came home and decided to call it, as we would say in Caribbean parlance, Wally, meaning that, look, it's time for me to say goodbye. Were you surprised after this delivery? Here is Cummins again. Bright sunshine at Oval. He's in and bowls. The ball which is bang on target. Kept a bit low. And he's on the back foot. Squeezes the ball into the offside. That's Campbell down to cover, gets a single. And with that, he now goes up to 23. It's 47 for 1. So the over comes to an end now. Carty's got 15. Campbell is 23. It's 47 for 1, which is the latest score at Kensington. Well, earlier you were asking about radio stations, the Caribbean carrying the cricket. The Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, this is in Barbados, carrying the cricket. Omega Radio, in fact, I was listening to Omega Radio. In fact, there's 3 stations in Antigua carrying the cricket. Point FM, which is actually owned by the Prime Minister.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the Prime Minister owns it. And in fact, Chet Green, who was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he actually owns a radio station. So 2 politicians in the party that governs, they're carrying the cricket.
So Richard Richardson doesn't own his own radio station?
Not yet. ABS Radio, the local station, carrying it as well. Here is Hazelwood round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is looking to lap the ball. It's going to be taken. Is he gone? He's gone.
Oh, no.
Now, that's a terrible way to get up. What was he doing? A bad shot. What was he doing? It goes to the keeper who takes the catch. Campbell departs. He would not want to see that on the telly, as they would say. The West Indies losing the second wicket. They're 47 for 2.
Well, John Campbell would be hoping there is no Chemist Warehouse replay screen save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, because that is not a shot you want to see on any replay screen.
No.
He pulled off the paddle earlier in this innings of Josh Hazelwood, and that didn't look like a smart choice. But this is a pretty foolish shot and a foolish way to get out. He just got some momentum going in his innings. He's just been brought back into this test team. Easy pickings for Josh Hazelwood. He wouldn't mind that. And a first ball of a spell as well.
Yeah.
So if you are Darren Sammy, you're not making any eye contact, or you're following your batter into the dressing room and giving him a piece of your mind, because that's a very ordinary way to get out in Test cricket.
I agree. I think your description is spot on. We see Darren Sammy on the television. He must be very disappointed, because as you said, there was some momentum after Brathwaite departed. You just can't be a victim of your own indiscretion.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense, does it?
No,
especially the fact that he'd gotten away with it, and that was the first ball he'd faced from Hazelwood in this innings. But this one, got into an awkward position as well, just got some glove on it, and easy pickings. That's just throwing a wicket away.
But what was he trying to do, though?
He's just trying to almost ramp him.
Oh.
It's a shocking way to get out and especially when after years of having been out of this test team, you've been brought back.
Yeah, you're right. Well, he's in trouble. He's failed in both innings. The captain comes to the crease now. Captain, can you respond to the crisis here? In fact, it's King who's come to the crease. So King is there. Well, King is the captain too. Here is Hazelwood Bolson. He's rocked to the pad, taken. There's an appeal, and he's gone. King departs. A ball that was taken at the gully area. Big appeal. The umpire took a long time to give it, and the West Indies are in big trouble. He's not going to revert it with a pair. So now, from 47 for 1, the West Indies are now 47 for 3.
And Cam Green has redeemed himself now, hasn't he?
Yep. Wow, what a first delivery to get as well.
For Brandon King, it's been a sorry debut so far. As you can see, just got an inside edge. That ball was flying in the direction, and Cam Green, like taking a mark at the MCG, has jumped up in the air and brought that ball down. A 6'7" man almost had to dive up to 8 feet. But that, in Australian parlance, is what you call a specky.
A specky.
And after having put down a pretty straightforward catch a half an hour or so ago, Cam Green has made up for it, and all of a sudden West Indies have gone from being in an okay position to being in all sorts, all thanks to John Campbell completely having a brain fade, then Brandon King falling to a great catch from Cam Green.
Yes, and all of a sudden Hazelwood now is in the hat-trick.
And that scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, looking very different for the West Indies. It's all changed in the space of 2 balls from Josh Hazelwood, who also now is on a hat-trick. And somewhere here at the Kensington Oval, Andrew Mason, Adam Collins is ready with his camera. He's told the whole world, he's been telling them for the last 15 years, he's never seen a test hat-trick live. This could be the day.
Yeah, well, as you would expect, a very aggressive field. There are 4 sips in the gully. There's a fielder at leg gully and a forward short leg. So Josh Hazelwood, the pride and joy of Australia, is in the hat-trick. He's going to bowl to the West Indies captain, who is in his 50th test match. This is the moment that we're going to be looking forward to seeing. He looks up, he sees that the batsman isn't quite ready, and all part of the psychology. Chase just taking some time to settle. He's gotten his guard, taps the bat lightly. Here we go, hat-trick. As Hazelwood comes up now on a hat-trick, he's in and bowls a ball which is outside the off stump, and the West Indies captain comes across the line, allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. The hat-trick has been averted.
Well, it certainly has, but just a look at that catch, just a faint little inside edge onto thigh, and Cam Green was moving forward, so not only did he have to dive time his dive right, but he also had to stretch himself back. Well, he needed every bit, every inch of his massive frame and every bit of his footy experience to pull that off.
Well, here is Hazelwood as he comes into bowl to Ruston Chase, and Chase is getting one down the leg side, looks to flick the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper as he skips across to his left. Things are happening very quickly here. 47 for 3.
Things certainly are happening here on SEN Test Cricket. We brought to you for Australia, made by local and for Henley Homes. We had Tony earlier from Henley Homes.
CEO. He was with us at the cliff the other night.
He certainly was.
Enjoyed his meal, I'm sure.
Carlos Brathwaite and Ian Bishop were very impressed that they let me inside the cliff.
Insurance. Here's the delivery, which is outside down the off stump, and the captain gets off the mark. Guides the ball square the offside, down towards that backward point area. So Captain Chase is off the mark, and the score goes to 48 for 3 with 1 to come in over number 11. Have you been to the cliff before?
Look, I haven't. No. Because I've never really fit the bill in terms of dress code. And speaking of dress code, Josh Hazelwood with those 2 wickets has become the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear.
Yeah, indeed. So
I didn't have the team wear on.
Hazelwood comes up now, bowls to Carty. Carty gets one down the leg side, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. At the end of a fine over from this champion bowler, over which she got 2 wickets. The West Indies in trouble. They're 48 for 3. This is the latest score at Kensington. right, so the captain to continue. So it's captain to captain. One in a position of strength, of course, in Cummins. The West Indies are in trouble. 48 for 3. Here's Cummins as he starts his run from the southern end to bowl to Ruston Chase. And to this delivery, he gets it in swinger. That's fine bowl. We are looking over the umpire, said that ball jagging back. Played a bit late, got it square in the offside, jerkily down to backward point. There's no run. This could very well be a serious examination. 48 for 3.
Yeah, the way Pat Cummins set Ruston Chase up.
Yep.
Just after tea, wasn't it, yesterday? Just after lunch, I should say. And the 1 over, he kept beating his outside edge and then targeted his pads and had him out LBW.
He's in again to bowl to Ruston Chase. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Chase. Chase is back, clips the ball away down towards that backward square area. We'll get a single. And goes to 2. It's 49 for 3. In fact, when you look at this overall game, I think the session between the start of play and lunch was, in my view, the most decisive. In that session, Australia lost just 1 wicket and they made 89 runs. And that really inspired them. They were able to bat with a great deal more freedom. And in the end, they got up to 310, which I think should be enough by a long way. 49 for 3.
Yeah, when you look at that tyre power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, those 360s in the middle, really the big turning point.
Cummins is in, bowls to Carty. Carty solid as the rock, comes right across the stumps. Elbows well cocked as he played. That would make a good picture in primetime sports tonight. He's got into line nicely. He's that kind of a easy player to watch and just plays it down towards mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, the way he bats, you'd mistake him for just whistling away, humming a song while he's batting, like Virender Sehwag used to back in the day at his peak.
Yeah, touch of the Carl Hooper in his batting. Carl Hooper's here, I'm told.
Very much so.
Yeah, okay. What part of Australia is he? Where is he?
Adelaide.
Yeah, Adelaide. Okay.
Lives down the hill from me.
Okay. Here is a delivery which is banged in short. Doesn't have a great deal of pace, but the batsman Carty ducks and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper.
Well, he does a lot of commentary as well, coaching in Australia, and I'm sure he's tuning into us on SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local, and for Henley Holmes. Hello, Carl.
Yeah, he was
I'm sure we'll catch up. He's going to be here for all 3 Test matches alongside his good buddy Jason Dizzy Gillespie.
Okay, Gillespie's brought a group out as well.
Today they're all donning the Gillespie shirts.
Okay.
I see you, Dizzy.
Here is Cummins up and bowls to Carty, and Carty's back. Ball in the middle stump, pushes to mid-on. There's no run.
And big shout out to another mighty South Australian, the great Laurie Colliver. The man with the numbers, super statistician. Loves this cricket, so he's part of that touring group.
Approximately how many would have come up from Australia, I think?
I heard 2,000 plus.
2,000 plus?
Yeah, you can see so
Are
many
they going on to Grenada? Do you know?
The Dizzy Gillespie group is.
Okay.
They're doing all 3 tests. So will the Luke Sparrow gang, who sat right where it says Joel Garner in.
Okay.
So most of them will be around.
49 for 3. Here is Cummins again on his way to bowl to Carty, and Carty is coming right across the stumps, batted with a great deal of confidence, pushes down towards mid-on. There is no run. The over comes to an end. 49 for 3 is the latest score at Kensington. No doubt it's going to be Josh Heswell to continue the attack. He's been brilliant. He's picked up a couple of wickets. His 5th over, 2 for 19. And the West Indies are in trouble at Kensington. Hazelwood comes up now, bowls to Chase. Chase gets the lift and delivery. Picks the ball to his chest. That's very well bowled, yes, on his thumb. And he draws away and down towards the position of square leg. They reckon that he doesn't play short bowling well. They've got the forward short leg in. He was doing pretty well in terms of that period when he first came out in the first innings and then got out. But they're going to really bang the ball in short at him. And this is a serious examination for the West Indies captain.
always is when these three are at it.
Yep.
Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins.
But he turns down, starts to move in from the Joe Garner end, or the northern end, comes up, bowls to Chase. Chase gets one outside the off stump. The ball leaves him. He allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper.
Well, the sun's been beating down on this pitch, but still some great carry there for Josh Hazelwood. Roston Chase, tall man himself, around 6'2", nearly 6'3", so he had to get his gloves and his hands away from that ball. He jumped at him.
Yeah, he did indeed.
So, Andrew, tomorrow, bigger crowd Saturday?
I'm not quite sure about that.
No?
They've monitored the radios. I mean, if the West Indies could end the day maybe 100 for 3, but if they lose more wickets, they won't come. Here is a ball which is on the line of the middle stump. This is great bowling. The ball before left him, that one cut back at him, and he squeezed up the pitch. There's no run.
Just on that, Shea Hope, I spoke to him a couple of days before the test, and he said one thing. That's just, we're getting some sound effects from TV replay. Nothing has happened. You're still listening to SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local and for Henley Holmes. Don't worry. And one thing he said was, with the T20 team or T10 cricket, people just flock to the ground anyway. But when the test team, you have to play well to bring people
that's
in.
true. That's very true. And we haven't played well for a long time. Hazelwood comes in, bowls to Chase. Chase is forward, ball on the off stump. Good bowling, but a solid defensive bat as he pushes down towards that mid-off area. We haven't had crowds here for some time now. I mean, that's a challenge with the West Indies. You know, that period between 1980 and 1995 when they didn't lose a test. But ever since they lost in 1995, the interest is not there as it used to be. In fact, Kensington Oval 20 years ago would be full. And when we look in the Greenwich Lane stand, you reckon we've got about, 200-300? A lot of school children there are here watching the game.
So they won't be around tomorrow?
No, I don't think so. No.
So will we... I think Roston Chase needs some treatment here for that thumb.
Oh, yeah.
So the physio is running out. South Australians. And looks like they're just going to take a drinks break. So unscheduled drinks break. But maybe we'll take a break as well and then come back. SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local.
Stark to him here.
Flips again to square leg. Constance, there he is. He was the catching man. Australia get a wicket in the first over.
Past the umpire, he bowls. Edging and dropped by Green in the gully. Carney has a life now.
It comes into bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is looking to lap the ball. Is going to be taken. Is he gone? He's gone.
Oh, no.
Now, that's a terrible way to get up. What was he doing? Here is his little Bolson. He's dropped to the pad. Taken. There's an appeal. Yes, the wickets and off Brathwaite, followed by Campbell, then King, and West Indies are 49 for 3 earlier. the situation was that the Australians resumed on 92 for 4, just quickly head leg before to Joseph for 61. That's certainly in terms of the bowling, it was pretty good bowling. Shamar was on top of his game. Webster was caught by Hope off Shamar Joseph for 63. Cummins was caught by Brathwaite off Alzari Joseph for 9. Stark was bowled by Shamar Joseph for 16. Carey caught by Seals off Chase for 65. Hazelwood bowled by Shamar Joseph for 12. Line out of 310 in 81 overs and 5 balls. In the bowling for you Seals, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 70. Shamar Joseph, 25 overs and 5 balls. He picked up some 5 for 87. Graves, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 55. Warken, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. And Chase, 1 over, a maiden. And he also got a wicket as well. So we brought you up to date. That's what's happening. The requirement, 252 now for victory with 7 wickets in the bag.
All those numbers, of course, on our Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. And that was the beautiful Bajan voice of Andrew Mason.
Here's Hazelwood, comes up now, he's in them balls. The ball is popped in the air, he's gone, caught it forward, short leg. Further trouble, inside edge onto the pad, and the West Indies captain departs, and the West Indies team in all kinds of contortions of the region's mecca. Listen to this, they're 49 for 4.
Well, Josh Hazelwood is just ripping apart this West Indian batting lineup. He was expensive in his first spell, went for 18 runs, came back. John Campbell gifted him his wicket of the first ball, trying a paddle sweep. Then he got Brandon King with the very next delivery. Roston Chase has not looked settled at all in this innings. He just received some treatment for a blow to his thumb earlier in this over from Hazelwood. And the first ball after the drinks break gets an inside edge, just looped into Sam Constance's hand. And the West Indian innings in all sorts here on SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local.
Yeah, well, this could unravel quickly. You never know. It could end this evening as well. I mean, what time is it now? Look at your brand name, what you got on there. What time is it? Tell me.
Still 1 hour and 3 minutes to go to the official close of play.
Yeah.
So
happening quickly.
It is. And Shea Hope, I don't think he was ready.
No.
He's been rushed down the steps. A day that started so promisingly for the West Indies is deteriorating and going southwards very, very quickly. They're just 1 wicket away from Justin Graves and the bowlers now.
Yeah.
And Josh Hazelwood is on one. This is terrific bowling, just targeting the stumps like Pat Cummins did with Roston Chase in the first innings. As you see a replay, big inside edge on the pad, just poked at it. And Sam Constance, yes, had to take a couple of steps towards the pitch, but catches at short leg don't come easier than that.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't look settled at all. Roston chased the ball, cut back at him. Big inside edge. We see it on the monitor again. Pop to the field at the forward short leg position. Easy catch taken. So from 47 for 1, the West Indies are now 49 for 4 and in big trouble. Hazelwood has been the main man. 3 for 19, 4 overs and 5 balls. And no batsman coming to the crease is Shea Hope. Is there hope for the West Indies? We shall see. Here's Hazelwood as he comes into bowl to Hope, and to this delivery. Hope is coming onto the front foot and forces down towards that mid-on area to end the over. Another successful over. 49 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington. So 49 for 4. Hazelwood 3 for 19, the main destroyer. It's going to be Captain Cummins to continue the attack. Operating from the southern end, the Malcolm Marshall end. And he'll start his run to both to Carty, who's got 15, goes past the umpire, bowls to Carty. Carty is solid, is just coming onto the front foot and pushes up towards Mid-off, the bowler cuts it out. There's no run. Carty's shaped pretty well so far.
Well, he has, but the carnage is underway at the other end. This tyre power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, has changed so quickly. When you came on, Andrew Mason, with your beautiful Bajan accent for SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local.
You sound like a Bajan.
It looked very, very different.
Can you do the Trini for me? Here is Carty. Ball on the line of the off stump. Bowled by Cummins. Played down towards mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy.
Me can give you a Trini.
Make it Trini.
Easy. It's all about the sing-song.
Yeah, all about the sing-song.
Me go Lyman later.
Yeah.
Arapita Avenue, Andrew.
Yeah, Arapita Avenue. Can you give me a Jamaican?
Wagwan. Me not give you Jamaican.
Yeah, all right. The last one, Guyana. Think about it.
Think about the Guyanese.
Here's Carty looking for a single. We'll get it to us. Cummins is on his legs and plays it down towards mid-on. Aggressive run, and they get the run to bring the 50 up for the West Indies. 50 for 4.
50 for 4 on the... And, 4 for 50. Shea Hope started very positively, didn't he, in the first innings? Drove at a lot of deliveries, picked up 2 beautiful boundaries, and then had that partnership with Roston Chase. So I have to work on my...
Work on it. There are 2 stations in Guyana carrying the broadcast.
All right.
You've got to get it right. They don't pronounce it. They say north or south.
Yeah.
Those are the Guyanese. Here's one side line, the off stump. It goes by to be taken by the keeper.
The one thing I do know about the Guyanese accent is, whereas in Trinidad it's yeah boy, B-O-I.
Yeah.
In Guyana it's yeah bye.
Yeah bye.
B-A-I.
No, you're so right. You're so right.
So once again, we're just getting some.
Yeah.
We're just getting the TV effects.
Yeah.
Josh Hazelwood, obviously 3 wickets.
Yeah.
Which at this point makes him the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Pedal, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket
Here's
clubs and
Cummins again, on his way to bowl to Hope, goes past the umpire, bowls to Hope. Hope gets a short ball and swings it down towards that backward square. And he certainly take you on, Hope. He likes that big shot. In fact, in the one-day series in England, he got it on a couple of occasions hooking. But he'll take you on 51 for 1. He's off the mark.
Oh, looks like Pat Cummins is going to come around the wicket, is he?
No.
He is.
You reckon? Okay.
He's got a very fine leg slip.
Interesting.
It still just has one man back on the boundary, so they've seen something in Carty's technique.
But he comes round the wicket now, on his way, he's in and bowls, and he's going back and playing it quite nicely down towards that square leg area. And backward square comes across to pick it up, moving to the left. And Hazelwood sends a good return. Carty's back for second to carry the score now up to 53 for a loss of 4. Adam was saying that the side, in fact, it's the end of the over now, so it's up now to 53 for 4, which is the latest score at Kensington. All right, we're going to have a change of commentator. My good friend Barrett. Always a pleasure to work with you.
Always.
Adam is up next.
He is. And you are listening to SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local. And Josh Hazelwood is charging in.
He is indeed. Start of a new over. Pushed into the onside. Barrett, I missed my cue. I got lost in the Laurel Weeks and Walcott stand.
Oh, right.
Don't get too ambitious with the lifts in there is my message to you.
A lot of distractions there.
Well, it's less that. It's just more that it's a labyrinth. I thought in case the test ends early, it ends today, I better go and have a look.
Correct.
It's the one stand I missed out on. But we are back, and Australia flying. 4 for 54, the Windies. Reminder, their target is a theoretical 301. It's how it feels at the moment. 247 away from the finish line. The Aussies maybe whisper it 3 away in the next hour or so before they might be able to access another half an hour tonight. It's got that kind of feel to it. The collapse is on. Hazelwood on fire. Bowls here, leaving alone outside the line is Cardi. He's been the man there since the first over on 18. Hi, Bryce.
Morning. Hey, Colo and Barat. Yeah, mate.
You've been in test match or test dressing rooms before. Yep. What happens when someone gets out the way John Campbell did? I mean, it wasn't a percentage shot. He got away with it the first time. The first ball he faced from Josh Hazelwood in his innings. Then he's got a start, and then Hazelwood comes back and he tries the same thing again and gets out like that.
Well, it depends on the trust in your group, to be perfectly honest.
Hazelwood from that 3W stand. Bowls here, and Cardi plays well under his eye, driving out through the cover region for 2. Head with the throw to the non-striker's end, but they're through. 20 for him, 4 for 56.
So what I mean by that is if that's their role and they're playing to their role, then that's okay. But this is a test match and they're one looking to save it. There's supposed to be a bit of weather around tomorrow. So, you know, if they can get through to stumps, if they could have considered that, getting through one down or wherever they get to, that's long gone now. But it does look bad, doesn't it? It really does. I'm sure his teammates wouldn't be going, what are you doing? But we know at local clubs it probably would.
And especially at the time he's been brought back into the test team. That's not how you want to get out on your test return.
No. Might take some explaining in the review.
Exposing King on debut and a snorter to him. Golden Duck.
Yeah.
Another wicket, 2 runs on from that. Roston Chase caught a short leg a couple of overs ago. Hazelwood's got 3. He's in here. Bowls him! Oh, Cardi's got the middle and off stump bent back. That is just terrific stuff from Hazelwood. He got 4 now. 5 for 56. Australia are steamrolling through the Windies. Hazelwood's got 4 for 22.
It's a procession now. John Campbell opened the door, and the Hazelwood Express has gone right through, just like this ball went right through the defences of Casey Carty. I don't think there was any inside edge on it.
Just too good.
Just too good. Seam movement as well off the pitch, hitting top of off. Carty, who looked okay till then, is gone as well, and now it's just Justin Graves and the bowlers to go. This test match could not just end tonight, it could end in the next 40 minutes.
Bryce McGain.
What a moment, what a spell. Josh Hazelwood, you can't take anything away from him. He has been just outstanding. Supported at the other end, but the swing around to be bowling from the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand end, the Joel Garner end.
Yes, appropriately so the way he's bowling right now. That was pitching on a good line and length, probably 4th stump line.
Yeah.
Jagging back off the seam, reminiscent of the ball that McGrath bowled to Flintoff at Lord's 20 years ago.
Yeah, the batter wasn't half as good this time around, and a lot of talk about Josh Hazelwood's preparation, the fact that he just took 1 wicket at Lord's. Australia stuck with him here as well, as they would with the bowler of his class, and he's showing why, when fit, he's always their first choice. This is quite a devastating spell, and it just seems like one, like we saw at Adelaide famously when India were rolled over 36, where he just can't stop taking wickets. It's just his 3rd over in the spell.
It's amazing.
4 wickets in it already. 2 left in this set. Bowling to the new man, Graves, plays it past Constance, who's been busy. Down to long leg. They'll get 1. He's off the mark first ball. 5 for 57. Brutal. To think the Windies, Bryce, were at least level pegging when we got here this morning, and they're a chance of being demolished by a lot inside 3 days.
It unravelled, and it was just back to the basics from the Australian batting innings. I know many in Australia are just waking up and gathering the detail of what happened overnight. It was some middle order resilience, partnerships, just old school good batting that got them well ahead.
Hazelwood to Hope. He's on 2. Plays under his eye. That didn't get all the way up either. Hope gave him the stumps, went leg side. Ends another successful over. Hazelwood, 4 for 23 from 6. All of those wickets coming in a spell. Ends the over at 5 for 58. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Bo Webster will get his first opportunity replacing Pat Cummins from our Malcolm Marshall end.
Huge applause down at Fine Leg in front of the spectators on the beach area.
Yeah, I was down there in that
Josh
direction
Hazelwood
when Hazelwood picked up one of the wickets, and he got a great round of applause. There's a sort of a separate seated area on the party stand there, and they're up and about. Certainly in the lower decks of the 3W stand, it's almost all Aussies.
Yeah,
having the time of their life over here in Barbados. Bo Webster.
Hawthorn jumper over there too.
You always see that. Webster bowls here. First ball right on the money. Pushing out to mid-wicket, no run. I don't think I've ever seen a test on television from outside of Australia without someone wearing a Hawthorn jumper. Had a couple of blokes in Hawthorn jumpers yell at me when I was walking around before. For whatever reason.
Oh, they know.
I wore mine to Lord's Day 1. That Flintoff ball 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I was there in a Hawthorn jumper. In the Compton stand. Hair down my back. Long time ago. Webster away from us. Up to Graves, he's on one. Bowls here, wide of the crease. Jags back off the seam, pushed to mid on, no run.
So Webster was more than useful in that first innings. In fact, he was a wicket taker. 2 overs, 2 for 20. And there's a lot of trust in what he's able to do. He's able to get Shy Hope out and then Justin Graves out as well.
Bowling here is Webster on the pad. Big shout for leg before it's turned down. They like it. They like it behind the wicket. It'll be an issue of impact. It was coming back off the seam. I'd be surprised if this wasn't referred given the state of play, Bryce McGain.
Yeah. No, they're going for it.
Yeah, they're going. So impact will be the question. Height perhaps as well, given the trajectory of Webster. What's certain is that Graves was caught on the crease. He did not get a stride in. Now we wait for Adrian Holdstock, the third umpire, to begin his process for the umpteenth time in this test match. Third umpire's been very, very busy for Imar. Seeing the first replay here. Back off the seam. It's hit him in line with the off stump, I reckon.
Okay, yeah.
The Australians are very keen on that.
It's on the knee roll of a very straight front leg. It's nipped back before he's sort of been able to get his balance forward. Is there a feather on that on the way through? That's what they're checking.
Waiting for ultra edge. No, there's not. Here we go. Moment of truth. 2 reds. Umpires call on impact.
Yeah, okay.
Umpires call on impact. So therefore, we're talking a centimetre away from that ball being in the tram tracks. Not to be. They wave it off. He doesn't get a wicket with his third ball of the innings.
Good decision. Live by the umpire. Umpire men at this end. Because that was a real tight one. Because it did nip back sharply. But he checked his list and said, no, I think that's hit him outside the line. And indeed it did. With a majority of the ball.
They reset. Graves waiting. Bowling here is Webster, another nip backer. Well negotiated. Thrusting it down into the onside where Constance fields no run. So that projection here we're seeing from the ball before it was hitting middle stump 2/3 of the way up. Yep. So had it been impact in line, Webster was in the money. You can see the response from the Aussies. They know how close they were to having them 6 for 57. Not to be. 2 left in the set. Webster away from us. Bowls here to Graves, who leaves the line. A ball that is jagged back a mile. You can see from the response of Alex Carey that couldn't have been far from running into the off stump.
Well, he's had to dive nearly down the leg side to secure it. It did move a bit afterwards. The seam sort of stood upright and away it went.
Wow.
That is just a whisker away from the off stump. So Bo Webster, he's making it sing. And for those back home in domestic one-day thing, he did that against WA.
Bowling here again to finish. Webster brings him forward. Graves defends competently. Ends an over that was all over the West Indian number 7. A maiden for Webster. The Windies still 244 away from their target of 301. They're 5 for 57 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Here's Hazelwood again, 4 for 23. Bowls to Hope on 2, squares him up. Spits out the Cameron Green off the shoulder of the blade in the gully. Had he missed it, I reckon that was hitting off stump Bryce McGann.
Yeah. Hazelwood is right on song here. Every ball there's a chance of a wicket, and as the shadows get longer, there are some dark clouds that are sort of shifting across in front of the sun, so it's gone from quite sunny to quite gloomy in a hurry. There's no threat of rain. It's just more as the sun sets out in the west. It gets lower, the clouds come across.
Hot 2, Hazelwood in, bowls to Hope, who keeps it down to short leg to Constance, who's taken 2 catches out of the 5 wickets so far. 1 in the first over of it round the corner. They got rid of Brathwaite, and then a short leg for Chase from the bowling of Hazelwood. So it could well be 2 more wickets in the next 45 minutes that the umpires go, yeah, we'll keep going here. 11 wickets in today.
Well, I think Australia will want to press on regardless.
They're a sniff.
Yeah. Even if it is a long shot, they think they can get them in a hurry.
Hazelwood close to the stumps, bowls here. Tight lead from Hope on length. Every ball an event with Hazelwood right now. Yeah, typically 7 wickets is when the umpires will permit the fielding team to have a little dart. Not 6.
So I think by that stage, we've still got 45 minutes of allowed action. Yep. It might be a bit too gloomy. We have seen the sun go down really quickly. It seems to go down. It gets dark rapidly around that 5:30 mark. So I can't imagine local time that would be going past that.
Hazelwood's got match figures of 6 for 64. He bowls here and pushing the ball down to short leg is Hope with both feet in the air. But managed to go from up to down, which is what you want to do in that situation. 4 dots to start. I wonder how long the spell will be from Hazelwood as well. He's in such a groove.
Well,
Hasn't
good luck
bowled
getting
that
the ball
many
out
overs.
of his hand.
I mean, across the test match, he didn't bowl that many overs in the first dig.
No.
All up, he sent down, let me check, from first innings yesterday, 18. So he hasn't been over bowled.
That's still a reasonable workload, though, 18. But, yeah, look, he'll be... When you're going like this and you're feeling it and you can put the ball and angle everything's perfect at the moment. His rhythm, his approach, it's effortless. He won't be denied here.
He's got 2 left in the over, Hazelwood, from the Joel Garn, Randy Bowles, and Hope pushes to mid-on where there won't be a single, cut off by the captain Cummins. So 301 the victory target. If you're joining the coverage, it's 10-7 in Australia on the eastern seaboard. 310 Australia got to, thanks to a 102 run stand between Head, who got 61, and Webster 63. And then useful runs down the list. Carey, 65 of them, the top score from just 75 balls. All out 310, lead of 300, target 301. Then Australia have run rampant. 5 for 57. This ball to complete the 17th over. Hazelwood's got 4 wickets, bowls here, and he beats the edge with a ball that hits the seam and jags away. Poor shot from Shy Hope. He survives. He's 2, Graves is 1. It's 5 for 57 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Adam Collins with Bryce McGain. We're up in the Tony Cozier Media Centre, and away from us runs Bo Webster. His first over was a maiden. 2 wickets yesterday. Bowls to Graves in behind it, squeezing out to mid-wicket. Every ball so far has asked a good question. Chaps down there in the gold baggy caps with the inverse of the caps they wore in the Test at Sydney in 2001. They had them specially made up for the event.
Right.
I ran into them when walking around before. So they're gold baggies like this to run one-day cricket, but with green trimming. Good work. Webster bowls here, inside edge of Graves to mid-wicket where Constance fields no run.
So Rob off the text machine, Colo, good one for your answer, has Good morning. Yep.
Hi, Rob.
Morning, afternoon. Question. Has Webster moved ahead of Green as the all-rounder position? Rob's in Hobart.
Well, Webster, when he was dismissed today, was averaging 50 with the bat and 25 with the ball. They were the exact numbers at that juncture.
Good start to a career as an all-rounder.
My word, he bowls again here. Graves on one, catches the call, but it's through the covers. It should run away for 4. It does slow up inside the rope, but it just gets there in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stands. Graves to 5, he overtakes Hopes on 2. 5 for 61, reminder that target is 301. Yeah, that's it. How would you see it, Bryce? More to the point. If you're doing a depth chart now with Green, I know they want him to bowl, but kind of not really being available to do it full tilt.
Yeah.
With the injuries he's been carrying.
Yeah. He's just in a different phase at the moment, yeah. So Webster, yes, the answer is yes. He's the premium all-rounder in Australian cricket.
Bowls here, keeps Graves in that defensive posture with a ball that comes back off the seam.
And Webster's never had it easy when he's gone out to bat either. So it's averaging 50 in Test cricket, 5 tests, 4 different countries, as we've established throughout the test.
Yep.
But his ability to go out under pressure and perform, and he just hasn't missed really in his career, and credit to him.
2 left from Webster here. Bowls to Graves, and Graves gets forward and pushes it out to mid-off. No run there. Every ball is targeting the stumps. I mean, Green's a quicker bowler, so from time to time you have it said that Green could theoretically be the third seamer, but they don't want him doing that either, do they? Maybe in a world where it's 2 spinners playing, but how infrequently does that happen?
Yeah, no.
Maybe 5 or 6 times in a test cycle as they are at the moment. Last ball doesn't make it to the keeper's gloves, Carey. Might have come off the pad in any case. He dived in front of Khawaja. That was Graves facing. Great start from Webster. 5 for 61, the Windies. 240 away from their target of 301. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. So 11 wickets today, 10 yesterday, 14 on day 1. More to go. 35 minutes till the close. Hazelwood bowls and he pushes Hope back, pushes to backward point. Green does the fielding, no run. Hello, Baz.
Evening, Adam. Bryce.
Hello, man.
Just floating around the ground and speaking to former players, former West Indian players and people in the crowd. They're not happy. As Andrew Mason told us, we saw a good crowd yesterday, an okay crowd today. At this rate, if this game does drag into Saturday, there'll only be the Australian tourists, sadly. I don't see any locals turning up. This has been quite a shocking display from the West Indian batters in the second innings.
Yeah, they'll be mortified. Undone. Hazelwood bowls, and again it's Hope playing with both feet off the air, pushing a short leg. That doesn't feel sustainable.
Not at all. He came out blazing in the first innings. Here he's played a couple of airy-fairy shots in the previous Hazelwood over, just swung his bat at one. Otherwise, he's just somehow trying to survive. Not looking very convincing. Gloomy skies now here at the Kensington Oval, even though there are some spots of blue.
Yep.
When the sun comes out, it's still very, very punchy out there. 2 balls into the over. Hazelwood close to the stumps, bowls, and a flick to mid-wicket, uppish. There's no man on that angle, so Cummins cuts it off at mid-on, but it's an emblem of the way Hope is struggling at the moment. He's 2 from 14. Every ball from Hazelwood decking back off the seam. And in the previous over, the one Temptree bowled to him was a massive leg cutter that he missed by a foot.
Yeah. Well, he went to drive. It was just, as you were saying, Barat, like he really went after it. Like this is a scoring opportunity, but it wasn't at a drivable length. So he's gone forward and tried to do it on the up. It's too hard. Too hard to hit the ball that way. It's just so difficult. So it is a tough moment.
Leg slip now in. Bowls here. Short ball, takes it on, misses it. They did appeal, but more out of obligation, I suppose. Richard Kettleborough is unmoved.
You can just see it coming, right? He's going to try some extravagant shot like that one and just get out. And he was so late on his decision to try and kind of almost go from down to up.
Yep. Well, I think with line having come up to leg slip, there's still a fine leg, but it is laden with risk.
There's this big shot or attempt at a very big shot coming up. You can just see it in his body language.
Yeah, well, it's a field that says you're not too comfortable with it whistling around your ears.
Hazelwood, 2 left bowls here, full. Straight, pushed out to mid-on. They like this. They want him targeting middle of the leg here.
Yeah. And with the option of the short pitch. And Hope isn't that comfortable with that. He's a player who likes to free the arm, stay leg side of the ball. He's a stroke player. He's a terrific white ball player. Started his Test career on fire. You guys know the numbers and how extraordinary he was, and then he just went through a real lean patch and lost confidence. But he's the choice now. You're the keeper and you're the future.
Sun's back out. Shadows on the ground. Hazelwood bowls and Hope defends with both feet in the air. Not a convincing over for him. A Hazelwood maiden. Windies stay at 5 for 61. Their target's 301. Graves 5, Hope 2. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by a local. I'll tell you what the Aussie fans are doing tonight, Bryce. As Webster rolls in and bowls and beats the bat, and it goes along the ground. Graves, lucky for him, that was on the 5th stump line and not on middle stump. Otherwise, he was a goner.
Rolled.
Genuinely rolled. That's the benefit of batting first. Barely made it a metre past the stumps before bouncing a second time. Carey got the long barrier out.
The pads were down. It's a tied wicket now. Playing all sorts of tricks. Ball keeping down.
Sun shining, Webster bowling, clipping to mid-on. Sent back, Stark with the throw. Graves wanted it, Hope wanted it too. Graves realised it was a fool's errand.
He gave up, Shea Hope. It was a question of whether Stark would hit the stumps or not. But to literally turn on his toe, and he was in no man's land.
Yeah. So I think every one of the 2,000 Aussie fans here are all going to Oystons tonight.
Yep.
Which is meant to turn into something of an open-air nightclub in the fish market on a Friday.
Correct.
Webster in bowling to Graves, who gets in behind it, defending to Schmidt off no run.
Every Friday night.
I've been there, but not on a Friday. Baz, you've been on a Friday. Primus.
So you get there around 8. So the DJ gets there. I mean, there are multiple DJs. They take turns. It's like a bowling attack of DJs. So they get started by 7:30. There's a big stage. But there's action happening everywhere. There are all these little rum shacks, a lot of fish, because it is a fish market.
Yep.
And don't you dare have anything but fish there.
Webster bowls, inside part of the bat, push to mid-on, Stark collects, throws again, no single on offer.
Well, that's a set bat for Adam White.
Oh, yes, it is.
So
is he a non-fish eater?
He's non-fish eater, non-rum drinker. Maybe we'll buy him a big cold glass of milk or a bottle of milk and
a ginger ale. That's got a bit of spice to it. That's enough spice in the drink, I think, is the ginger ale.
No,
the old Bundaberg ginger beer.
Yeah.
We'll get him shaking his bottom tonight, don't worry.
Graves waiting for Webster. Right on it here. Bowls the attempter. Lavish outside the line of the off stump. Didn't carry to Carey, but a sign that Webster is absolutely all over him here, with the exception of that one boundary that was up his 3 point. He's not had a sniff.
Not at all. And just, on Oystons, so you can go there any time of the week, but it's generally great food during the day. But on Friday, and it's a Caribbean, it happens all around the Caribbean. Street parties on a Friday. St. Lucia and Gros Islet has probably the wildest of the lot.
Last ball here, Webster bowls and playing out to cover where there is a fielder. There'll be no run. It'll be Adam White taking you through to stumps. I'm going to go rest my voice. 5 for 61, the Windies. 240 away from their target of 301 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Graves on 5, Hope on 2.
The West Indies 5 for 61 in their second innings. The West Indies were 1 for 47 off just 10 overs. Things were going well. They're not going well at the moment.
Falling in a hole.
Hope on 2. Cummins bowling. And Hope gets one that just bounces that little bit more than Hope thought. He took his bottom hand off the bat to absorb it. Dropped away on the offside.
Yeah, it looks like treacherous right now as Sam Constis has a bit of a chat with Shea Hope.
Just a bit of a chitty chat, not a pointed chat.
No, just a lot of thumb. Just kept flashing his thumbs up to Shea Hope. He's a veteran of international cricket anyway.
Well, Hope's trying to bat out of his crease here to disperse something. This is a strategy.
3 slips a gully and a leg slip. Hope gets another one that bounces a little bit more than he thought. Almost nastily the way that pitched and spat at Hope, but he was able to again just push it out on the offside. It was quite dramatic the way he played it.
He just looks so uncomfortable, Shea Hope. He's either tried to play an expansive shot or just somehow kept that ball away from his stumps and his body.
It's also clearly a lack of confidence in the pitch, behaving normally.
It's certainly a wearing wicket late on day 3. Up and down bounce.
Cummins again past the umpire, bowls another one that sees Hope jumping. You found the middle of the bat on this occasion in defence. Pushing the ball up to mid-on. The sun now shining again. It looked, I thought for a moment we were going to go off a bad light. It got very gloomy there for a moment, but now with the sun out, no problems at all as the shadows lengthen here at Kensington Oval late on day 3.
Laurie Colliver gets a
big
shout out on TV. He's the this is the most time he spent on camera.
He's in the crowd, but he's still got his pen and paper out.
He is scoring. He told me he's scoring, yeah.
He is too. Can't help himself. Cummins here. He's out! Hope is out! Bowled by Cummins. That one didn't get up, and having had 2 balls earlier in the over spit at Hope, he wasn't really sure what it was going to do, and that was just too hard to get out. Cummins strikes the captain, and Hope, beaten all ends up from a ball that just did not get up, and it kissed the stumps on the way through. And it is now 6 for 61. And who knows, maybe they will get the win tonight. 6 wickets falling in just 20 overs. Hope gone for 2. And now they are into the bowlers, the Australians.
Well, that seemed as inevitable as Oystons being fun every Friday night. Shea Hope did not look comfortable, did not have any idea how to keep this ball away from his stumps or himself. He was jumping around, hopping around, and hopped at the wrong time, hopped at the wrong delivery, kept slightly low. It was always zeroing in on his stumps. And probably one of the more unconvincing stays you'll see from a test batter. Brought back into test cricket. It hasn't worked out for Shea Hope. Looked okay in the first innings. And now, as Alzari Joseph walks out, you're very right, Adam White, though the light will fade very quickly. But this test match and West Indies' hopes have faded quicker.
It just deflected off the outside of the off stump. So in a lot of ways, he was unlucky, Hope, because the ball clearly didn't get up as much as he thought it would. He's gone back to a ball that's hit the stump about 2/3 of the way up. And he kind of admonished himself, real frustration as he left, but there's not too much he could have done about that one. Alzari Joseph, who did get runs in the first innings, waits for Cummins, and straight away flicking on the bounce to leg slip. Got to say, that was very well done by Marnus Labuschagne out on the field to take that one the way he did on the bounce.
Hey, hold on. Where did he bob up from?
It's like Nathan Lyon is off the field again. No, it's not Nathan Lyon. Maybe Hazelwood is off the field.
So
it does appear from nowhere, really.
He just bobbed up.
You can hear one of the Australians keep pushing for 7.
Constas, I think that was.
Probably. Cummins again. Shadows lengthening. That one down leg side. Elzari Joseph tried to flick. He missed. Over bowled. 6-4, 61. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. And our leading wicket taker today for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear, providing high quality New Balance team wear to community cricket clubs and associations around the country. Josh Hazelwood has taken 4 of the 6. And they're really going for the kill here, the Australians. They've now gone back to Mitchell Starc, who's going to bowl here from the Malcolm Marshall end. So he's bowled mostly from the Joel Garner end through this match. As I said, the light will... I don't think if they... I mean, they could take the extra half hour. They'll run out of time.
No, they will, yeah. I think they need 2 wickets in the next... Yeah,
that's right, it needs it now. Graves on strike, he's on 5. Starc around the wicket, bowls. And Graves is pushing forward back to the bowler. No problems there at all.
This is Operation Mop-Up. Officially employed by Pat Cummins. So, you know, where Mitchell Starc will be targeting or what he'll be targeting. It's just Justin Graves left, and he hasn't looked very comfortable against Bo Webster.
You can just hear the crowd. There's been shots of the West Indian fans in the crowd just totally deflated. It was only a matter of hours ago the West Indians were right in this match. Starc again, a bit wider on the crease, he bowls. Graves nicely down the ground, punching through mid-on, and that'll get to the rope for 4. That was a classy cricket shot. Graves to 9, and the score 6 for 65. But this is a classic case, Brett Sanderson, of the jam getting sucked out of the donut.
The jam punch. Just for a second, Justin Graves, and I say this knowing that it's the middle of the night in India, looked like VVS Lakshman.
Did look a bit like that, didn't it? That's almost like the ultimate praise playing through the onside. When you... It's either Mark Waugh or VVS Lakshman. Yep. They're the 2 you want. Starc again, past the umpire, fizzes in, hit hard, back down the ground, 4 more. That came off Stark's hand very nearly onto the stumps. And I reckon that maybe Elzari Joseph could have been in trouble at the non-striker's end.
Very much so. He was almost halfway down the pitch, and Mitchell Starc knows it.
No, he was gone. Long gone. If it hit the stumps, as it turned out, took Stark's fingers to the boundary.
Yes.
He hit that very hard, didn't he? The full face of the bat. You talk about VVS Lakshman with the first one. That was almost Virat Kohli-like.
All right. Now you're really... Oh, Virat Kohli is up. It's still 9:30 in London, where he lives now, so better be careful.
Graves on 13 waits for Starc. He won't be too happy at the moment. Good defensive shot, full face of the bat, defending back to the bowler. Just a reminder, in about 20 minutes from now, we've got the new ball, thanks to Cobram Estate, where Bharat and I will go through all the big talking points from the day. We'll get an interview from the Australians as well. So don't forget the new ball for Cobram Estate all around the country on a Saturday morning back in Australia. There's a lot to talk about. 6 for 69. Starc bowls again. Graves. Got a nasty one that's hit the hand, and I don't know how it didn't go straight to Constas. And the Australians, what they're also getting here, Bryce McGain, is the beneficiary of winning the toss. It's just got harder and harder to bat. We thought it might have got easier and easier to bat, but it's gone from pretty difficult to very difficult.
No, the top's gone in the wicket now.
Completely.
That's what's happened. So that you've got balls that are rolling and then doing that really spat up off a good length. Horrible to bat in these conditions. It's really deteriorating quickly, and Australia are just honing in.
Stark again, bowling. Graves playing a beautiful shot. Punching off the back foot through covers for 4 more. 3 in the over. 3 from just 5 balls, really. And that was explosive, the way that came off the bat. End of the over. 6 for 73. Graves up to 17. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. West Indies 6 for 73 with about 18 minutes of play remaining for the day. Cummins bowling to Joseph, who is trying to almost forcing it straight back to the bowler on the full. Fortunately, it was on the second bounce.
Yeah, just looking at some of those faces in the crowd, a lot of them have left. Just mainly the younger fans in attendance. For the slightly older ones, they've sadly seen this movie play out hundreds of times now in the last 25 years. We spoke about that famous test match here. Brian Lara leading the way with chasing 308.
Cummins again bowls to Joseph, who swings and misses, trying to hit down the ground. Alzari only knows one way.
Yep, there haven't been too many of those since against the Australians. Yeah, but you just keep thinking back to where we were at that point when Travis Head was dropped.
Well, but this is the point, Brad. This was today. He was dropped early in the day, the 7th catch to go down from the West Indians. At that point, if that catch was taken, West Indies well on top. Not just a little bit, well on top.
Australia were 4 for 108. It would have been 5 for 108.
With a lead of 98.
98, yeah.
So essentially 5 for 98.
Yep.
Cummins bursting in, bowling. Zari Joseph working into the onside. No run.
And like you said, Bryce, Alex Carey could not have played with the kind of freedom he did and taken the game completely away the way he did.
So I think from here, I doubt very much we'll be finishing tonight, but then who knows? The way this test match has been played in fast forward.
16 minutes remain.
Cummins again bustles in, bowls, and it's another one that bounces a little bit more. But because Joseph is so tall, it's a bit easier for him to get over the top of the bounce and cover the unpredictability of the ball and the way it pitches and flies through.
Hope it just ground out this 2 off 20 balls. He'd seen off nearly the spell of a lifetime by Josh Hazlewood. He'd seen that off by hopping around. He just found a way. And the release that he gets of seeing that one off as Pat Cummins comes on, starts getting them to dart up off a length, hit him in the splice, and then all of a sudden one skids through and takes his stumps. And it wasn't through the want of not trying his tail off, but Pat Cummins, he'll hone in.
Cummins again bowls down leg side and short, and Joseph was able to duck away from that one. The big cry of was again from Sam Constas. So a little bit like Marnus, you've just got to kind of ignore that a little bit, particularly if you're out in the middle and even listening when you think, is that close? No, it wasn't close.
Meanwhile, Nathan Lyon is warming up, and part of his warm-up is starting to have a chat with the non-striker. So he's had a lot to say and lot to share with Justin Graves. They're in the middle of a long chat.
Cummins a bit wider on the crease, bowls to Joseph, who on the bounce knocks it down to Constas, who threw it at the stumps, even though Joseph remained in his crease. Over bowled, it is 6 for 73. Earlier today, Alex Carey made 65 from just 75 balls. Bo Webster, 63 from 120 balls. And there was also a half century to Travis Head. So the Australian middle order certainly standing up when they were in trouble. And as a result of that, they got themselves a lead of 300. And then bowling late today, already the West Indies 6 for 73. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Adam White, Brett Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with you. Graves, who was so good in the last over against Stark. How will he go here? He'll take a single up to mid-off. Just no timing the shot.
Labuschag's hit the stumps! Labuschag's hit the stumps! Surely this isn't out. He thinks it is. The square leg umpire isn't sure. The ball's ricocheted out into the deep. We are going upstairs.
Well, you can keep him out of the team, but you can't keep him out of the game. Marnus Labuschagne always wants to be involved. He is convinced, and so are the rest of the Australians, that he's hit the jackpot here. He was at mid-off. You never take his arm on.
Alzari Joseph
stretching. He's gone. He's gone. All over. Marnus Labuschagne has something to say here at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Extraordinary. Greaves taking what he thought was a sensible single. Alzari Joseph was late to go and kind of just cruised. He didn't go at full speed. And with 3 stumps to look at, Marnus Labuschagne went bang.
He's done it so often as well. He generally is on target with these direct hits.
We'll take a break here and come back. The concluding stages, maybe not just for the day, but for the match. We're having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay from our monitor. It was just excellent fielding. It wasn't a suicide run or anything like that, but it's fair to say that Marnus has got a bit of energy to expend after the last few days.
He always does, though.
What's a complete batting collapse without a run out in there?
Yes, correct.
And we've got a ticket off, and it's a run out by the sub. It's even better. Bonus points. It's a triple word play.
So 11 minutes to go, 7 down. Stark around the wicket. He bowls, and that's a good ball to Warwick first up. But somehow he is able to keep out. Warwick, who batted as the night watchman in the first innings, didn't get a chance to bowl too much. Either has Nathan Lyon, in fairness. It's been more it's more a fast bowler's wicket, but I think it's a spinner's wicket as well. Labuschagne, we're just seeing another replay. That's what you're hearing in the background. It's probably a 20-metre throw.
It is. Again,
from extra cover.
He's done it from all sorts of angles, hitting the stumps when it matters.
Stark bowling again to Warwick, taking the outside part of the bat into the gully along the ground. I mean, there's 2 parts to the issue with the out. Not only is Joseph out, but Graves is at the other end, batting like, as you said, VVS Lakshman. I don't know why he would take a run so early in the over so late in the day.
Well, there's a lot of things the West Indians have done where you question why they've done that.
That's a good point.
As Fazir Mohammed would say, why would he do that?
There's been a bit of that. We've
heard it before.
It was down in the press room before when John Campbell went out. There was a few cries of why did he do that? Stark bowls. Good bouncer, and Warwick really didn't play that particularly well. He almost tried to headbutt it, Danny Morrison style.
No, he squared up. He squared up, legs apart, toes pointing down the wicket. You can't duck or sway. You are a sitting duck doing that.
Oh, no.
He is just... it's a turtle head.
Oh, no. Yes,
he just tucked his turtle head into the shell. That's the only way. His head went into his body with a helmet on.
And Josh Hazlewood, I think, was asked to sign a bareback.
Yeah.
He refuses to do that. Says, put your T-shirt on and then I'll sign it.
Can't sign all that hair. That was the issue.
7 for 73. Stark gliding in past the umpire. Bowls to Warwick, clipping it away nicely behind square leg. Just a single. But Warwick gets himself off the mark. So no...
Loving the Hoff down there
for him. Yes, there's quite a few people that have had many beverages this afternoon. I think they'd like anyone down there.
They're all taking their tops off for Josh Hazelwood.
7 for 74. It's been a really hot day in Barbados today. Searing temperatures. The breeze, like yesterday, has dropped away as the days progress. It was quite windy earlier today, but right now, you look at the palm trees, they're hardly moving. Stark again, bowls to Greaves, a bouncer, and he gets underneath. No problems at all. Over bowled, 7 for 74. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you with the West Indies 7 for 74. Now, there is meant to be only 8 minutes left in the day. This is including the extra half hour. There is some conjecture around whether they could push ahead and take another half hour to try and have it finished tonight. As Cummins starts new over, bowling to Warwick, who pushes forward in defence. No problems there.
Pete, very funny, but I'm not going to read it out. Just in reference to a turtle head. So it's been one almighty collapse. 7 wickets, fall in 23 overs.
This has all happened in the last session.
It's been extraordinary.
A wicket in the first over, and just from there it's those that spiral.
Yeah, those that have slept through. West Indies were all in this. They were right in it at the start of the day.
Cummins a bit wider on the crease. Warwick pushing forward cautiously into point. No run.
We said it just a little while ago, but as Australia wakes up, we'll keep saying it. At 4 for 108, Travis Head was dropped on 21. Second slip, Greaves put him down. Al Joseph was the bowler, and at 5 for 108 it would have been a complete different story. In comes Alex Carey. He couldn't freewheel.
Cummins again, shadows lengthening further, bowling to Warwick, and is jumping and dinking it away on the onside, away from Constas and up towards mid-on. It trickles into the hands of Hazelwood. So just with this sun now, it's like a totally different day when the sun is out compared to when it's behind a cloud. If the sun was behind a cloud now, you'd question whether they could go on any further. But as we look out to where the sun is at the moment, there's not too much cloud cover around. So as we've said throughout this test match, the light drops very, very quickly at about this time. But at the moment, it's good. Leg gulling place now. Cummins bowls to Warwick and he advances and swats it. What is he doing? He's got away with it. Hazelwood's done the fielding. His glasses came off in the process, but it's an unusual tactic so late in the day. Trying to look at it glass half full from a West Indian point of view, Bryce. With rain forecast tomorrow, you kind of think, well, can we just get through to stumps and then just hope it rains really hard tomorrow and we can't get back on?
Yeah. There's a little discussion between Lyon and the umpire Menon.
Cummins again bowls. Warwick prodding and getting some runs here. Finding the middle of the bat for what was nothing more than a defensive push. He gets 2 with Hazelwood retrieving the ball about 10 metres in from the boundary at long on.
He's got a good stick.
Yeah.
Just sort of poked it at that and it went through mid-on. So Lyon's at leg gully, umpire Menon at square leg, and they came together, and I think Nathan Lyon is saying, well, with 5 minutes to go, well, we get a cheeky extra half hour.
Yeah, but it was,
and I think there was a... No.
It was cheeky from Lyon as much as anything to even ask.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I think it was denied. It looked like a shaking head.
Cummins again bowls. That's a short one, and Warwick drops the hands. It goes through to the keeper, and he survives the over. 7 for 76. Greaves on 17, Warwick on 3. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The two umpires have come together in the middle and they've had a bit of a chat. And that was after Pat Cummins had spoken to Richard Kettleborough. We've now got Bo Webster coming into the attack. With the West Indians, both batsmen have asked for a drink to try and drag this out. So this should be, Bryce McGain, the last over of the day, you would think.
I don't think so. So reading what's happened, once Pat Cummins has spoken to the umpires, he then signalled to the Hoff, Josh Hazlewood down at fine leg, you warm up, you got the next over. So I think there's more cricket to be played here.
Webster bowls, slashing. Oh, that's gone through the covers. Travis Head didn't pick it up. He could have actually caught it, totally lost it, and it's gone out to the rope for 4. And it wasn't a sun issue because the sun's on the other side of the ground.
I think the ball has got lost. There's a Coca-Cola umbrella down there, red umbrella. I think it's on exactly that line. He's hit the ball and he just didn't see it in the background. The red marquee roof has been the background, I think. He's lost it.
Well, it's 4 runs to Greaves. And we're still none the wiser at this point as to whether this is the last over or not. Webster bowls here. Greaves is in defence. Getting one again that just spat a little bit more than he thought, but he was able to control the defensive shot down the offside of the pitch. Australia need 3 wickets, so it's not like it's 2 wickets or 1 wicket, but you're right, Josh Hazlewood does seem to be warming up. So this is going to be very interesting logistically for all the crew back at SEN Towers as to what we're going to do.
Well, you're not going to miss a ball, so stay with us.
Oh, Greaves lost down the ground. It's high, it's long, it is far enough for it to be 2. That was like a 5 or a 6-side. It just stopped in the surface. I thought it was going to at least be 4, maybe 6. Coming right in our direction, Bryce.
It went very high. It's actually left a plug mark on the outfield.
Must be using one of those soft Bellata balls, the way that it just didn't go anywhere once it hit the surface.
Clean strike.
It was. I'm just seeing a replay. That's what you're hearing in the background. So Greaves up to 23, 7 for 82. Webster again bowls, and Greaves in defence, back and across, squeezing it out to point. Maybe it was if there's 1 more wicket, you can do it. So Josh just warm up just in case. I don't know. As I said, this is the extra drama to this is the forecast tomorrow. I'm not saying the forecast tomorrow is horrendous, but there is a forecast of rain. And in this area, when it rains, it rains. Andrew Mason in the background nodding his head.
Well, a little bit of feedback off the text message for that it's day 3, so that's just day 4, and there's another day on Sunday, of course.
Yes, that's true, but you always got to think of it optimistically. But yes, that's correct. Because I don't know. I don't think the forecast is great on Sunday either. Webster bowling a slip and a gully and 2 in the point region, and Greaves. Oh, that's gorgeous through the covers. Delightful shot there from Greaves for 4. Webster over pitching. And Greaves taking the invitation, moving to 27. In fact, he's up to 29.
Yeah.
7 for 88.
What a sweet shot that was. Stepped into it. A clean swing of the bat.
He's batting better than any other West Indian in this match.
Yeah, 6 boundaries in his 27 of 32 deliveries. Little shuffle in the field, catching cover.
So we're not sure here,
sweeper.
Bryce. This could be the last ball of the day. Maybe they need a wicket for it to be extended. Webster on the approach. Bowls. Greaves pushes into the gully off the front foot. End of the over. And it is Not the end of the day. We are continuing on. We are continuing on for another half hour. We'll take a break and be back shortly. And with that, the sun goes behind the clouds and it gets a bit dark as we continue on.
Whitey, we're not leaving.
Not at the moment.
We're not leaving.
Greaves on 27. Warrington on strike on 3. Hazelwood has 4 for 23 back into the attack from the Joel Garner end. He bowls and Warrington swipes and misses. Cleared the front leg and tried to hit it into the third tier of the Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand.
And then he realises, no, that's a bad idea. I should have tried to slog it with a straight bat. So his practice shot was then to go, no, I should have been going over long off. So what the reaction to that now is that there is a fly slip gone back. So Inglis from third slip goes back 3/4 catcher on the third slip line.
Hazelwood again past the umpire bowls. Warrington hit on the pad coming well forward. They appeal, but I don't think it was a particularly confident appeal. He was well forward, maybe even been a bit of edge.
Yeah.
Maybe even a bit high.
Yeah. Paddy's interested.
They're going upstairs. They are. Why not? There's 3 reviews remaining, so they may as well use one of them here. But I think this is really a sort of a Marnus Labuschagne throw at the stumps type of situation here, heading upstairs for LBW. What do you think? What's your gut feel, Bryce?
I feel like there's a bit of bat in it. There's a few noises there. I think it's inside edge to hit him on the knee roll in the end.
I think it might have. It came back a long way.
Sounded a few noises, and you could, the guys at home can hear that sort of sound. I reckon there's a bit of bat there.
No bat.
No bat?
No bat.
Okay.
No bat. I feel it's done a bit too much.
It is.
It's going to be
connecting
close.
on a mini forward press, knee roll.
Ball tracking coming up. Umpire's call right over the top of the stumps.
Hitting the bails.
I tell you what, a fair bit of it had it hitting the stumps too. So, good call from the Australians. Even though they don't get what they wanted, they don't lose their review with the umpire's call. Richard Kettleborough, bit of a wry smile as he hands the ball back to Josh Hazelwood. There are races on tomorrow in Barbados, locally. The Australians will either be heading to the races or heading to the golf course. That's what they want tomorrow morning to be, or tomorrow lunchtime to be.
And it's such an Aussie thing. I was just walking through the crowd and they said, you'd be going to the races tomorrow. And they said, yeah, if it's on. And they've got some tips.
Right.
They said, we've got some tips too.
Andrew Mason will have tips. Josh Hazelwood bowls. Warrington edges out. No problems this time. Josh Hazelwood with 5 wickets here at Kensington Oval. He's got 5 of the 8. It's been a stellar performance from Josh Hazelwood as he closes in on 300 test wickets. Warrington's entertaining stay ends on 3. 8 for 86. 2 wickets away. 25 minutes left.
Well, what a marvel he is. What an absolute marvel Josh Hazelwood is. Superb bowling, 5 wickets. He caused the collapse. And now he's got an opportunity to wrap it up at the other end as well. He picked up Campbell in the 11th over. Then King the next ball. He's got Chase shoved in another pocket. Carty's in there as well. They were the first 4. Has a break. Cummins does some damage with a run out in between. And Hazelwood comes back and he's stuffing more wickets into his pockets.
He has totally broken this game. 5 for 23 off 8.3 overs. He had 2 in 2 at one point. He was on a hat-trick. And he's just literally run through the West Indian batting lineup. Shamar Joseph comes to the crease. We know the way that Shamar plays. He only knows one way. And the Australians know that. They've got a fly slip in place. Josh Inglis to complement the 2 slips in a gully behind the wicket on the offside. Josh Hazlewood on the approach. He bowls to Joseph, edging past gully along the ground. Green dived away to his left. He got one, and that's all he gets. So the sun's getting really low now, even from our commentary position high up in the media centre. The sun gleaming through the window.
It's a bit like the coach's box at Cardinia Park with the low sun.
Well, they for the sight screens here at Kensington Oval, they actually use white Venetian blinds. We need a couple up here. Just to our left, as we look down on the ground.
Need a sun visor.
Greaves now on strike with that single to Shamar Joseph. He's on 27, 8 for 87 the score. Hazlewood back over the wicket, bowls. Greaves hit on the pad, trying to force away on the onside. The ball balloons away to backward point, where Green tidies up. No run. It's a shame in a lot of ways that it's gone this way, because it was dead set in the balance after 2 days, and if a couple of things had gone differently, particularly with the third umpire for the West Indies, they would have been in a much stronger position turning up for day 3. They were still probably, you'd say, leading the match coming here today for day 3, and they're going to lose. Oh, that's a wow, what a shot that is. I've got no idea where it's gone because of the sun. I know it's gone a long way, and it's gone for 4 through mid-wicket. Swivelling on one leg and smashing Josh Hazlewood through mid-wicket for 4. It is 8 for 91. Greaves now, he's moved up to 31. Eight for 91 the score in SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, with Greaves on 31 and Joseph on 1. That's Shamar Joseph. And Mitchell Starc will come back into the attack. So the Australians have got Bryce 21 minutes to get 2 wickets for us not to be coming back tomorrow.
Yep. 8-9-7 is onto something here. Greaves is batting too low. The bloke can bat. You bet he can. He can bowl too.
Yes.
He's a good all-rounder.
Starc on his way. Past the umpire, bowling to Joseph, who clips him. Calypso style. A long way for 6.
Stop it.
Take that. Wow, what a good shot that was.
He just loves doing everything against his Australians. Oh, sorry. Hi, Bharat Sundaresh, and I'm back.
Yeah, where have you come from? Yeah. Popped out from under the floor.
Like Manas Labuschagne on the field.
Popped up like Manas.
But yeah, I mean, that was Sanat Jayasuriya at his peak in the late 1990s.
Yep. The flick of the wrists against an opening bowler. Went miles.
I wonder what Starc thinks of that. In he comes, bowls to Joseph. Full toss, swings it away again, and swings it again. Away for 4 this time, to the same sort of area of the ground.
Lost his bearings then, Starc. That was a full delivery, nearly waist high in actual fact. Looked for the Yorker, got it wrong. And it probably was above waist high, actually.
It brings up the 3 figures for the West Indies.
Yeah. Feels like Shamar Joseph has said, extra half hour. Okay, extra half hour for me to entertain. And there's only one way he's going to play. He's going to try to hit every ball into the crowd.
Well, he's looked at the bottom right of the scoreboard where it says target 301 and wants to get him tonight. He's going.
Mitchell Stark bowls. Joseph swings again into the onside, out towards the boundary. 4 more. It's the half hour of power from Shamar.
We've seen all this before from him. Adam and I, before we knew the half an hour would be extended, were down there very close to the dugout. He was just sitting there, steely face, looking at the carnage that was playing out in front of him. Seeing all these West Indian batters like sitting ducks being consumed by Hazelwood, Cummins and Stark.
They haven't changed the field, so still plenty of open area on the onside. Stark bowls, swinging down the ground this time. Sort of just a flat-battered swat would be the best way of describing that. He gets a single, and that puts Greaves, the more measured, more classy player, back on strike. But no more effective based on what we've seen. Shamar Joseph, 16 from 5 balls, 8 for 106.
It's exciting. Extra half hour. What can we pack into it? Some terrific boundary shots. Now, wickets.
We're going to see a bit of a change to the field here. So with Greaves on strike, they're just readjusting things. But again, they don't want to take too much time. Even now, the sun goes behind a cloud and it gets gloomy. It's just, we're right on the edge here. 2 slips in a gully. Stark over the wicket, bowling to Greaves, who's playing nicely. Just rolling the wrist, turning it into the onside. Constas fielding it forward square leg. 4 pitches away from the batter, but still wearing the helmet.
While Shamar Joseph practices other shots at the non-strikers end.
Cricket shots or golf shots?
Well, they look like cricket shots to me. He wants to strike. He does not want Justin Greaves to take a single here.
Yeah, that's right.
Is Greaves batting too low? That's a question that's come through. He's batting at 7, which Shy Hope's probably their best bat, and he's batting at 6, the wicketkeeper batsman.
Last ball of the over here. Stark closer to the stumps, jamming out the Yorker comfortably, Greaves. So he survives. Greaves 31, Shamar Joseph 16, 8 for 106, and local time it's 5:43. So we've gone the extra half hour for a slow over 8. Now it's an extra half hour to try and get a result, so we don't have to go back to tomorrow. But we can't go any further than that.
No, we can't.
And I don't think we probably could anyway with the light, but
you can now, and the sun's out.
Oh, the sun's properly out.
But the problem is, though, that it's getting so low, it's almost behind the grandstand.
It's so set so quickly.
Pitch is in full.
You see the water in the background? Yeah, just. So it will be Hazelwood. Yeah, to your question, Bryce, I think having seen some of these batters and inadequacies with their batting, I don't know, is Brandon King at 4 any better than Justin Greaves at 7? And push him up to 4. Why not? You're right, he does look very accomplished.
Yeah.
He's not rushed by anything.
He's played good cricket shots. His foot movement's been great. The players that have succeeded here are the ones that are prepared to go on the front foot when it's a pitched up delivery. The ones that are stuck on the crease, you're finished.
Hazelwood bowling here to Joseph, nearly chopping it onto his stumps, bottom edge, and almost bounced over the stumps to Carey. This is all a bit of fun, isn't it? We've got no idea what's going to happen over the next half hour or so. 15 minutes to go. Joseph trying to hit every ball for 6. Graves batting like Virat Kohli and VVS Lakshman combined at the other end.
Shamar,
but Graves not sort of protecting the strike or anything like that. So
Shamar Jayasuriya is on strike at the other end.
8 for 106. Hazelwood bowls again, and Joseph advances and misses. That was a short ball. This is starting to look like the World Cup from all those years ago where they played in the dark.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they stopped playing and they went back out and played, didn't they?
Correct. They were forced to.
Yeah. To complete.
They haven't put the lights on.
8 for 106. Greaves on 31. Joseph on 16.
Sammy Constis with some fans on the boundary.
Hazelwood on the approach. Past the umpire bowls to Joseph. Oh, good shot, Joseph. Swinging it down the ground and into the stands. Over long on. He kept his head down that time and he clubbed it.
That's probably the best shot he's played so far. Down the ground of Josh Hazelwood on a day where Josh Hazelwood has been untouchable. That takes some doing. It was the length. It was in that hitting zone and the hitting arc, wasn't it?
8 for 112. Joseph up to 22 from just 8 balls. Hazelwood, and he comes. Joseph goes again and misses, and he's disappointed with himself. It was a short one. He tried it into the beach over mid-wicket. There's a bit of words spoken between the two as well.
They're at each other.
Not happy. Josh Hazelwood has had an interesting evening. John Campbell paddle swept him for 4 and then fell, repeating that shot. Now Shamar Joseph is just trying to hit him to all parts.
It's one of these, it's an interesting dynamic too. You've got Josh Hazelwood with ball in hand with 5 wickets. Shamar Joseph with bat in hand got 5 wickets earlier today. Hazelwood bowls. Joseph advances, gets cramped, but still swings it away on the onside into the square leg region for a single. More words exchanged between Hazelwood and Joseph. Happening right in front of the umpire. 8 for 113. Greaves 31. Joseph up to 23.
Oh, Richard Kettle.
Oh, there's a cuddle here sort of going on with the umpire and the batsman. It's all very nice and friendly.
It's that time of the day.
Well, clearly it's a matter of we just need you to calm down.
Yeah.
It's not a good look because it's looking abrasive with the body language. So it's probably good umpiring just to calm the situation. And there were smiles after that. Okay, everyone's calm now.
12 minutes to go. Hazelwood bowls. Oh, nice shot again from Greaves. Up on his toes. Through cover point. Width from Hazelwood. Runs to Greaves. He's got 2. Will they come back for 3? They will. Last ball of the over, which means Greaves will retain the strike. It's the perfect result for the West Indies there with 3 runs to Greaves to move to 34. It is 8 for 116 at the completion of the over.
And interesting to see who they stick with here. Does he go back to Stark? Nathan Lyon has been warming up, so it is Nathan Lyon who gets the ball.
Yeah.
Not surprised, really.
Yeah, no, he's a little genius at this, really. Coming on and the hard swinging tail enders. That's what all good spinners need to have in their armoury, is to wrap up the tail.
And the sun's gone behind a dark cloud, so you can see already it looks much darker.
Yeah, it does. So a few new scratches. So Lyon's going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Greaves.
Should have this happened earlier, or is it just, you know, Shamar's going to just go at anything? So
no, he'll just go at. Yeah, I think.
Well, he's only been out there he's only faced 10 balls, so, and it's the right one with the ball spinning away from the left-hander. He'll try and go after it.
Line around the wicket, bowling to Greaves, who almost gets under the bat as he tried to force up to long on. So I'm just going to let you know what's happening here for all the SEN listeners back in Australia. We're going to continue with the cricket up until 8 o'clock on the main channels. Then we'll go to the news, and then racing programming will continue, being a Saturday morning, and we'll be across on the app and also SEN Fanatic. So the new ball will continue with Bharat and myself. If it was to finish tonight, again, we'll get the presentation, all the fallout from the game across on SEN Fanatic and through the SEN app as well. But there's every chance we're going to be back tomorrow too. We just don't know. Lyon bowls. Greaves tugging away on the onside, but straight to mid-wicket. 8 for 116. 9 minutes to go. So just repeating, we'll be staying with the cricket on the main channel until 6 o'clock, which is 6 o'clock local time. Backing across was Greaves. It kept a little low, but he kept it out. So, so local time here, this is all very confusing.
Yeah, 8 a.m.
Yeah, 8 a.m. in Eastern
Melbourne and
Standard Time in Australia.
Melbourne and Sydney.
We can't go any further than that.
Yeah.
Lion bowls. Greaves leaves. So that was the slider that went through, trying to tempt Greaves to push it one and take the edge through to Khawaja. It slipped, but Greaves was equal to the challenge. One ball left in the over here, Bryce. Do you like the fact Lion's on?
Yeah. I think it's more for the left-handed who's going to go hard, but
Greaves here back covering his stumps, defending dot ball, which means that Shamar Joseph will be on strike. The lights have come on here. The sun's out and the lights are on. Greaves 34, Joseph 23, 8 for 116.
That was all a bit tepid in the after what we've seen from Shamar Joseph so far. So Josh Hazelwood, what you'd think would be the penultimate over of the day, unless of course he can strike. And the way Shamar Joseph's batting, this looks like there could just be two outcomes. Either he gets out or he hits it for 6. Well, there is, of course, going to be another change of ball.
You're not serious. This is interesting here because I don't think the bowling team would want the ball change, would they? Because this is going to take out any chance of 3 overs. So from here now, you're only going to get 2 with 7 minutes to go. That's unusual. Again, we've talked about this with the West Indian innings. You're better to make sure like the umpires can't see the ball when I didn't think the West Indies wanted to change it.
I do wonder though, I mean the umpires can check the ball whenever they want. Obviously it doesn't always depend on. And I wonder if a couple of balls that have gone into the stands, if the ball, and this ball seems so fragile, this pack of balls, we've seen it changed 7 times?
It's been a bad batch.
It has been a bad batch. Not a great advertisement for Duke's ball here in the Caribbean.
So again, while this delay is on, just another reminder, we'll be on air here on the main channels on SEN for the next 7 minutes, and then at Stumps we'll be switching over to the news and racing programming, regular programming on a Saturday morning, but we'll continue on with the new ball on Fanatic and also through the app. So I know a lot of you listen to the cricket through the app, so we'll just roll through. It has created some chaos back home because we're in uncharted territory here, going the extra half hour on top of the extra half hour. The lights are on even though the sun's out. It's all sorts of things happening. Okay, we're ready. We've changed the ball. Hazelwood's on his way. Bowling to Shamar Joseph. And Shamar Joseph plays quite nicely into the offside in a defensive mode. So they have changed the field here, Bharat. So we've got mid-on sort of 2 threads, maybe 3/4 of the way to the rope. We've got mid-wicket out on the fence as well. Sam Constas. And then we've got one down at fine leg as well. So they're still kind of trying to tempt him to play the big shot. The gaps are more on the offside. The field's up on the offside.
Sammy's having a blast there on deep mid-wicket with all the...
He'll probably jump the fence and jump in the pool.
Yeah, at this rate.
Hazelwood on his way over the wicket, bowling to Shamar Joseph, who gets one that cuts him in half and goes over the stumps.
The first defensive shot he's played.
Isn't it amazing how it's changed, just with a couple of players on the onside going out, and then also the complexities around 5 minutes till stumps. He knows here there's 4 balls he needs to get through. Graves gets through the last over from line, and we're coming back tomorrow.
And with all the rain around?
Yeah. Who knows?
There's still day 5 though.
Hazelwood coming in, bowling to Shamar Joseph, who swings it high in the air, could be caught. Oh, Constas has dropped it. Constas has dropped it. He's put it down. It went straight to him, and at the end it veered late, and he got on his knees. He got 2 hands to it, to his left-hand side. He put it down.
Oh, should have taken it. The sun was in his eyes. It's right there, the sun in his eyes, and yeah, well, No excuses there, Sam Constis.
He hit it hard, Shamar Joseph.
It just went in and out. I think
2 hands to it.
Yeah. See, he was falling, wasn't he? He wasn't in full control of his body. He was falling. He was off balance.
Once his knees stuck in the turf, he kind of jolted and he didn't have the balance required. So now Greaves is on strike because Shamar Joseph got the single. 2 slips and a gully. Greaves is playing from the stumps away on the on-sign up to mid-on, stylishly.
And I wonder if tomorrow's weather forecast, which says 95% rain, however, we can't really say how bad the rain is here. So far, what I've seen is spurts of rain and then it stops. Whether that was the one which led to Pat Cummins having a chat with Richard Kettleborough.
Yeah,
about
definitely,
the extra half
definitely. He had to have. That's sensible. 8 for 117. Greaves on strike on 34. Hazelwood 2 balls left in the over. Past the umpire, bowls. Greaves hit on the pad. Hazelwood likes it. It's out. It is out.
Well,
or is it out?
Well, he's reviewed it, but it looked absolutely dead plumb. It was a very late, reluctant. Well, okay, I'll review it. San, why not? It was the last of the recognised batters left.
This is crazy. This is crazy. If this is out, there's going to be about a minute left, and Hazelwood's still got 1 ball left in the over.
What a finish that could be. It just looked, it was a celebratory appeal from Josh Hazelwood.
Oh, it's done a bit. It's done a bit. Has it done too much?
Well,
so it seemed and it's gone and hit him in line clearly, but has it done too much? We're checking Ultra Edge. It hasn't hit the bats.
Because he's so far back, I think it could be umpire's call.
I'm thinking umpire's call more than hitting.
Well.
And again, the longer we wait for this review, takes more time out of the game.
He does. You still need the next batter to
Okay, here we go. Ball tracking. Oh, missing. Missing.
Wow, more drama.
Oh, it's missed. So a drop catch and then an overturned LBW decision in this over alone. And we're now down to 2 minutes. And there is still 1 ball to be bowled in this over. Josh Hazelwood was convinced it was out, and all the Australians staring up at the big screen couldn't believe it when it was green light, missing.
Especially since Travis had told Justin Greaves there's no point reviewing it.
8 for 117. Last ball of the over from Josh Hazelwood. It's 5:59 local time. Greaves defends comfortably back to the bowler. So we have to hurry into positions here, boys, to get the last over in. And we will get the last over in, it looks like.
The lights have just about taken full effect. So they'll take a while for it to turn it off as well eventually. But yeah, big moment in that over. Just Sam Constis unable to hang on to that catch at mid-wicket fence, just in front of the party stand. Don't think he would have had much to say after that drop catch, Whitey. He's having some lively chats, some of the Australian fans.
So again, just a reminder, after this over, it will be straight to regular programming. The new ball across on Fanatic and also through the app. Josh Hazelwood will be our guest as part of the new ball with Colo and Bryce downstairs.
Well, Shamar Joseph has said, I don't need a helmet anymore. So one of those rare sights in Test cricket when a batter bats without any headgear, no lid on.
Yes.
Good for the camera.
This is Richie Richardson sort of activity from back in the 80s. Okay, Nathan Lyon uncoils past the umpire, bowling to Shamar Joseph, who goes on the back foot and misses. There is real Richie Richardson sort of look to him.
Well, so
5 balls
what
to
happens
go.
if a wicket does fall.
That's a good point.
Generally, in the last
that would mean that
should be stumps.
That should be
coming
stumps.
back for 1 wicket tomorrow.
I think we're coming back. Lyon, in he comes, bowls to Shamar Joseph, uses his feet, and it almost goes under the bat. Jammed down on it just in time. It went into the covers.
Well, Shamar won't hold back.
He's not going to, is he? Despite the fact that it's the last over of the day. This session's gone for about 5 hours. 8 for 117. Line bowls. Shamar Joseph advances. Swings it high in the air on the onside and he gets 4. There's 2 men out there and he split them.
Wasn't in full control, but he found the gap. It was all about the placement for him. The deep mid wicket and long on. So
that ball turned a lot, and I thought for a moment he was totally beaten in flight and was going to be out-stumped. 3 balls left in the day. Getting very dark here. Nathan Lyon, he bowls. Joseph swings again on one knee. That's gone miles. Huge 6. Way up high into the Greenwich and Haynes stand. That's some batting from Shamar Joseph. He's up to 34 from 17 balls.
It's crazy hitting. This is crazy.
It will take some time to get this ball back.
It will. It's gone so far up. It almost... I thought it was going to hit the roof.
Oh, I thought so too. Hit the solar panels on the roof of the grandstand.
And now he's stripping further. He's taking his chest guard off. What are we going to see next from Shamar Joseph?
We're getting another ball
and
here.
We're getting another ball here.
We're getting day-night test cricket at Jamaica in a few weeks' time, or a couple of weeks' time. Feels like we're getting it here. The lights have really taken effect because it's full shadow on the ground, despite the sun still beaming out over the ocean. How good was that 6? Went a long way.
The connection he made. He's hit 3 brilliant 6s.
So that was the slog sweep where he gets down on one knee. But anyway, it was awesome. Line again. Bowl. Shamar Joseph. He's gone again and he's missed. He went to the same spot. It was a bit quicker.
One more ball to go. So we are coming tomorrow.
Just calm down here, Shamar. We want more of this tomorrow.
I know.
Don't do anything silly. It's the last ball. Nathan Lyon.
He's going to play the front foot defensive, isn't he?
Here he comes. He's advancing. He's swinging. He's going miles again. Another 6. Shamar Joseph. This is outrageous. He finishes the day 40 not out.
Are they done?
Are they done?
Well, they're done surely.
They have to be done.
Well, the umpires are having a chat. No, they're not done. I'm not sure what's happening here. It's 6:03 p.m.
To Mitch and to everyone, Matty Donald back in the studios in Melbourne, we're sorry about this, but they're going to continue. I didn't think this was possible.
I thought you'd just get the extra half hour. This is bizarre. So now the helmet has to come back. The chest guard has come back.
But surely then that they would claim that bad light's an issue. The lights are on and they're casting a shadow with the lights. The bat stickers are glowing off the lights.
Well, this evening's gone cuckoo already. I thought that happens after we get to Oystons.
These two have put on 47. Shamar Joseph's put on 40 of the 47. So this is the last over.
8 overs or 30 minutes.
Right, okay. Thank you to Collar, who's downstairs.
So this will be the last over.
This is the last over. Greaves on strike. So because of the delay and all those sorts of things with the DRS and all that sort of thing, that's why that happens. Okay, Josh Hazlewood, the last over of the day. Take 2. Greaves plays the first one away from the stumps, away on the onside. So just keep Shamar off strike here, please. We want more of that tomorrow. 40 off 19 balls. He's taken 5 wickets earlier in the day.
And it's not all mad slogging, though.
No, it's not.
The slog sweep was a terrific shot. The 6 of Josh Hazlewood down the ground was something else. The flick of Mitchell Starc over deep backward square leg was something else. So was the last one, despite there being a long one on the fence.
Greaves waits for Hazlewood, who back and across defends away on the offside.
Well, if nothing, we were told by Andrew Mason that the crowd won't show up tomorrow because of the position West Indies are in. But if this continues, if Shamar is unbeaten, like they used to flock the Kensington Oval to see Brian Lara bat, oh, they're going to come for Shamar.
That's
However long
right.
it lasts for,
That's
it'll
right.
be worth it.
All of a sudden, they only need 163 to win.
No, that's true. That's back on the cards as well.
Well, Greaves is, if he's still there. Hazelwood again, bowls, Greaves defends, punching away.
Oh, doesn't
to
take the
backward
run.
point, doesn't take the run. Good batting. We want that. I don't think, you know what I think? I think Shamar would like to be on strike.
Yeah, he would. Oh, he just wants to be on strike every ball. What a bizarre day it is if you're a West Indian fan. What do you make of this? Your team has been in disarray. It started so promisingly. Shamar Joseph kept them alive. Came back and got rid of Travis Head and Bo Webster.
And it just shows that collapse has just become such a waste, considering what we're seeing now. Hazelwood on the approach. Bowls to Greaves. A bouncer, and he gets underneath it, ducking low, because that ball didn't get up as much as he thought. He had to get even lower to make sure it didn't hit the body.
He ducked under it. At the non-strikers end, Shamar was practicing his hook shot.
So was he doing? You're saying at the other end, mate, just stand tall and smack it over the top. It certainly is Calypso cricket at its best, isn't it? It was Calypso cricket, now it's back to Calypso cricket. 8 for 133. Hazelwood bowls, Greaves defends well, comfortably, no problems at all.
Well, if Australia thought they'd get the day off, they could probably join us at Oystins, the Australian team that is. They might have to give up on those hopes, but this will be the last ball, whatever happens. And there is no double play allowed, so only one wicket can fall.
Even on the scoreboard, they've got a bit tardy. They're saying it's 32.4 overs. But our information is that certainly this is it. I know I've said it a number of times, but we think this is the last ball. Josh Hazelwood, full lights in effect, bowling to Greaves, and Greaves is edging, and it's... No, it hasn't carried, and then it's got through green, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4 through gully. End of the over.
No, hang on.
No, we are keeping going.
Oh, we're not done yet.
Well...
I'm very confused right now.
I am as well, and I'd like to think that I know the rules of cricket. I don't understand. And all the information we're getting is that was it. 8 for 137. Greaves is on 38. Joseph is on 40.
Adam Collins is down there with Bryce McGain, so he's bringing us some information now.
Yeah, the information is laugh out loud.
Laugh out loud.
The 9th wicket partnership is now worth 51, and I apologise for everyone listening that we're giving false information, but this is unprecedented. It's like a night game now, and we're still playing.
It's like they're trying their level best to finish this game off. Is that a hurricane coming? I'm very confused about what's happening here.
This is apparently the last over.
I mean, that's what we were told, the last over.
And
the previous over. All right. Well, at least it'll be fun.
So if Miles Fitz is listening, make sure he tips. You will still get the line bowl. Shamar Joseph carves it away on the offside, backward of point. Don't tell me that's 4. It is 4 more to Shamar Joseph. He's up to 44.
I'll tell you what, Nathan Lyon is not enjoying this one bit.
The Australians aren't enjoying this one bit.
Andrew Mason is enjoying it a lot because he's just jumped in and demanded for a headset.
The quickest West Indian to 50 is actually Shane Chilton for 25 balls. And now he has got 44 from 20.
He goes and he misses. Swing and a miss. Carey asked the question, but I think it was only more of a joke than anything. Okay.
That was some shot, though, inside out.
So, again, just painting the picture here, it's like a night game.
Yeah.
And now we've got a bird. We've now got a bird on the pitch. We've got... Is that a pigeon?
It is. Oh, no. The pigeon's not doing well. Oh, the pigeon might have been hit by the ball. And Alex Carey wants to take care of the pigeon. It's all happening here.
This is going to be another delay because of a concussed pigeon. It's trying to fly away. It might need to go into a sort of a 14-day protocol or whatever, 12-day protocol.
And you can't keep playing cricket with an injured animal.
We have stopped play here because we've got an injured pigeon on the field.
And we are not making this up. We are not making this up.
What bird is it, Andrew? You know what bird it is? It is a pigeon. Okay. We're ready to go again. Lion bowls. Joseph. Oh, edge! Balloons up off the gloves of Carey to Kawaja. Out!
Well, somehow, someway, injured pigeon or not, the lights are on or not, we might...
Shamar Joseph is out for 44. He took a big swing. It took the outside edge into the gloves of Carey, ballooned up, and Usman Khawaja, wearing 2 baggy green caps, took a simple catch. Now, what happens? Because shouldn't that be stumps?
Well, ideally...
9 down.
Ideally, it would have been. So all this, with 3 balls left and Jaden Seals walking out to bat. Well, applause for Shamar Joseph from the West Indian fans, but...
Oh, well, he's coming out. Seals is coming out. We can almost not see him because it's so dark.
It is. This is a repeat of the 2007.
It is.
But by the way, for all you bird lovers, the bird's still not flying. It is where...
It's square leg.
It is square leg now.
They sort of thought that could have been an opportunity for like a vet or someone like that to come out and take it off. It's still in a pretty dangerous position.
Alex Carey seemed to be the keenest to come. I don't know whether the keeping gloves had something to do with it.
Because he's so nice.
That's correct. There you go.
With people and now with birds.
Yeah.
It's a shame he got out. Why couldn't have he lasted?
I know. Why couldn't they have gone off after the last over? I know. And to all our listeners, someone says there's definitely going to be played at 6 p.m. Australian time. I know. I said there's been about 6 last overs and 5 definitely last balls. I'm sorry about that.
All right, they're continuing on. Nathan Lyon around the wicket, bowls to Seals. Out! Costas has taken the catch at bat pad, squeezing off the inside edge straight into Costas' hands, and he's taken it with 2 balls left in the day. They've played to nearly midnight, but it's finished. Australia go 1-0 up in the Frank Worrell Trophy, coming from a position of weakness to not only a position of strength, but actually winning the test at 13 past 6 in the late afternoon, early evening in Barbados. Greaves will remain 38 not out. Seals out first ball. It was a good delivery from Lyon, pushing forward, inside edge, and it's got to be said, that's a sharp catch from Costas. Australia 1-0 up.
Well, after a most bizarre period of play that we've had this evening, it's been a bizarre session, to be honest, Adam White. West Indies began this session in chase of 301. They lost a wicket in the first over of Craig Brathwaite, and then had a partnership, and then in came Josh Hazlewood with an outstanding spell, 4 wickets, broke the back of that West Indian batting lineup. Some resistance from Justin Greaves, some outrageous hitting from Shamar Joseph, and then we don't know what happened. It went into the last half hour. We were told we'd get 6 overs, 7 overs, 8 overs. There was an injured bird. Then Nathan Lyon has mopped it up in the end, and Australia have finished this test match with a huge win, but with a lot more questions.
Amazing day of cricket, amazing session, one of the longest sessions in Test cricket history. Ends with the West Indies all out for 141 in this final session from 33.4 overs. Josh Hazlewood taking 5 wickets, Nathan Lyon taking the last 2. We're off to the races tomorrow in Barbados. We will now go, we think we're going to the news, then off to the racing programming on normal programming back in SEN land. And if you want to keep listening to Bharat and I and all the presentations, we'll be doing that across on SEN Fanatic and on the SEN app. But on behalf of the entire team, this last 3 days has been dead set outrageous. It is the new ball from Kensington Oval, where we have seen one crazy test match that has finished in the most extraordinary circumstances imaginable. Australia, they're 1-0 up in the Frank Worrell Trophy Series, a 3-match series after winning inside 3 days. But really, it was outside 3 days because we just kept playing and playing and playing under the lights here at Kensington Oval. The news from the day's play for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket wear and team wear. Well, I can tell you that Australia won after dismissing the West Indies in their final innings, the fourth innings of the match, for 141. Greaves remained at 38 not out. Nathan Lyon taking 2 wickets in the last over of the day when they were asked to make 301. I'm Adam White. Bharat Sundaresan is with me. Through the new ball, we're going to hear from the captains from both teams as part of the official presentation. Can you please try and make sense of what we've just seen over the last period of time, because I'm struggling.
I am as well. And for me, and just again, for you pigeon lovers, the pigeon has moved to a deepish square leg position now.
A lot of people won't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
So in the last over, we had a further delay because there was a concussed or an injured pigeon that wouldn't walk away from the pitch, and they had stopped.
And the reason that was bizarre in itself is we were told at 5:30, just to take you through that last crazy half hour. At around 5:27, while Adam Collins and I were downstairs waiting for our end of play interview, you could see Pat Cummins walked up to Richard Kettleborough and said, maybe we want to take the last half hour. And Kettleborough then walks up to his partner, umpire Nitin Menon, and they decide to take the last half hour. So we assume play finishes at 6. And then Shamar Joseph walks out after Jomel Warrican is dismissed and starts throwing his bat around like nobody's business. Almost ends up making the fastest half-century ever by a West Indian batter. He's hit sixes of Stark, hits of Hazelwood, 2 back-to-back sixes of Nathan Lyon. And then we think, and I think we called the last over maybe 4 times, Adam White. And then finally we told, okay, this Nathan Lyon over is the last over. And then an injured pigeon comes in from nowhere and they have to stop play. Alex Carey runs towards this injured pigeon with his gloves because he's Mr. Nice Guy. Can't help the pigeon. Shamar Joseph does the same. And then the pigeon starts flying. The umpires don't know what's happening. And the pigeon then lodges itself far enough so that they can restart play. Shamar Joseph swings at a couple of balls and then finally gets an edge and is caught off Usman Khawaja. Jayden Seales walks out. The lights are shining. It's dark. It almost is 2007 World Cup final dark.
With a red ball, not a white ball.
With a red ball at the Kensington Oval. And Jayden Seales makes the long way out and lasts all of 1 ball. Sam Constance takes the catch at short leg. And the test match is over. A test match that started on day 3 as a contest where West Indies, well, it were almost 52-48 on top, has finished with Australia winning by 159 runs. Just a bizarre day, a bizarre finish. A test match win, which, it'll be discussed a lot in terms of, I guess, the bowlers and the lower order or the middle order bailed out Australia after they found themselves in a very precarious position with the top order failing in both innings.
So Shamar Joseph, just to put into context what he did, 44 off just 22 balls, 4 fours and 4 sixes. And as the last over started from Nathan Lyon, it looked absolute certainty that we would be back because you just couldn't see how it wasn't going to be that way. But somehow, because there was that extra over, we thought that Greaves had lasted the last over, and then all of a sudden it had to be Shamar Joseph to last the last over, and he couldn't help himself. He kept wanting to swing.
Exactly.
And as you said, he got out and then Seales got out. So what had happened earlier in the day was Australia in their second innings was dismissed for 310, made up of 3 half-centuries from the middle order. Head made 61, Webster 63, Carey 65. So with 310 on the board, it meant the West Indies needed to make 300. Tea was taken early because of the nature of when it had finished. They come out to play. Craig Brathwaite's out in the first over. They did get themselves into a reasonable position at 1 for 47 off 10 overs, but you kind of thought John Campbell was going to go at any ball with the way he was playing and played a ridiculous shot to get out. And then there was this big collapse. And if it wasn't for Greaves and Joseph and their partnership, which was worth 41 plus 15 41 plus 15, 56. They wouldn't have made 100 and we would have been well and truly over 40 minutes before, but he just kept swinging, it kept coming off. So that's kind of what happened. Hazelwood took 5 wickets. Lyon took the last 2, as I mentioned, and the players are either off to the golf course or off to the races. No day 4.
I don't know, day 4, and it could rain all day tomorrow.
Well, that was the other part of it. The forecast is bad tomorrow. We don't need to worry about it. Let's go to the presentation, the official presentation after the completion of the match.
And 59-run win to lead this series 1-0. Welcome to the end of match presentation of the first Test Cricket West Indies Test Series, West Indies versus Australia 2025. Cricket West Indies would like to thank the official sponsors of this series who have made it possible: CG United, Betcage Sports, Dasani, Courts, Macron, Coca-Cola, Powerade, Mount Gay, Banks Beer, Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. It's my pleasure now to introduce the player of the match. We've had a few contenders: Shamara Joseph with 9 wickets and an entertaining 44, Josh Hazelwood with 7 wickets, including a fifer. But the player of the match for this first test goes to none other than Travis Head. He'll receive his award by Mr. Noel Lynch, Vice President, Caribbean Cage Limited. Many congratulations to Travis on your wonderful performance. Travis, if you can just join me here. Thank you very much, Mr. Lynch, for a quick chat. A couple of half centuries. So if you can just step back just a little bit there. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Tell us a little bit about the challenges on that surface. You seem to be the only one, more or less, who sort of conquered the conditions.
Yeah, I would have liked to have conquered them a little bit more. I feel like I left a couple out there, but yeah, it turned to be a challenging wicket. Day one, I guess you go in and you try to formulate a plan and a blueprint and communicate as much as we can, and it was pretty tricky and looked like that was the trend for the whole game. So nice to contribute, nice to get to a score. I thought we batted exceptionally well today to get to 300, so that showed in the afternoon session.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about those partnerships, but your construction of your innings, when you hear of Travis Head, you usually think free-flowing, scoring quickly. How did you adapt your batting given the conditions?
Yeah, I felt like I was probably more positive on day one with the game that sort of was there for the taking, I guess, and pretty open book on how to go about it. And then last night I was just, desperate just to make sure that I was able to get through the stumps. I thought it was a really important period. As we've seen probably every day, that late wickets and momentum, I just wanted to try and get a bit of momentum back in our change room. It was, I guess, on a tightrope the whole game, and nice to get in there with Bo at the end of last night and then to start. And it was probably a little bit slower innings for me in the second innings, but it was what was required, so I was happy to take my time.
Yeah, tell us a little bit then about that partnership with Bo. I think it was 102. He's pretty new to Test match cricket. How did you see him go?
Yeah, he's had an exceptional start to Test cricket. I've played a lot of cricket against and with Bo for a long time now. He's played a great deal of first-class cricket, and I think that's held him in good stead for the start of his Test career. I think he's got some great experience in all conditions and situations, and when you've got that experience, you can the best step forward in games, and he started exceptionally well, and he was fantastic today. It was a huge partnership. It was great for our momentum, and it's what was needed today.
I don't want to take too much of your time, but just in the absence of Steve Smith and Manus Labuschagne in this Test match, was there a little bit of added responsibility on your shoulders?
Not that I try and put on myself. I try to contribute every time I play, and the same pressure wherever I go, and every time I go out to bat, I try to hold myself as accountable as I can be. And I was probably a little bit disappointed to be back a runs at Lords a couple of weeks ago, feeling in good form. So nice to contribute, nice to be contributing on a win, and it's a great start. So it was a tough week with the bat, so nice to be in the runs.
A wonderful start to this Test series. Congratulations once more. That's Travis Head, player of the match for the first Test. I'll now like to call on Ruston Chase, captain of the West Indies. Ruston, if you could just join me here for a quick chat. Commiserations on the result. Your first Test match as captain at home. Tell us a little bit about how you saw this Test match unfold.
Yeah, obviously with the result is a bit heartbreaking. I thought we started the match well in terms of the bowling performance, bowling them out on the first day for 178. If after losing the toss and having to bowl, I thought that we would have took that any time.
And that first innings batting performance, do you guys felt as though you should have gotten a little bit more of a lead given the position of the game, and as you just rightly mentioned, dismissing them for just 180?
Yeah, the plan was to at least get 100 runs lead. We thought that if we had gotten 100 runs lead, that would have put us in a good position to set up the game for victory. But I mean, we didn't have the best of starts, and then me and Shea Hope, we were having a good partnership, and then obviously with a few out of the way calls.
Decisions.
I mean, that set us back a bit, but I still thought that we did well to get the lead, but we couldn't put any batting innings together.
Yeah, and coming into day 3, Australia 82 runs ahead, 4 wickets down. They got just over 300. Was there anything that you guys could have done differently? Was it good batting, or did you guys stray away from the plans a little bit?
Yeah, I thought we slipped up in terms of the feeling. We dropped too many catches. We didn't take the chances when they came, and you can't really drop good batters at this level and give them 2 innings to bat. I thought Travis and Webster played a beautiful partnership, so kudos to them. But I can't discredit the bowlers. Every time I called on them, they were willing and ready to come and give their all, and I must commend them for the effort throughout the game.
Yeah, a couple of things more from me than the bowlers. Shamar Joseph, 9 wickets in the test match, another 5-wicket haul against his opposition. As you so rightly mentioned, every time he gets an opportunity, he delivers, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, coming into the game, they had a bit of controversy in the news talking about Curtly Ambrose and stuff. So I guess he used that as fire to come out there and give the performance that he gave. And I just want to congratulate him again on the game that he had and the innings that he came and played in the end. It just shows that the character and the heart that this young man has.
A world-class bowling attack on a challenging surface. How do you sum up the second innings batting effort then?
I mean, we didn't get off to a good start. We were looking for at least a 50 partnership because we realized that the wicket was a new ball wicket, that things were happening with the new ball. So once we could nullify that new ball, we thought that we could have had a chance at getting the target. But I mean, we were on the back foot from ball 1. In the first over, we lost our most experienced batsman, Craig Brathwaite, and we just never really got a foot back in the game from then.
Yeah, tough luck today and in this one. Ruston, all the best in the next.
Thanks.
Ruston Chase, the captain of the West Indies, commiserations to him and his team. I'd now like to call the winning captain, Pat Cummins, for a quick chat, always smiling. Let me get a smile there, Pat. Sum up this test match for us.
I think it was a great test match. You know, coming here this morning, I thought it was going to be a pretty tight day, and yeah, you know, we played as well as we could have today. But I think for most of the game, it felt pretty well in the balance.
Yeah, that partnership, those little partnerships today started on 82 ahead, got over 300. Must have been comfortable with that.
Yeah, once we got to 300, you know, came in this morning, I was thinking if we could get our way to 200, and the way the boys batted, you know, Carey as well, to get us up there, I felt a lot more comfortable.
And in terms of the bowling, Josh Hazelwood, again, another 5-wicket haul for him. How special is he?
Yeah, I mean, he's great. Feel very lucky to have him. If there's anything in the pitch, he's going to find it. He just presents a really good seam in good areas over and over again. So, yeah, happy it was his turn to get a few wickets. He bowled beautifully. And Bo Webster, his batting continues to impress. Yeah, that's right. You know, he made his way into the Aussie team on the back of a lot of Sheffield Shield runs. So, you know, he's got a lot of experience, and even on a difficult wicket, I think, you know, his positive way that he goes out and plays and keeps the scoreboard ticking over, you know, he's a huge asset for our team.
And projecting to the next test match across in Grenada, a couple of days off to rest and recover, what would be the message for the group?
Yeah, I think first of all, you know, rest up and recover. It's a short turnaround, so you want to make sure you got, you know, full energy going to that second game. I think we'll get a look at the wicket and, you know, the conditions over there and see if we need to change much. But yeah, kind of enjoy this one for a couple of days, and once we fly out in a few days and start looking ahead.
Congratulations on the first test win, Pat, and all the best in the rest.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
So that completes the presentation here at Kensington Oval. The Australians winning by 159 runs in extraordinary circumstances, with a game that started in bright sunshine this morning and ending in pretty much the dark with the lights on. And that certainly is the news of the day for Belgravia Apparel, for quality New Balance cricket team wear. We will take a break and break it all down with Australia going 1-0 up in the Frank Worrell Trophy. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil, and also for Australia Made by Local. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you from Kensington Oval. We're reflecting back on a stunning victory from Australia. They have come from a position of weakness coming into the day, which was day 3, not the final day. It was day 3 that ultimately became the final day. The Aussies resuming at 4 for 92 with Head on 13, Webster on 19. And the game kind of swung when Head was dropped in the cordon when the score was 4 for 108. It could have been 5 for 108. It wasn't. Head and Webster put on a terrific partnership before Head was out for 61 off 95 balls. Bo Webster continued his rich vein of form, making 63 from 120. But it was Alex Carey that really took it away from the West Indians with 65 from 75 balls. As a result of that, it meant that we had a situation where the West Indies were given a target of 300. They lost a wicket in the first over. They did get to 1 for 47 of 10 overs, but then there was a stunning collapse led by Josh Hazlewood, and then despite some late order hitting from Shamar Joseph and some really high quality batting from Justin Greaves, the West Indies in the end were all out, and Australia won by 159 runs. Bharat Sundaresan watched it all with me. It was supposed to finish at 5:30 local time. It was supposed to finish at 6 o'clock local time. It ended up going to, I think, about 6:13, thereabouts. We'll still never know why it went that long, but it did. It was almost like a referee with extra time. It was quite crazy how it all took place.
Oh, it did. And I'm just looking out now, the Australian players who weren't part of this test match, making the most of the lights being on. So Sean Abbott and Scott Boland have wasted no time in just getting some overs into them or just some practice into them. They've been bowling on the side pitch for the last 10 or so minutes. It all ended very quickly. I mean, we came here, most of us thought this would be the last day, didn't it, Whitey? Whichever way, we thought it would go more the way where Australia don't make too many runs, or they end up with a total close to or a lead close to 180, 190, and then it could be a classic test where West Indies try to chase it down, and one way or the other we get a result today. But once Australia kept batting, and we have to credit Bo Webster for the way he batted. I thought, yes, Travis Head, we've seen him do it across the world in different conditions with Australia under pressure, in trouble. Oh, just as I say that, Sean Abbott and Scott Boland might have to stop bowling because the lights have gone off, or they switched the lights off. And Alex Carey, again, another guy in the last 12 or so months, he's batted so well. He's played the cameo before, but Bo Webster, he showed temperament in Sydney. He showed utility in Sri Lanka. But in alien conditions, yes, he's played a lot of first-class cricket, but most of that first-class cricket has come on home soil in Australia, playing for Tasmania. So to come here on a pitch like this with Shamar Joseph bowling the way he was and Jayden Seales assisting him ably from the other end. It was a great innings. And the way he'd been dismissed, castled in the first innings as well. I thought that was the innings that really set the platform up for Australia, and the likes of Alex Carey and Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc to throw the bat around and play some extraordinary shots towards the end. But even then, once 301 was set as a target, we never thought that West Indies will get close to it, but we thought there'd be some sort of resistance. And we saw that. I mean, even though there was a dropped catch from Cam Green, for a while, Casey Carty and John Campbell somehow seemed to find a way of scoring runs. They were rotating the strike. And then one pretty idiotic shot, I must say, from John Campbell trying to paddle or ram Josh Hazlewood after he'd successfully done that earlier in the innings. Opened the door, and then Josh Hazlewood, before you know it, has 3 more wickets. You kind of sense that it could be over today. Till it wasn't, and then all those crazy scenes we just described at the start of the new ball played out with injured pigeons and Shamar Joseph going nuts, and somehow Nathan Lyon finding a way of getting rid of Shamar and then taking just one ball to dismiss Jayden Seales. Under lights at the Kensington Oval with 2 days still left.
A truncated version of the new ball to a point because of the presentation and the way that it all finished so crazy. It was crazy. We'll be back tomorrow to go through more of the talking points from the entire test match before we start throwing forward towards Grenada. But I just want to talk about Josh Hazlewood and his performance today because they needed someone to really stand up and go through the West Indies and almost make a statement not only for this particular test match, for this series. And after what had happened that they couldn't get those fourth innings wickets against South Africa, there was, I think, a bit of a point to prove. And Hazlewood had been put under the microscope. You know, did he have the perfect preparation going into the World Test Championship final because of the IPL and the fact that he came back to Australia and then chose to go back, and he got a bit prickly with some of the criticism. It must be said, and we've got to put it on the table about how good he was today, because he was the one that just said, you know what, I'm going to just break the West Indies.
Yeah.
He took 5 for 43 from 12 overs.
Oh, it was a demolition derby, wasn't it? Once he got that opportunity, he went for runs in the first 3 overs. That lap shot paddle that I mentioned from John Campbell went for 18 runs in his 3 overs. And then once Pat Cummins brought him back, he got a wicket with the first ball of John Campbell, and then he had Brandon King with a beauty that just seamed in and had him out. And Roston Chase with a very similar delivery, caught it short leg. And then Pat Cummins, after a very torturous stay for Shea Hope, ended his innings at the other end. And they just fell in a canter in there. And Justin Graves showed us, I wouldn't say resistance, but he showed us that he should be batting higher up the order. Some classy shots from him. But yeah, I mean, that's not much you can take away from West Indies' batting from both innings. And it'll be an interesting test match to break down, because you're talking about probably the greatest quartet to ever play Test cricket. And it's raining as well. Alex Carey is being rained on in the middle, so a lot of players and their kids out there in the middle. Usman Khawaja has picked up both his children and they're going off to get away from the rain. So, while all that is happening, the thing is, yes, I mean, we're talking about the greatest quartet ever to play Test cricket, not just for Australia, but in world cricket. They played, 34 times. So they win you Test matches like this. And Travis Head is a proven performer at number 5. He's been the crisis man. And Bo Webster has emerged as that, what Mitch Marsh used to do for a few years there in the middle at number 6. But what have we learnt about this Australian team will be the question going forward.
Yeah, it's a good point. Because the ones that we thought would do well did do well.
Yeah. Exactly, who have been doing well for a while.
That's right.
In the positions that they've been doing well in.
That's right, 5, 6, 7 with the bat and then the bowlers.
Yeah.
It's a really good point. Okay, so that's Josh Hazlewood. Shamar Joseph, we've got to mention Shamar Joseph. He took 9 wickets for the match. He took 5 wickets in the second innings. So he's played 3 test matches against Australia, Shamar Joseph, as a young man, and he has taken a 5-wicket haul in each of his first 3 test matches against the Australians. That doesn't happen very often.
No, 22 wickets at 14 or so.
And then late order hitting in the second innings.
I know, and almost, like I said, was 1 6 away from breaking the record for the fastest half-century by a West Indian in Test cricket. I mean, crazy Test match for him. He's not really done much. He has all these extraordinary performances against Australia, and then you don't hear about him for a while. So that's been the case so far with him. I thought the West Indian bowlers overall can put their head up. Yes, they probably let the game get away from them thanks to some brilliant batting from Head and Webster.
And thanks to some drop catches.
And, don't even get me started on the drop catches here. Crazy. 7 drop. And I think that was the pivotal moment today. Till the time Travis Head was dropped by Justin Graves off Alzari Joseph, Australia only ahead by 98 runs. This game was on an even keel, with West Indies even with their noses slightly ahead. At least the tips of their noses slightly ahead. But once that catch went down, you could see the whole momentum shift, and there was that partnership between Head and Webster.
It was the breaking point. The 7th drop catch was the breaking point. It's like the old story or the old saying about the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
It just got to the point where it was like, oh no, not again. Another day, fresh day, and it happens again. And they never really recovered from that at the end of the day.
No, not at all. And I mean, there's so many questions. I mean, speak about what have we learned about the Australian team. What we have learned about the West Indian team is they can't catch, especially in the slip cordon. Darren Sammy has had some frustrating moments. I mean, he's been frustrated with the third umpiring. He's been frustrated with a bunch of other things, but mostly the slip catching. Because if some of those catches had been taken, who knows where we are at day 3 or at this point of this test match. But yeah, I mean, none of the first 6 dropped catches seem to cost them too much.
Yeah, that's
because
a good
most
point.
of them were from the top 4 Australians who didn't make a lot of runs, or Usman Khawaja made 47, but everybody else. But yeah, I mean, the one batter they couldn't afford to drop, they did. And there was no looking back from them. So Australia will take the 1-0 lead to Grenada, but not knowing still much about what their top order is. The big question will be the arrival of Steve Smith in the region. Like I said, he was scheduled to land tomorrow on the 28th. So there will be all eyes on him, on his recovery, whether he comes back, and if he does, who do they leave out? So who does he come in for? Would it just be a swap with Josh Inglis? Maybe. And we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, a good win, but no questions really answered.
No, I agree with you on that one. Okay, so we've got plenty more to discuss, which we'll do tomorrow in the new ball. I want to talk about Alex Carey, the whole discussion around Bo Webster versus Cam Green, what sort of damage it might do to the West Indies, the way that they fell away, but we can do all that tomorrow.
And most importantly, what happened to the injured bird, the pigeon?
Yes, but before we wrap up things here on the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil, and also for Australia made by a local. Let's head downstairs because Adam Collins and also Bryce McGain caught up with one of the stars of the Australian performance, Bo Webster.
Bo Webster, thank you for joining SEN Test Cricket. I don't suppose you had 3-day victory by 159 runs on your bingo card when you woke up this morning?
No, certainly not. It was all about runs today, trying to get a few, as many as we could in front and give our big quicks enough to bowl at. And, credit to us. We got 300 in front, and then the boys showed how good they are today with the ball and, relentless on that line of length, offering a bit up and down. It was a masterclass from the boys, yeah. Yeah,
well, let's start at the end and go back to the beginning, perhaps with Josh Hazlewood and coming out today and bowling as well as that. I know you had runs to play with by that stage, but Hazlewood at the peak of his powers.
Yeah, he's so consistent. There's obviously wicket offering a little bit up and down there on a good length, and the way he constantly smashed it for his whole spell from that top end was outstanding. It's a credit to how consistent he has been over the years, and today we showed how good he was when he could just keep slamming into those cracks and get that variable bounce, and rewarded well with his 6 for.
You must be chuffed yourself coming back and being able to play the way you did today when the going was tough, and laying that foundation with Travis Head and playing a big role in this victory.
Yeah, it's always nice to contribute to a win for your country, no doubt. It was, like I said this morning, the aim of the game was to get runs and keep trying to score, is more so than, trying to survive. I think trying to put pressure back on the bowlers on that sort of wicket is key. I feel like if you just sit there on the crease a little bit, you can get wrist hold. So credit to Trav and obviously Alex Carey as well. Runner ball 60 there really turned it in our favour, and nice to get 300 in front for our boys to run in there.
So what was that conversation at 4 for 108? You're out there with Trav and he nicks one, it goes down. What do you talk about at the end of that over? Do you sort of have a little chuckle and go, we got away with one there? Imagine Australia being 5 for 108. The rest of it could have been completely different.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a big moment of the game, no doubt, and a player of Trav's quality, you give him second chance, he's going to make you hurt. So, and that was the case today. 60 from him and 60 from Keza proved to be enough. But yeah, the wicket had enough variable in it there. You sort of cop sometimes that one. You protect your stumps, and then we saw how he got out. The ball's hardly pitched different to that one that he nicked, I think, albeit a couple of hours later. But he was fantastic. Keza fantastic, and even from our tail, just to edge us close to that 300, it's a real mental barrier. So it was great from everyone today.
And both for you specifically, I thought you adapted, as you said. If you're stuck on the crease, you can get wrist hold. You got the ball of the century, I think, just about, or the recent century, within the first innings. But you didn't let it happen in the second. You really pressed forward. You made sure your forward defence was a big press, and that opened up scoring opportunities for you as well.
Yeah, that's it. I suppose it's done a little bit of work coming from Lords where the ball was nipping back in and I can access the ball a little bit better. And today the day one I got beaten on the outside edge, and that's the game we play, isn't it? You sort of correct one mistake and then you get done on the other. So, it's all about having the confidence just to keep back in your game. And my game plan that I've had for the last 3 or 4 years has held me in good stead. And like you said, today it was probably a bit more urgency on getting on that front foot, and if one does shoot, load it to be able to cover it. So, I'm happy with where my batting's at, my technique's at, and hopefully can have some success in the next two tests.
Well, quite a remarkable day.
3-day test. Like, it's just extraordinary. When you went out to bowl, what was the message amongst the group? You can't foresee something like this unfolding and West Indies completely capitulating. They had a reasonable start at one with a few on the board, but it all just happened in a hurry. How do you plan all that as a team?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Obviously, we can only control what we do, and they obviously had a fair bit of intent from the start there. We saw some, a lap in the first couple of overs, and, they were looking to put some pressure back on our bowlers, which I feel like it's the right way to go about it. But doing it against our bowlers is another thing. They've got 3 big boys that can slam the wicket is it's tough work, especially when a pitch is offering a bit of up and down, and if we held the top of the stumps long enough, we knew we'd get the rewards. And like we saw with Josh there from that top end spell, he just consistently challenged the forward defence, and with the variable there, it proved to be enough.
Just zooming out a bit, there was at one stage today you were averaging 50 in Test cricket with the bat and 25 with the ball. You played 5 matches in 4 countries, including a World Test final at Lords, a crucial performance on Test debut at Sydney to win a trophy against India. This must be fairy tale stuff compared to where your career was maybe, say, 12 months ago.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. If you come talk to me in another 5 tests and the numbers are still there, I'll be even happier. But no, like I said, I'm very happy trying to contribute to wins, and the way the wickets are shaping up at the moment, it's tough work at the top, and once that lacquer gets off the ball or it gets to a good spell of bowling, it can open up some scoring opportunities for the middle order. And, myself, Trav and Alex are all pretty free-flowing players, I'd say, and we like to get on with it. So and in conditions like that, I think it falls into our hands a little bit. So it's good. I'm loving every minute of it, mate, to be honest with you. It's been a hell of a 6 months, and I hope I'm here for a bit longer.
Do you think the fact that you've played so much first-class cricket means you can walk into a team like this, not necessarily be a senior player, that's overstating it, but feel more at ease than if you were young and being thrown into the frying pan of international cricket?
Yeah, no doubt. Like I spoke about before, getting sort of done on the inside edge at Lords and then done on the outside edge today. I think if that was me 5 or 6 years ago, it could be, head noise everywhere, changing technique, changing guard sort of thing. But the way I'm playing and the way I have played over the last 3 or 4 years has held me in good stead in all conditions, down at Belrive where it nips around or low wickets in England. I feel like I can have success either way. So it's about backing yourself, and this coaching staff and captain here, they always back the players. It's a great environment to be in. And they said after the Lords inning in the first innings, with little things here and there, but we back your game and we love what you do in the middle order. So that's sort of all the confidence you need.
And now you get the chance to have a Friday night in Barbados. Presumably you'll be at Oystons as well. Then 2 free days and off to Grenada. This has worked out very nicely for you fellas.
Absolutely. I dare say there'll be a run punch or 2 tonight floating around, but it's a long day. It was a sweaty day, but I'm looking forward to a cold beer after that, absolutely.
Terrific. Well played, Bo Webster, contributing with bat and ball to an Australian Test victory.
Thank you very much, guys.
Bo Webster joining Adam Collins and Bryce McGain down at the boundary immediately after the match. Australia winning the first test here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados by 159 runs, despite the fact that they started at 4 for 92 on day 3 in their second innings, which meant it was only a lead of 82.
I know.
And we talked about, it's funny, day 1 and day 2, so much happened. And I was going home exhausted back to the hotel every night thinking, gee, so much happened today. It was cricketing fast forward. And kind of thought today was the day that went back to the old style Test cricket. No, that wasn't going to happen. It just caught fire again.
16 wickets today.
Yeah,
16 wickets fell today. 14 on day 1.
14, 10, 16.
Yeah, there you go. 14, 10, 16. So it was cricket on steroids, like I said. It was just going... like Mitch Stark said, I don't know whether it's the root or the leaf on the pitch, which is an interesting way of...
Was it cricket on steroids or Adam Collins at Oystons on a Friday night? That sort of speed.
We'll find out, yeah. It was just... again, I think it's just a question of what we've been seeing a lot of around the world. In the last few years in Test cricket, batting techniques and temperaments are being tested, aren't they, at Test level? So the moment there is something in the pitch or in the air, you end up seeing a lot of collapses. We saw it at Lords, but there the pitch flattened out and South Africa were able to chase it down. Aidan Markram played an all-time great innings, but here the pitch just kept getting worse and worse. And once you saw that Travis Head dismissal, where Shamar Joseph bowled around the wicket and just skid through, you kind of knew. And I remember saying this, we were on air together, I think the lead was 172, and you felt like 172 was enough, and it would have been in the end.
Yeah, I kind of thought they needed 220, 230 to feel safe, but after that dismissal of Head, you kind of thought, I think anything over 200 might be a bridge too far.
Correct, and that's what it was proven to be. So,
but isn't it interesting, Brat? Sorry to cut you off, and I know we haven't got long left, but when you see what a Shamar Joseph does late, and even what Elzari Joseph did in the first innings, you feel that too many of the West Indian top order players throw their wickets away needlessly. And it goes to the Australians as well. Sometimes you have to just grind it out and not just go, oh, this is too hard, I'll play my shots, because it does get easier.
Yeah, it does, but it didn't. And maybe it will in Grenada.
Maybe it will. The new bowl for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil, and Australia made by local. They're our partners. We'll catch you.
But certainly a lot of great sport, especially local football, coming up later this afternoon that will heat everybody up. Louisville's Amy here alongside Adam Thompson. We're coming to you live from Totally Workwear, of course, in conjunction with Anthem Workwear. Made for active. Gear up now at Totally Workwear and claim it back this tax time. Tomo?
Yeah, it's great to be here, Louis, and shop's looking very good.
Indeed it is. And speaking of looking good, all our other sponsors, of course, always look good. The Drummond Golf and Ranger Golf Range, Ontario Avenue, Mildura, Melly Sheds, Mildura. Visit mellysheds.com.au. St Ranger Bread and Butter Bakery, handmade bread is second to none. Sourdough, vanilla slice, premium coffee, award-winning choices. Visit St Ranger Bread and Butter Bakery today. Riverless Irrigation, global reach, local support. Riverless leads the way in micro-irrigation innovation for sustainable farming success. And, of course, the Euston Club Resort, where you'll love relaxing by the Murray River and, as we do every month this year, Tomo, love talking to the CEO of the Euston Club Resort, Guy Fielding. Guy, got your ears on.
Good morning, lad.
And you're over at the John Jones Oval at the moment with the kids?
Well, we're on our way over, mate, yes. Kids are getting busy prepared, but 9:45 is the first kick-off of the game. So, yeah, mate, just getting ready at home, and we'll be getting over there pretty soon after the interview.
No, fantastic, mate. And I think it's time to perfection, too, because you would have just caught the last ball of the cricket with the Aussies getting up in Barbados.
Oh, mate, look, I didn't really get a chance to watch it, but I did see Josh Hazelwood got a bag, so that was good to hear, and knocked them over. So, yeah, good signs for the Aussies.
Yeah, it was a great win by the Aussies after struggling early, Guy. But what's happening at the club at the moment? How are those renovations coming along?
Taking shape, fellas, yeah. Look, they're got a lot of the infrastructure happening at the moment, and you can really see that taking place. If you want to come down and have a look, it's a sight to behold. Some really external, building works going on. So it won't be long, and then all the internal works will start. So yeah, look, they're on track. Hopefully finish before that weekend of the Great Murray River Salami Festival. We're aiming for that to be open by then. So fingers crossed we're there.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be all done and ready to go then. I just want to touch base on your membership prices. We spoke a couple of months ago about how cheap they are. Just run us through them again.
Very good value, fellas. Again, yes, the membership. So 1 year, there's a 1, 3 and 5 year membership that you can secure. 1 year, $2.20 1 year, and then you just multiply that by the 3 or the 5. So $6.60 for 3 and $11 for a 5 year membership. So very good value, and obviously all the benefits that come with being a member of the club. We're basically paying you to become a member. So well worth coming down, signing up.
Oh, it's beyond sensational, Guy, and thanks for reminding me too, Tom, because my membership is due in a year's time, so I think it'll be another 5 I'll extend without question there. Well, of course, we are obviously excited about the saloon, River Saloon Bar, coming up in months to come, but of course the mighty Station 46 Bistro. Any specials going on at the moment there, Guy?
Every day, fellas, yes, there's chef suggestions that are on the specials board, so only have to come down each day, and there will be something different on that. But look, the chefs in the kitchen, they do a great job of changing up the menu, seasonally. So I think we're about due for another one soon. The chefs are putting together their thinking caps and getting some new menu items filtered into the current menu. So look, can look at that on the website as well if you want to see what's on each day for the menu specials, and then obviously what's on our current menu. So some great deals there.
Now, we know you're an avid New South Wales man, Guy. Series held at 1-1. You'll be having that on the TVs around the club coming up for Game 3?
Oh, certainly will. Yeah, no, I think in Sydney, going to be hard to hold out the Blues, mate. I think they're looking pretty good. There seems to be a few injuries coming about, though, so that might be telling on both sides. But, no, I think the Blues can hold on and clinch the series, mate, in the next one.
Yeah, they shouldn't lose at home, should they? You're putting your money on them?
Oh, look, it's very rare that either side loses when it's a decider at their home ground. So, yeah, look, you'd be backing them in for sure.
Yeah, that's rewrite a fair bit of history too for that to happen, Guy. But it would have been frustrating as well, as it was for me, obviously being a staunch New South Wales Blues man myself, to see all those penalties. 8 in the first half, 9 overall for the game. Oh, boy, and to think we nearly pulled off the greatest comeback in history.
unheard of, mate. Yeah, 8-0 penalty count in the first half, and arguably, you know, that probably did influence a little bit of the result in the end. But hey, we also missed, I think there was 3 or 4 kicks at goal, so that was a telling factor as well. So I mean, we could have quite easily won the game. I always say in those ones like that, mate, Queensland didn't win it, we lost it.
Yeah, and for once, it would actually be a very fair analysis of that guy. Yeah, Zach Lomax, unfortunately, got as much of the yips as what Nathan Cleary got in game 1. Of course, Cleary coming in with an injury cloud and decided not to take the conversion kicks. But now, look, your unbiased opinion on Ashley Klein as a referee.
I'd rather not comment, mate. I don't think he'll be there for game 3. Let's put it that way.
Oh, that's going to end what?
I'd be very surprised if he holds on to that.
Yeah, well, that's what 11 Origins in a row where he's been the head ref, I think now. So that'd be bold call to move him on.
Look, we're all prone to making mistakes, mate, and everyone gets to deserve a second chance. But gee whiz, I don't know. Look, it's tough, mate, at that level. And as I said, yeah, look, it wasn't just the ref's fault, I suppose. You can't blame that entirely. So they had chances to win it, New South Wales, and they didn't do it themselves. So yeah, hard to blame the ref. But yeah, look, gee whiz, I don't know. I think I'd be bringing someone else in just for the next one.
Yeah, just to eliminate as much doubt as possible. But I think, yeah, at the end of the day, it's up to the boys that pull on the shirts to be able to get it done, irrespective of what the guys with the whistles do. And hopefully they can pull it off in Game 3, despite the heroics of the new skipper for Queensland, Cam Munster, and what he was able to pull off in Game 2. But anyway, certainly something that wasn't a mistake at all was what you guys are doing locally, especially with the Club Grants program, and none more so than yourself and esteemed President Steve Leslie out at Robinvale Euston the other week and doing the coin toss as well.
Yes, that's right. We had our Euston Club Sponsors Day last week against Moorbeen. Great day of footy. The teams really secured, I think, a lot of wins that day. So, yeah, it was good to be involved in that day. A lot of victories there for the Robinvale Euston Eagles. So it was good to be there and experience it and participate in the coin toss and grab a photo before the first bounce, mate. Yeah, really good. So, and we've had a long-standing, obviously, relationship with the club, both clubs, when they before they amalgamated as well. And we're proud of that and, want to see the club go from strength to strength of football and netballers. So, yeah, really, really happy that we can support them in any way possible.
No, it's an amazing support mechanism that you give to not just the Robinvale Euston Football Netball Club, but of course any community around, community organisation around the Traps as well. Just having a look here, since the merger back 10 years ago, the club's contributed more than $215,000 in support through sponsorship and $44,414 in grants through the Club Grants scheme. So just over $259,000. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, no, as I said, mate, proud to have a long-standing relationship with the club, and it'll continue, no doubt, into the future.
Yeah, you do mention that you've got that strong relationship with them, and they're travelling pretty well on the field in the senior footy at the moment. So currently they moved up to second spot. You think they can win again today?
Yeah, look, I think so. I think there was a close game last time against Wentworth, and I think they might have just missed out. So having a bit of a home ground advantage this time around, hopefully, we can reverse the result of the last round and get the win against Wentworth. But it'll be a tough game. I'm pretty sure it was a close contest last time from memory. So it should be a good one, actually, to come and watch.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's only a couple of points in it. So, yeah, hopefully there's another big crowd there. And obviously your support of the Euston Footy Oval as well. The renovations are all complete there and the Oval's looking absolutely magnificent.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, we are looking for every time we drive past. We, admire how much work's been done there. And, obviously, Balranald Shire Council have had a bit to do with getting that up to scratch. And, very happy with their efforts on that one. And we can't wait to see some footy back on that oval next season. And I'm sure the team will as well. A lot of the Euston boys would be chomping at the bit to get back on their little home ground.
Oh, none more so than yours truly here, Guy. You know that all too well, mate. I'd nearly come out of retirement and boost on myself and get on out there, even if it's just for a Resi's kick. once football returns to the mighty Euston Football Ground. But anyway, mate, speaking of football, of course, you've got half an hour to go before your kids run out themselves and go and get a kick and get a few goals on the board. So we'll let you go. But one last question from me, mate. Now, we always love great live band entertainment at the Euston Club. Last night you had Wazza Hardiman rocking the tunes, and tonight Nicole Matthews. So always a pleasure to get to some great local acts and even some acts from out of town.
Correct, mate. Yeah, every Friday, Saturday night, the club will have a solo performer or duo. So, get down to the club every Friday and Saturday night. Kicks off around that 7:30, 8 o'clock mark, and you'll be thoroughly entertained by the entertainers. Local, obviously, acts that come on down and support us, and they're great every Friday, Saturday night. So, if you get a chance, come on down, support the entertainment.
No, amazing stuff. Thank you very much, Guy. And look, apologies I haven't been able to come on in just yet to claim all my birthday gifts, but don't worry, I am aware that the June is around the corner, so make sure you get that bottle of port on ice with me, mate. I'll be there and get it.
It'll be there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Guy Fielding, the Chief Executive Officer of the Euston Club. Always an honour and a privilege to chat with him every month and to talk about all things Euston Club. We'll take a break, and speaking of talking about all things, well, we are here at Totally Workwear Mildura in conjunction with Anthem Workwear, and we will discuss their massive end of financial year sale with the man in charge of all things TWW in our great region, Riley Toms, after the break.
You're listening to Saturdays in Sunraysia, live on SEN Track 89.1 FM and streaming live on the SEN app.
Amy and Adam Thompson, in conjunction with Anthem Workwear, made for active. Gear up now at Totally Workwear and claim it back this tax time. And, well, no greater man to talk about Anthem Workwear, Totally Workwear, and everything else you need before we get to Monday's tax deadline than the man who joins us right now. He himself a racing pundit aficionado as well. Riley Toms. Riley, good morning.
Hey guys, how you going?
Yeah, very well. Now, the collaboration with Anthem, mate, how did it all come about?
Well, we've been stocking Anthem for a little while now, and it's one of those brands that it's really gone from strength to strength, and their partnership with Totally Workwear in general has been going from strength to strength. And Duncan, the founder of Anthem, is really good to work with. Supports us with initiatives like we're doing now, and really good with stock. And we've just found that we can't bloody keep up. It's one of those brands that people keep coming in for. So we're actually launching the women's range next week. So we're getting that in, and all the girls are going to be wearing it in the store, which we've been getting asked quite a lot about.
Yep, just got the interesting look there on Mel's face. You could hear that too, Riley. He goes, okay, I'm going to don all that. It's fantastic. But no, great to hear that it's absolutely flying off the racks, and real credit to Duncan St. Baker, as you mentioned, the founder and director of Anthem Workwear, to come up with an absolute top-of-the-range brand. Now, Tom and I were just having a bit of a glance around. We've got some hoodies there and beanies and the Flex Fit pants as well. Yeah, mate, is that just a tip of the iceberg for what we can get?
Yep. No, they've got some really good winter stuff. Got some puffer vests, some really nice jackets. So it's kind of taking that athletic sort of feel, and it's a little bit more. It's stuff you could wear to the gym and not necessarily have to wear on the work site. So that's why it's hit the mark. People are really loving it.
Yeah, definitely looks lightweight there, Riley, and obviously it's comfortable to wear, I think, which is what all the tradies are looking for nowadays. And obviously a huge range. So you spoke about the winter stuff, but you've got shorts and summer gear in stock as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's those crazy tradies that'll come in at 3 degrees and they'll be wearing shorts, and I don't know how they do it, but we sell shorts year round, and it never ceases to amaze me. Some of the blokes that'll wear shorts when there's frost on the windows in the mornings.
No, definitely not. The tradies are always out in the shorts. Now, we're in store today. Where are you?
I'm actually in Melbourne. So, I'm in Melbourne this weekend. So I actually was hopeful we had a horse racing today at Caulfield, but it was third emergency and didn't make the cut. So, I've got to find something to do with myself.
Well, that's not what we wanted to hear. I was hoping you had a racing tip for us and you'd be able to get us a winner over the line.
Well, last time I tipped one into you guys, we ran like a busted, and he went amiss after that. So I don't know. Maybe you put the moz on it.
Oh, no wonder why we haven't heard anything since then. Too. I think it was sort of late towards the back end of last year that we had that chat.
Yeah, I reckon it was around June. We're up in in the.
That's right.
In the produce. So he didn't go any good that day, but. No runners today, so I'll keep my powder dry and wait for next week.
That could be one of those classic, he's still running old types there. But speaking of racing, of course, in a few weeks' time, we've got the Mildura Cup on, Friday the 18th of July, Saturday the 19th of July, and you'll be excited to hear that a couple of very esteemed guests will be along there in conjunction with the Mildura-based Public Hospital Foundation's Paddock Club marquee, including none other than Wayne Hawkes. So you'll be looking forward to probably rubbing shoulders with him, mate.
Yeah, no, that'll be, it's good. They got, who else they got coming up is Miles Fitzner. I think there's quite a few on the list. So, it's good that they got, yeah, so you guys have pulled out all stops and got a few coming to town, so it'll be a good day.
Yeah, you mentioned Anthem Workwear, not fitness, sorry. Tell us a little bit about the brand. So it started in 2020. It's just grown since then?
Yeah. So it's kind of like we see. You look at the workwear industry, and there's a lot of there's a lot of brands that are sort of in their lane, and I think Duncan identified a gap that it's that sort of fitness kind of guy who likes that flexibility. And the theory is you could wear it and then go to the gym after work or before work, and it's not necessarily that's what you wear to work, and you take it off and you wear something else. So it's got a real athleisure feel, and I think you could see that trend emerging because some tradies that may not like the work. They want the flexibility they get. They might get some sports shorts, or, Nike or something, and wear that on the work site. So it's kind of getting that, but that would last 5 minutes and have the same durability. So you're getting all the durability of actual workwear, but the feel and flexibility is something you can wear in the gym.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And you mentioned that the women's range is coming in, and the stretch denim, I think that'll be a really popular one.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of put it to our team. They tell us what they want to wear, and if they want to wear it, then generally it's going to sell, because we've got quite a number of women in our business, and different sort of shapes and sizes. So if we find something that they all like, it tends to be popular with the women tradies as well.
Yeah, it'll definitely be popular with those. So what other stock do you have coming in the women's range?
So we've got the pants arriving probably about Wednesday next week. So we're actually hoping to get them in this week, so we can have this chat and everyone will be decked out. But it's that time of year when everyone's run off their feet, so we hadn't had a chance to get it into the store. But so that's going to enhance that. But you'll see in there we've got the women's. We'll have the women's shorts. We've got some hoodies. We've got the hats and beanies, which are selling well this time of year. We've got a lovely puffer vest, which is going really well, and keeping good amounts of stock, so someone can come in and we actually got the size they want, and generally people will buy a couple of pairs of pants or a couple of hoodies to get them through the week. So we make sure we've got good levels of stock of everything as well.
It's amazing what they have been able to produce in such a short period of time, Riley, and as you said, find that little niche in the market and that little gap that other established brands haven't been able to really penetrate. But now you talk about how these clothes can also, really find their place in the gym and that. What would you suggest for someone like myself who thinks I'm a gym goer, but physically probably hasn't really got the body for it? What would I be able to get away with when donning the Anthem brand in the gym?
That sounds like me. You got there's actually there's an active tee, and I've been wearing it. I've been wearing it to the gym, not that often, but I try to get in there. But they probably had about 3 or 4 colours. So there's an active tee, and it looks and feels just like an activewear shirt that you would buy from a sports store, but something you can wear on the work site. And it's particularly popular with the tradies that look after themselves. We see them walk in there, they got the nice car, the car's spotlessly clean, they're pretty fit, they take care of themselves, and we can see that Anthem customer walk in the door like, here you go, buddy, this is your brand. And, they love it.
Fantastic, mate. And so certainly would not look out of place if I'm doing my back squats or doing my chest presses and anything of the kind. You certainly get all the eyeballs on me, and I'll be trending better than any fitpreneur on TikTok.
Yep, get the deadlifts going, and you look $1 million.
Fantastic, mate. Yeah, brilliant. So major, obviously with the deadline coming in a couple of days' time, in terms of being here at Totally Workwear, any major sales that are on the ticket prices for the Anthem stocks?
Yeah, well, we've got the end of financial year event, which is it's got quite a few deals across the range, and the theme this time of year is all about being able to get it in time, making sure that someone comes in, they've got to get that invoice in by June 30 and get in this year's tax, so you don't have to wait another year to get your claim back. So we invest in having a hell of a lot of stock in the shop. So if someone comes in and they need to do that annual order, we got that there, and they can take it away and get their tax back in a couple of weeks instead of in 12 months' time.
Beautifully done and perfectly timed as well, Riley. Anyway, we'll let you go, mate, and see if you can find something to do in Melbourne now that things probably aren't going as much to plan as you thought they were at Caulfield.
Well, it's going to be a cheaper weekend, so I don't need to come back to losers now. So I've got to get a coffee.
Oh, it's a bit of a silver lining in that sense, mate. No, fantastic. Anyway, we'll let you go there. Riley Toms, the main man in charge of Totally Workwear Mildura, who we are absolutely honoured and privileged to be on site for this episode of Saturdays in Sunraysia. Of course, in fantastic collaboration with Anthem Workwear, built for the way you work and easier to find at Totally Workwear Mildura. There you go, Tomo. So we can strut our stuff in the gym wearing Anthem.
Yeah, that's right. You have to get yourself into some of the Anthem gear, Louis.
Yeah, don't have to be a tradie to do it either, which is fantastic. So no wonder why it's absolutely flying off the racks. And you can see a few customers coming in now and grabbing a few hoodies and beanies and the like as well. Certainly get that puffer jacket out there. I'm not sure how they do the old shirt and shorts thing in 3-degree weather.
Yeah, you won't catch me in shorts in this weather.
The footy gear is just enough, I think. But anyway, I'll just go to show what our toughness is like. But anyway, we'll go to the news and hopefully on the other side, well, he's over in New Zealand at the moment, so fingers crossed we'll be able to get connection across the Tasman to him. But renowned legendary horse trainer, part of the Hawks racing stable, Wayne Hawks, hopefully will be on the line on the other side of this to talk about the upcoming Paddock Club marquee that the Mildura-based public hospital will be running at the Mildura Cup in mid-July.
Morning, I'm Mark Braybrook, making SEN News this hour. South Australia Police are intensifying their search for the remains of Julian Story, allegedly murdered by his girlfriend Tamika Chesser, who's been charged with his murder. The Commonwealth Bank is preparing to deploy an army of AI robots in an attempt to defeat scammers. Major superannuation changes will come into effect from Tuesday, with parents taking government-funded paid parental leave to receive a superannuation payment. And Friday prayers have been held in Iran for the first time since the US attacks, with thousands gathering to voice their displeasure at America and Israel. sen.com.au sport is next. Australia has defeated the West Indies by 159 runs in Barbados to take a 1-0 lead in the series. Travis Head was named player of the match. The Sydney Swans' top 8 hopes have taken a savage blow thanks to a 9-point loss to the Western Bulldogs. And Lando Norris was fastest in the first practice for the Austrian Formula One Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri was second.